She abandoned her car once the lane's dusty surface was choked by the hedgerows, and moved on foot through a tunnel of hawthorn and hazel trees to glimpse the steep pitch of the roof, the ruddy brick chimneys and the finials upon its sharp spine. Unseasonably warm air for autumn drifted from the surrounding meadows to settle like fragrant gas upon the baked ground beneath her feet. Drowsy, and barely aware of the hum emitted from the yellow wildflowers and waist-high summer grasses so hectic in the fields, she felt nostalgic for a time she wasn't even sure was part of her own experience, and imagined she was passing into another age. When she came across the garden's brick walls of English bond, seized by ivy right along their length to the black gate, a surge of romantic feelings so surprised her she felt dizzy, until the house fully revealed itself and demanded all of her attention. Her first impression was of a building enraged at being disturbed, rearing up at the sight of her between the gateposts. Twin chimney breasts, one per wing, mimicked arms flung upwards to claw the air. Roofs scaled in Welsh slate and spiked with iron crests at their peaks bristled like hackles. All of the lines of the building pointed to the heavens. 2 steep gables and the arch of every window beseeched the sky, as though the great house was a small cathedral indignant at its exile in rural Herefordshire. And despite over a century of rustication among uncultivated fields, the colour of its Accrington brick remained an angry red. But on closer inspection, had the many windows been an assortment of eyes, from the tall, rectangular portals of the first 3 stories to the narrower dormer windows of the attic, the house's face now issued the impression of looking past her. Unaware of Catherine, the many eyes beheld something else that only they could see, above and behind her. Around the windows, where the masonry was styled with polychromatic stone lintels, an expression of attentiveness to something in the distance had been created. A thing even more awe-inspiring than the building itself. Something the eyes of the house had gazed upon for a long time, and feared too. So maybe what she perceived as wrathful silence in the countenance of the Red House was actually terror. This was no indigenous building either. Few local materials had been used in its construction. The house had been built by someone very rich, able to import outside materials and a professional architect to create a vision in stone, probably modelled on a place they had once admired on the continent, perhaps in Flemish Belgium. Almost certainly the building was part of the Gothic revival in Queen Victoria's long reign. Judging by the distance of the Red House to the local village, Magbar Wood, 2 miles away and separated by hills and a rare spree of meadowland, she guessed the estate once belonged to a major landowner, advantaged by the later Enclosure Acts. A man bent on isolation. She had driven through Magbar Wood to reach the Red House, and now wondered if the squat terraced houses of the village were once occupied by the tenants of whoever built this unusual house. But the fact that the village had not expanded to the borders of the Red House's grounds, and the surrounding fields remained untended, was unusual. On her travels to valuations and auctions at country residences, she hardly ever saw genuine meadows anymore. Magbar Wood boasted at least 2 square miles of wild land circling itself and the house like a vast moat. What was more difficult to accept was that she was not already aware of the building. She felt like an experienced walker stumbling across a new mountain in the Lake District. The house was such a unique spectacle There should have been signage to guide sightseers' visits to the house, or at least proper public access. Catherine considered the surface beneath her feet. Not even a road, just a lane of clay and broken stone. It seemed the Red House and the Mason family had not wanted to be found. The grounds had also known better days. Beneath the Red House's facade, the front garden had once been landscaped, but was now given over to nettles, rye grasses, and the spiky flowers of the meadow, thickets trapped half in the shadow of the house and the garden walls. She hurried to the porch when a group of plump black flies formed a persistent orbit around her and tried to settle upon her exposed hands and wrists, but soon stopped and sucked in her breath. When no more than halfway down what was left of the front path, a face appeared at one of the cross windows of the first story, pressed against the glass in the bottom corner, left of the vertical mullion. A small hand either waved at her or prepared to tap the glass. Either that, or the figure was holding the horizontal transom to pull itself higher. She considered returning the wave, but the figure was gone before she managed to move her arm. Catherine wasn't aware there were any children living here. According to her instructions, there was only Edith Mason, M.H. Mason's sole surviving heir, and the housekeeper who would receive Catherine. But the little face and briefly waving hand must have belonged to a pale child in some kind of hat. She couldn't say whether it had been a girl or a boy, but what she had seen of the face in her peripheral vision had been wide, with a grin of excitement, as if the child had been pleased to see her wading through the weeds of the front garden. Half expecting to hear the thud of little feet descending the stairs inside the house as the child raced to the front door to greet her, Catherine looked harder at the empty window and then at the front doors. But nothing stirred again behind the dark glass, and no one came down to meet her. She continued to the porch, one that should have stood before a church, not a domestic house, until the sombre roof of aged oak arched over her like a large hood. One of the great front doors, crafted from 6 panels, 4 hardwood, and the top 2 filled with stained glass, was open, as if daring her to come inside without invitation. And through the gap, she saw an unlit reception, a place made of burgundy walls and shadow, like a gullet, that seemed to reach into forever. Catherine looked back at the wild lawns and imagined the hawkbit and spotted orchids all turning their little bobbing heads in panic to stare at her, to send out small cries of warning. She pushed her sunglasses up and into her hair, and briefly thought of returning to her car. "That lane you have walked was here long before this house was built." The brittle voice came from deep inside the building. A woman's voice that softened as if to speak to itself. And Catherine thought she heard, "No one knew what would come down it." 2. 1 week earlier. All of the small faces were turned to the door of the room. A myriad glass eyes watched her enter. Jesus Christ! The number of dolls, and even their intentional arrangement, startled Catherine less than the sense of anticipation she felt in their presence. She briefly imagined they had been waiting in the darkness for her, like guests at a surprise party for a child a century before. Even if she were the only living thing in the room, she remained as still as the dolls and returned their glassy stares. If anything moved, she would let go of the shriek that had built like a sneeze. But after a moment of immobility, She realised she was staring at the most valuable hoard of antique toys she had seen in her years as a valuer, in her time as a producer of television shows about antiques, and even as a trainee curator at a children's museum. "Hello? Hello? Mr. Dorr? It's Catherine. Catherine Howard." No one answered. She wanted someone to. Having had to let herself into the room was awkward enough. "Sir? Hello? It's Catherine from Osborne, the auctioneers." She stepped further inside. "Hello?" she repeated quietly enough to have given up on anyone being present. The bathroom door was open, the cramped yellowy space beyond it unoccupied. Unused clothes hangers chimed inside an empty wardrobe. Walnut, but badly scratched. Some yellowing stationery and a poor male attempt at hospitality refreshments crowded one side of the little desk. The living area of the room appeared unused by anyone besides the dolls, many of which were arranged on the undisturbed quilt, a handmade eiderdown, on a brass-framed bedstead as old as the building. Upon the wall at the head of the bed was a framed woodcut of a small square church set within neat grounds. The only other item that appeared to belong to the legal guardian of the collection was a trunk. Between the bed and the window, a large leather chest had been placed. Upon the lid of the trunk sat another row of dolls. Their little legs hung over the edge of the aged and watermarked leather. A backdrop of fussy, not entirely white, net curtain. Before the solitary window smothered the afternoon's grey light and formed a fitting background to the little figures, as if they were trapped inside an old photograph. Even the upholstered chair that partnered the desk was occupied by a doll, and that figure was the most magnificent of them all. Catherine didn't close the door in case Mr. Dorr returned, the Mason family's legal representative, and their solicitor instructed to discuss an auction of their antique assets with her. The letter from Edith Mason mentioned nothing else. She guessed Mr. Dorr might have popped out and been delayed getting back to the appointment, though she hadn't seen a pub in Green Willow, nor had she spotted any building in the village offering the prospect of communal activity, let alone food. Even finding Green Willow had been a struggle. Beside the Flintshire guest house, the village was little more than a line of stone buildings, a closed post office, and a weed-filled bus stop. No cars were parked outside any of the cottages. Catherine checked her watch again. The thin old man downstairs, in the tiny alcove serving as a reception, had definitely said, "Go right up." When he handed her keys, he'd not even removed his eyes from whatever he'd been reading behind the counter. The proprietor issued the impression he was accustomed to, if not worn down by, hordes of visitors to what was a small establishment, barely on the English side of the border between Monmouthshire and Herefordshire. Accustomed to elderly locals being curious about her visits to remote places, Catherine had paused before the tiny counter to say, "Mr. Dorr is up there?" The man in reception did not answer, but snuffled with irritation and twitched his threadbare head over his book. "I'll just go right up then." Meeting a prospective client in a hotel room was also a first, but in her brief, though rapidly growing experience as the valuer for Leonard Osborne, she'd found that eccentrics and descendants of eccentrics from Shropshire to Herefordshire, the Welsh border, Worcestershire and Gloucestershire, who used the firm to auction the contents of homes and attics long sealed from the modern world, were becoming less unusual. Leonard had a broad range of oddballs on his books. She was beginning to think he didn't have anything else. The weird seemed attracted to her boss, or aware of him through some word-of-mouth legacy she had yet to fathom, because Leonard never once advertised their services during her 12 months with the firm. Their office was no more than 2 rooms on the ground floor of a building in Little Malvern, a place of work that indicated its presence with a solitary brass plate at street level. Office space her boss had occupied since the 60s, into which she'd introduced a computer and the internet. Another reason why Catherine was never sure how Leonard came by so much trade. The Mason family and their solicitor, Mr. Dorr, seemed keen on maintaining the enigma. Sat on the chair before the desk, Catherine carefully held the doll she'd dispossessed of a seat. From its straw hat drifted the feminine scent of a floral perfume or pomander, a rose, jasmine and lavender concoction. From her first cursory examination, she believed the doll was an original from the Pierotti family of wax modellers and in near-perfect condition, despite being made around 1870. The head and limbs miraculously retained their peach flesh tint. Curled Titian hair and the brows above the sad eyes were of mohair. Inside what she knew was an actual infant's dress, she assiduously checked for other signs of authenticity. The torso was calico, stuffed with animal hair. The shoulder plate was sewn to the torso. The hips were seamed. It was original. Catherine waited another 5 minutes for Mr. Dorr to appear. There was no phone to connect her with reception, but she wondered if she should go back down the narrow flight of stairs and inquire about the whereabouts of the solicitor. A legal professional who appeared to have left over £300,000 worth of antique European dolls in an unsecure room with a stranger. Catherine placed the doll back upon the chair. There were 2 collectors and 1 museum that she knew of who would immediately produce a checkbook after seeing the photograph she had taken of the Pierotti doll. Her legs felt like they were actually shaking with excitement. Only confusion was spoiling the find. The prospective client, a woman called Edith Mason, had requested the viewing. Catherine had never heard of her, though apparently Leonard had dealt with her in the past. But Catherine had heard about Edith Mason's uncle, M.H. Mason, a man considered to be England's greatest taxidermist. Leonard claimed Mason was also a masterly puppeteer, though Catherine was only aware of his preserved animals in the antique trade. She'd never seen any examples of his legendary work with her own eyes, but had come across photographs of the little of his craft that survived the purges of the 60s, the same decade in which his long life was ended by his own hand. She didn't know much more. At this viewing, she'd been expecting a few preserved field mice and maybe a stoat mounted in M.H. Mason's signature dioramas. Certainly not a Pierotti doll in immaculate condition within the crowd arrayed before her of what appeared to be equally unspoiled antique dolls. She assumed they must be the property of the niece and heir, who would be close to 100 years old by now. On the desk, she inspected 4 Brew dolls, with their trademark big glass eyes and babyish faces. The painted bisque heads displayed no scratches, the paperweight glass eyes were in working order, and the mohair wigs were perfectly groomed. The pieces had the tiny telltale nipples and gusseted joints that allowed the pudgy stuffed legs to move. All were dressed in period costumes, the bodies beneath made of kid. So definitely Bébé Brew. The lower arms and hands were also exquisitely contoured, without scuffs or chipped knuckles. 50 grand without change for the set. No way. No bloody way. On the bed, she gently inspected an elegant Guestland Manuelita and 5 French jumeau dolls from the 1870s fashion range. The German porcelain of their elaborately styled heads was in pristine condition, and lined upon the trunk were a group of Gautier girls with swivel heads, silk gowns, leather boots that actually buttoned up, and luminous glass eyes made by German masters long gone, along with their craft. To calm herself, Catherine gulped at her bottle of water. Leonard was just going to pass out when she showed him the pictures of what had fallen into their laps. And according to Edith Mason's letter, these were samples from a larger collection. Her camera flash exploded white light into the room, as if the miserable guest house had been struck by lightning. Unaware of the time, Catherine photographed each item from a variety of angles. Mr. Dorr remained a no-show. When she finished the viewing, she packed away her notes and camera, turned out the lights, closed and locked the door to the room. Downstairs, her dinging of the bell failed to summon the old receptionist, who possibly doubled as the owner. She left the keys on the counter of the reception alcove, unlatched the door, and let herself out. As she pulled the door shut, she noticed the closed sign faced the street. Forgetting she was upstairs, the unsociable proprietor must have locked up. Catherine wondered if Edith Mason had insurance to cover what she now estimated to be £500,000 worth of antique dolls left unsupervised in a bedroom of a dingy guest house with no online listing. 3. Before she headed back to Little Malvern to tell Leonard about her extraordinary find, Catherine detoured to a place she was once very familiar with. Elil Fields, or the Hell. A village between Green Willow and Hereford, where she'd endured the first 6 years of her life. A place she'd never returned to and had tried to forget. Because the scene of the abduction and probable murder of a child she had known well was a part of the world she'd not felt inclined to revisit in the following 32 years of her life. The thought alone of returning had always been enough to make her feel sick. When visiting clients in Herefordshire, she'd even become adept at not seeing that part of the page in her road atlas. This afternoon would mark a return to a time in her life she'd never shared with anyone besides 3 therapists and her parents. That morning, for an unpleasant moment, merely driving close to the Hell to get to Green Willow had felt like a trap. And a fate predestined. One she had hitherto suppressed. But as advised by her most recent counselling, returning to the scene would reveal the place to be innocuous and bereft of the poignancy of her lingering childhood dread. She had been prepared by a cognitive behavioural specialist to identify and repel outbreaks of paranoia, which she duly did, because coincidence was rarely conspiracy. She knew her feelings about her birthplace were irrational. And these days, she had to keep in mind the distant part of her memory that the Hell occupied only really intruded upon her thoughts when she was confronted by compatibly tragic news stories about missing children or bullying. Despite her own reassurances and those of others, for the first time since she began working for Leonard Osborne, she wished her boss was able-bodied. Were he not confined to a wheelchair, Leonard could have attended to the Mason account in person, and she could have maintained her distance from the Hell. She'd never seen Leonard so excited about the prospect of a new account either. "This could be big, my girl. If Edith has any of her uncle's work still hanging around out there, we'll probably make the papers. And I'm not talking about the locals. Didn't I promise I'd make you a star? You wouldn't get this kind of work in London." Running away was rarely graceful, or even satisfactory. And Catherine's departure from London still harnessed the power to warm her with shame and occasionally freeze her with panic. Reliving the memory of a particular incident that ruined her professionally in the capital still stretched her mental resources beyond a healthy tension. Only once she'd reached her parents' house in Worcester 18 months before did she feel she'd passed beyond the range of her enemies in London, along with the unfortunate reputation she'd fled. But her afternoon in Green Willow and her current journey to Elil Fields forced her to acknowledge that by leaving London and coming home, she'd moved back within range of the unhappiest period of her life. The beginning. As if she had been driven back by one of the unconscious compulsions her therapists had been so keen to reveal as a mainstay in her life. Catherine tried to stay focused on the road, but wondered again if her childhood unhappiness had been the reason she'd gone to a university in Scotland and then to another 3 distant cities to work after graduation. That she'd spent her entire adult life running from the hell. But here you are, girl. She picked up the A-road that would lead her into Elil Fields, and her feelings immediately smouldered beneath a messy collage of actual recollections and her memories of photographs from family albums. And in the anxious mix came a force of apprehension that made her breathless. But she could not deny she was strangely excited to be going back there, too. Excitement that felt reckless. An unstable desire to revisit a strangeness in her childhood that she considered the only relief in a thoroughly miserable introduction to life. 4. Catherine stood at the edge of a petrol station forecourt that had not been in her childhood. The only thing she recognised was the humpback bridge over a stream of shallow brown water, referred to as a river when she was a child. Though even the bridge had been lowered and widened to allow freight lorries to shudder through Elil Fields in gusts of dusty wind. The little paper shop, where her nan had bought her 10-pence mixtures of sweets in a white paper bag, was no more. Gone, along with the little plastic boy out front, who'd held a collection box and had a spaniel at his feet. Beside the wall's ice cream sign made of tin, covered in faded pictures of ice lollies that once made her mouth water. The plastic boy had stood sentinel in all weathers. She'd often been allowed to put a halfpenny coin inside his box. Catherine wondered what happened to all of the crippled boys and girls with their spaniels, who once stood outside sweet shops. Where the paper shop had been was now a decelerating lane into the petrol station. There had been a chemist's and a clothes shop beside the newsagents. Yellow cellophane behind their windows used to remind her of Quality Street chocolates that came out at Christmas. In the chemist's, she'd received her first pair of milk bottle glasses in black NHS frames. 3 decades would pass before that particular style of spectacle frame was considered cool. Fashion had not been on her side when she actually had to wear them. And in the clothes shop, she had been bought her first pair of school shoes. Even recalling these shoes made her breath catch. Nor for the first time was she astonished at what remained in her memory. Few had worn that type of sandal. Even fewer had liked them. They had been brown and made by Clarks. Something else that had since become popular. The certainty of the adults surrounding her in the shop, that the sandals were a satisfactory purchase, nearly gave her the same confidence at the point of sale. Once home with the box and the horrible sandals in their bed of tissue paper, thoughts of the coming school term and what awaited her had created an empty feeling in her stomach. A cold, tingling space in which no food would settle. Her instincts about the sandals had been correct, and she came to hate them. She'd cut them with scissors, but ended up going to school in damaged shoes. She'd also worn the sandals at weekends, so news of school shoes being worn in public on a Saturday had whipped round the playground. Everyone thought she did things like that because she was adopted. Adopted, adopted, adopted. In this dreary place of concrete and tarmac, built over her childhood, a burst of the chant returned to her mind, followed by another inner refrain of pauper, riffy pauper, pauper, riffy pauper. Which of the chants had scalded her with shame and humiliation the most? She couldn't decide, but their echoes still hurt. In a moment of sympathy and recognition that her burden might be greater than her own, even little Alice Galloway once asked her, "What's it like to have no real mum or dad? I'd hate it." And Alice had worn a large brown boot on one foot to correct her strange, lurching walk. The boot and an eye socket packed with gauze had excused Alice from violence. During a family holiday in Ilfracombe, Catherine remembered wishing on coins thrown into a fountain, and also after the candles had been blown out on an iced birthday cake, that she could be disabled like Alice. Her adopted mother had actually cried when she told her, in all sincerity, about her birthday wish. Her poor dad had even shut himself in the garage for a day. So Catherine never said anything like that again. The worst Alice ever dealt with was white dog shit packaged in tinfoil and a Milky Bar wrapper, and given to her as chocolate by a group of girls from the next grove. Jesus. Catherine shook her head at the side of the dismal road. Its expansion had not come close to burying the rubble of her childhood. Jesus Christ. Who took bullying seriously back then? Maybe her nan, who persuaded her adopted parents to move away from Elil Fields for Catherine's sake after Alice Galloway went missing. A relocation to Worcester that also took Catherine away from her nan. A move that broke both their hearts. Oh, Nan. At the side of the traffic-blasted road, Catherine's eyes stung with tears. She sniffed, looked about to see if anyone in the garage shop was looking at her, then returned to her car on the petrol station forecourt. Behind the Shell garage, the red bricks of a newish housing estate stretched away across what she'd once known as the Dell. Scrub, really, full of litter and blackberry vines, where adults scent rather than walked their dogs. The Dell had been full of dog mess, but local children had still eagerly raced through the narrow tracks on their bikes and sat in the 2 abandoned vinyl car seats that had been thrown over the fence. Using the bridge as a landmark, she drove through where she remembered the Dell to be, and the small dairy farm that bordered it. Since she'd been away, the farm had also been developed into new housing. and she was soon driving across what she remembered as an eternity of long, wet grass only the most foolhardy kids ventured into because of the enormous cows and apocryphal tales of children being speared on bullhorns. Once, the field had even been made available for the local populace during the Silver Jubilee. She'd seen photographs of herself as a baby in the field, her pushchair festooned with Union Jack flags. The new housing estate that covered the dell and the adjoining field had been created with identical 3-bedroom houses arranged in cul-de-sacs. There were no children playing outside of them now. Every house confronted every other house with too many windows. When Catherine pulled over and stood on the empty pavement, the windows on both sides of the road made her feel exposed and small. Curiously, the road surfaces still looked new. At the western edge of the housing estate, she parked in the lay-by of a dual carriageway. The rows of concrete buildings where her nan had lived, set on perpetually windswept grass, all stained with rust about their outflow pipes and speckled with black clouds of soot near the guttering, had been erased from the earth. There was now a Tesco and another petrol station in their place, a DIY centre, a large traffic island, and 3 new roads leading to places people would rather be. Her nan's brownish living room with a painting of a green-faced Spanish girl over the gas fire that looked like the front of an old car, and her ashtray on a metal stand, and the dark velour sofa, and the door with dimpled glass panes and the smell of silk-cut and sausage rolls, no longer existed. Catherine's throat closed on a lump the size of a plum she could not swallow. She decided not to buy petrol at this garage either. She needed fuel to get home to Worcester, but would fill up somewhere else between here and there. Parked at the northern edge of the housing estate, Catherine discovered the old river had been funneled into a concrete aqueduct, close to one side of the road. On what was once a riverbank stood a row of identical wooden fences at the rear of private gardens. With the exception of the humpback bridge by the Shell garage, the topography of her early childhood was non-existent. She guessed her old den had once been on the other side of these garden fences. Until her 6th year, the den she and Alice Galloway shared at the furthest edge of the dairy farm's field had been one of the few enchanting places in her life. Until Alice went missing and Catherine's family moved away, the den was the only sanctuary outdoors that she and Alice ever found in Elil Fields. Being so close to its foundations returned tears to her eyes. She and Alice had discovered a way to circumnavigate the field of cattle to get to the thin river that once trickled between the shadowy banks, carpeted in dead leaves and sheltered by tree branches that hung over the water. A sanctuary in days when children roamed freely and spent most of their time outdoors. No one ever found out where poor Alice had been taken in the summer of 1981. But Catherine once believed her friend had found a new sanctuary in some other place. Alice had even suggested the potential of such to her, though only after she'd been gone 3 months. How furious they all were at the very idea that she'd seen Alice again. The memory of Alice's mother going hysterical in her parents' kitchen, pulling her own hair out, which made her look like Cat Weasel with a red face, still issued the occasional pang of shame. Something Catherine would never forget, nor forgive herself for being the cause of. She no longer believed she'd seen Alice after she disappeared either, and hadn't for decades. As a child, she had done, and also believed that Alice had come back for her that day, And for most of her childhood, Catherine even wished she'd taken the opportunity to go away with her friend too, to follow her to some place better than this ever was. On the opposite side of the river to their den, a wire fence once protected the special school's grounds. The Magnus Borough School of Special Education had been derelict when Catherine lived in Ellil Fields 30 years ago, so it was no surprise to find the school had been demolished, along with everything else. Landscaped mounds of long grass, dotted with buttercups and dandelions, had once formed an incline topped with a row of red brick buildings, their windows covered in plywood boards. Now, even the small hillocks had been levelled to make way for the aqueduct and another dual carriageway. Whenever she'd asked about the empty school next to the farmer's field, she was told all kinds of things by her parents and her nan, who never seemed comfortable when they answered. Used to be a home for handicapped children, Mongol children. You know them children that get old but keep children's faces. Thalidomide children that don't live very long. Children in wheelchairs or invalids with their legs in calipers. Like the plastic boy outside the sweet shop who collected her coins. Like Alice, she'd asked. Like me, she'd meant. Their mothers had them too late. They've gone a bit funny in the head. Some of them went missing, so don't go anywhere near that place. It ain't safe. The words of the adults made her sensibilities cringe now. But along with Alice's unexpected return to the den, 3 months after her disappearance, Catherine had once believed that some of the special children had also been left behind. Until her early teens, when therapists and doctors persuaded her to accept the idea that her hallucinations were just another example of an unhappy, if not disturbed, childhood, she'd been convinced the children she'd seen in those abandoned school buildings were real, while also seeming a bit unreal, like so much of her childhood had been. Years later, she accepted the children were hallucinations, inserted into her world as imaginary friends or guardians. And in hindsight, for the derided and lonely, no one knew better than Catherine how important an imagination was when you were small. If the only real friend you ever had went missing, you just made up the rest. She must have been 6 when she tried to tell her nan and parents about the special school children who had been left behind. It's them tearaways from the filed grove you've seen, her dad had said. They've already smashed the windows. You shouldn't be going over there. Keep away from it. The children from the filed grove never went anywhere on foot. They rode around on bicycles they threw down with a clatter as they dismounted, and had loud voices and untucked shirts and florid faces and hard eyes. And you could only reach the special school by creeping around the perimeter of the field, or by going up a long drive to the gates covered in barbed wire, which were never open. The main entrance of the derelict school was also on the main road, where no child was permitted to go by bicycle. Catherine never once saw children from the filed grove anywhere near the special school, nor anyone else for that matter. The special school and its children had always belonged to her and Alice. And the children she had seen in those derelict buildings were very different to the tearaways from Filed Grove. Where the children inside the derelict special school came from had been one of the great mysteries of her childhood. But they were among the few children she could remember being kind to her and Alice. Sat in her car, a recollection of that section of the school's fence fixed between concrete posts, returned to her mind so vividly that she could practically feel the wire again, clutched between her fingers, as she watched Alice hobble up the grass bank to the old buildings during the afternoon of the day she went missing. Catherine changed position in her seat and opened a window to try and ease away the discomfort that was 9 parts psychological and 1 part heartbreak. An old crack that would never heal. Only when she was alone in her den on the riverbank did she ever imagine she'd seen the children on the opposite side of the wire fence she'd peered through, while she sat on the slippery tree stump, with the 3 old paint tins around her like drums, a scatter of dried flowers upon the leaves she had collected to make a carpet, and the plastic tea set that had gone green from being left outside for too long. And only when she was so heavy with anguish that her misery had felt like the mumps had they appeared. Children in strange clothes, allowed to play outside when it was going dark. She'd usually felt like that on a Sunday afternoon, when the sky was grey and the air drizzly, and even her bones were damp. Right before she walked home, for a tea of beans on toast that she could barely swallow at the prospect of school the next day. After the police interviews, she never spoke about the children again outside of the therapist's house. But the longer she looked out through her windscreen at the dual carriageway and the garden fences along the border of the estate and the concrete ditch that diverted her little river, and considered all of her memories and the way they'd haunted her, the more foolish and insignificant they all seemed to be now, she wondered if coming here had finally allowed her to let go of all that. And in a curious way, being here again after all these years did feel necessary. Her thoughts drifted to the evening ahead and to her boyfriend Mike, and she held precious an image of his smile. Even though he'd not been his usual self for a few weeks, she believed he genuinely looked forward to being with her. And she thought of dear old Leonard behind his vast desk, and how he had come to rely upon her and think of her as a favourite niece. A month ago, he'd even become tearful over a lunch that involved a lot of wine, and had explained to her how important she was to his business, and that he wanted her to keep it once he'd been wheeled off to that great auction in the sky. Catherine thought of her own flat in Worcester, with its whites and creams and quiet interior. A place she always felt safe. There was no more London to endure now. She even had a great haircut, which could never be underestimated. She was happy. Finally. This is what happiness felt like. And this was her life now. Career, boyfriend, her own home, her health. As good as it gets. What happened all of those years ago was over. Let go of it. The past had even been physically removed, and its ground covered with tarmac, bricks, and concrete. It was gone, and it wasn't coming back. Catherine dabbed at her eyes and checked her makeup in the rearview mirror. She sniffed and started to smile. Turned the ignition key. 5. Well, they seem pretty keen to work with you, my girl, because you have been cordially invited to the Mason's home, the Red House, no less, to discuss an evaluation this Friday. It's out Magbar Wood way. Can you make it? Leonard's unfolding of the letter, fussing with the desk lamp, and the removal of his other glasses from their case, was slow and methodical, as was every administrative chore he performed behind his desk. Part of Catherine still operated on deeply ingrained London time, And something inside her chest, that she would never be able to extract, turned and tightened as these lengthy preparation rites preceded the most simple of tasks. But his fastidious rituals were also a source of reassurance. Because at Leonard Osborne's in Little Malvern, life was never frantic or tense with power struggles. No one undermined you, and there was no favouritism. She never felt sick before meetings, or stayed awake an entire night transfixed with rage after one. By the time she left London, she'd come to believe that human nature forbade places like Leonard Osborne's from existing. The closest Leonard ever came to a reprimand took the form of requests for her to "please don't worry" and to "slow down." He always tempered his most judgmental remarks about the oddballs they dealt with into something warm. Leonard was genuinely kind, a quality she would never take for granted. And some days, she and Leonard did little besides eat biscuits, drink tea, and chat. Catherine hung her coat over the back of her chair. "Of course I can. My gut is telling me this is going to be the equivalent of a lottery win, Len." Leonard grinned across his desk. "This is the type of auction that happens once in a career, kitten. When you're my age, you'll still be boring your assistant by recounting the story." He smoothed a hand over his fringe, and Catherine tried not to stare at the futile gesture at tidying an unruly strand of hair. Because the only thing she would change about her boss was the terrible grey hairpiece. Though even that she was getting used to. It may have taken her 6 months, but it was the one facet of the meticulously dressed man that didn't fit. The wig was ghastly and left a small space between his thin face and the false hair. Today, he hadn't fitted it properly again, as if he were deliberately trying to provoke derision from anyone who saw him. When she met Leonard for the job interview, a few minutes were required to discipline herself not to stare at his wig while they talked. "You know it. I haven't seen dolls even close to being in that condition since my days at the Museum of Childhood. Which reminds me, I need to call them, put some feelers out. I still have a few contacts down in Bethnal Green. They might take a few. And there were so many in that room. The Masons even have a perfect Pierotti." "All in good time." Leonard peered over his glasses. His watery eyes were framed between tortoiseshell spectacle frames and a thicket of ungroomed eyebrow that looked as rigid as steel wire and didn't quite match his hairpiece. "We haven't signed a contract yet. I sold some of her uncle's pieces in the 70s, and Edith Mason led me a merry dance, I can tell you. This was before I even laid eyes on what she wanted to sell. One of M.H. Mason's dioramas, some voles in their whites playing cricket. I'd never seen anything like it. The umpires were field mice and the groundsman was a weasel. You should have seen the pavilion. Absolutely marvellous. Though, from what I understood from Edith Mason, her uncle never recovered from the Great War. You know he killed himself?" Catherine nodded. "I read that somewhere." "Cut his own throat with a straight razor." "God, no." Leonard sighed and shook his head. "Terrible. Hardly anything of his work has ever come up for auction. So beyond the dolls, I am very intrigued by what else Edith might have hidden in that heap she lives in. After Mr. Dorr's bizarre absence at the viewing, I'd hazard a guess that Edith Mason hasn't changed her tactics one jot since our brief business. I'm staggered she even remembers me." There was a lot of loot in that room. "You think she should go bigger?" "What I saw will get on TV, Leonard. There's enough for an exhibition. And if there are mason pieces available too, well, Potter's estate went for $1 million. And Potter wasn't fit to tie M.H. Mason's bootlaces. But we can handle it, kitten. This firm once auctioned the contents of a castle. Catherine laughed. Leonard began to smile too, and chuckle. Oh, will you make the tea? Can't you see I'm comfortable sitting down? Leonard slapped the armrests of his wheelchair. Stop it. She never wanted to laugh when he made jokes about his incapacity, and always felt guilty afterwards if she did. Here. Leonard offered her the letter from Edith Mason. Nice paper. I know. She really shouldn't be using stationery that valuable. She should let us sell it. That's Crane's paper with a high linen rag content. At least 80 years old. I know a collector in Austria who'd have it Elphus like that. Leonard snapped 2 long fingers in the air beside his awful hairpiece. But her handwriting's not what it was. She must be close to a letter from Her Majesty, and she'll be madder than a mongoose by now too. But I know you can handle her. You've got form, girl. I think I love my job. Leonard snorted in appreciation, then frowned. Curious part of the world, though, Magbar Wood. I've been down there once or twice. He looked around the walls of the office. Before I had this place, even then it was the land that time forgot. Ever been? Didn't you spend some time down that way? The hell. Elil Fields. Yes. Part of my so-called childhood. Catherine thought of the service station and empty grey dual carriageways. I went there, where I used to live, after the viewing in Green Willow. It's changed a lot. What I remember is gone. All of it. How did you know I was from there? You mentioned it once. Did I? Must have done. The place has an unfortunate history. Kids went missing from a school there before you were born, I think. Not all of them. Catherine busied herself with the tea things so Leonard wouldn't see her face. Margaret Reed, Angela Prescott, and Helen Team. She could even remember their names. Everyone in Elil Fields in the 70s was familiar with those small, smiling faces, photographed in black and white. To an older generation, they were close to icons in Elil Fields. Though when Catherine was the same age the girls were when they went missing, they were icons fading on the newsprint that bore their remembered images. When her nan told her the story of the missing girls, who were never found, probably as a warning about strangers, she had shown Catherine her own yellowing cuttings that she kept in an old shortbread biscuit tin. Back in the day, only the local nans still kept the horror alive in Elil Fields. No one else seemed keen on remembering the abductions. And once Catherine brought her curiosity about the 3 missing girls to her home, along with the awful black danger she attributed as existing beyond their grainy likenesses, her father lost his temper with her nan for filling her head with horrible things like that. When Alice Galloway went missing, not for the first time, did Catherine attribute a great wisdom to her nan. I hardly remember all that. We moved away when I was 6. I had no idea Green Willow was close to Elil Fields. I only found out by looking on a map to find that guest house. I've never been to Magbar Wood either. With the exception of a family holiday to the seaside, I doubt I ever went further than a mile from our house. We were skint. My mum and dad never talk about that time in their lives. Pretty sure they've never been back either. Elill Fields is between the two places. They're all still aligned on the Roman roads. Despite town planners meddling with the whole area in all kinds of ways. And they have been doing so since before you came into this world, my girl. You know, I took you for a border girl the first time I laid eyes on you. Get away. It's the fiery hair and green eyes with those astounding freckles. Even after Monmouth was shoved on the map, the valleys have always been full of beautiful girls with your colouring. Like it or not, you are a classic example of a Dubbunny maiden. A what? The tribe that was down there before the Romans raised merry hell. You're old enough to know that. What if it took you for a day over 75? Steady. Don't make me come over there. I could still reach you by lunchtime, and don't you forget it, my girl. Laughing, Catherine came out of the kitchen with the tea things, but felt a couple of inches taller as she moved. Leonard had an eye for a strange beauty in the artefacts they valued and sold, in the same way he noticed things about her. Little things she couldn't possibly identify through the opaque fog that worrying about her weight often enshrouded her within. He made her feel better about herself than she ever could, and more than any boyfriend had done too. It wasn't that Leonard was incorrigible. He wasn't. She always understood that he genuinely admired her and was proud of her, even protective. After her debacle in London, his gentle mentoring and grace had done far more for her than a course of antidepressants and a new therapist. Well, I look forward to meeting the frightful Edith Mason on Friday. If you get past the housekeeper. It says in that letter that there is one of those too. Leonard grinned. Never underestimate a housekeeper, kitten. 6. Uncomfortable with what she intuited as a scrutiny by whomever had spoken from inside the Red House, Catherine pushed her voice inside like a shy child. Hello? She peered around the door without touching it and blinked at the gloom to adjust her sight. Saw a narrow space with tall ceilings, a vestibule with walls papered in claret, and patterned with a geometric design that looked medieval. Hello? All of the interior doors she could see were closed. One on her left, another one on the right-hand side of the passage. Probably cloak and boot rooms. The top panels of the closest doors were made of red-stained glass, as was the light shade above her head. It truly was a red house. Framed pictures hung upon the walls near the doors, but she couldn't see beyond the glimmers of protective glass. And she had no time to admire the red and black encaustic tiles of the floor, all original and uncracked, because something squeaked like an old wheel that needed oil somewhere higher up inside the building. Squinting, Catherine realised that the end of the narrow reception opened into a wider area. With a clatter of heels against tiles, she entered the Red House reception and crossed the vestibule to peer into, but not enter, the hall. Her eyes found and followed 4 walls of an aged hardwood panelling until her groping sight found a carved newel post at the foot of a steep staircase on the left-hand side of the hall, with balustrades moving upwards like ribs. Bones inside a crimson body. It's Catherine. Catherine Howard. From Osborne's. Inside the hall, her voice was flat, small, strengthless. Dim reddish light fell from a distant skylight out of sight, and within the crimson haze, Catherine made out a dark silhouette on the next floor. seated in something lumpen. The top half of a thin body and what resembled a long neck was leaning forward to see her, but remained half concealed behind a row of wooden balusters. Had you used the house's bell for its intended purpose, Maud would have greeted you. She is somewhere below. The voice may have been dried out by age, but the tone was sharp enough to make her feel immediately diffident. Catherine flinched at the rapid ring of a small handbell from where the voice had originated. Shit! She hoped her own voice hadn't carried through the thick air of the hallway. Air that smelled of something chemical and pierced the odours of floor wax, varnished timber, and mustiness that tried to smother it. The concealing odours reminded her of the barely functioning antique shops and provincial museums she visited, but the sharp, underlying scent was unfamiliar. Her confusion and the dregs of drowsiness from the heat and pollen outside intensified in the stifling, almost lightless interior, enough to disorient her. She reached out and touched a wall. The indistinct figure upstairs regarded her in a silence that grew tense and heavy, like a strange gravity, one that oppressed Catherine so much she thought of herself as a nervous child before a stern teacher in an ancient boarding school. Maud will show you to the drawing room. At the same time the woman spoke, she drew back from the railings. Catherine made out a smudge too white to be a face, atop what must have been some sort of chair. And what did she have on her head? A hat. The figure was wheeled backwards with an alarming suddenness. The squeak of the wheels and creak of the floorboards that the chair rolled across carried off and away, above Catherine's head and out of sight. And she was left alone, standing in the mouth of the hallway, not sure whether she was suffering from her usual social bafflement, or whether fear made her reluctant to take another step inside the red house, which glowered all around her, sullen but observant, staring directly at her with a barely restrained hostility. The sharp peal of the handbell had provoked a reaction from deep inside the crimson tunnel that began at the front door, crossed the square wood-panelled hall, and continued to what must have been the back of the large building. Muffled footsteps approached from out of the distant darkness. A shuffle that drew closer, suggesting someone old with restricted mobility was feeling their way towards her. Despite her existing discomfort, she felt a fresh aversion to greeting whoever was on their way to meet her from somewhere below. This Maud, she presumed. The natural light available had either followed Catherine through the front door or fell blood-misty from the skylight above the stairwell. And this hem of vague luminance soon revealed a white shape approaching through the lower passageway. A form seemingly suspended above the ground, with no limbs, jerking itself towards the hall. Before her confusion could become fear, a portly figure materialised, wearing a brilliant white apron, which in the half-light she'd momentarily taken for a ghost. It was a woman, with a curved bonnet of hair bobbing from side to side atop a squat body that moved with difficulty. As the housekeeper struggled into the hall and was better lit, Catherine's scrutiny of her turned into gaping. Every trace of the feminine had been worn from the lined skin of the round face confronting her, and Catherine couldn't recall ever seeing a face so grim. The kind of face that appeared behind wire during wars that were photographed in black and white. The woman's hair, as white as a lamb's fleece, looked as if she had cut it herself around the rim of a bowl with a knife and fork. The apron was pressed out by her hips, belly and bosom, all of which were large. Mannish lace-up boots peeked beneath the stiff hem of a gown. At the other end, a high collar disappeared under the woman's jowls. Faded eyes beneath unkempt brows fixed upon Catherine, though the woman did not speak. Her expression was utterly humourless, alive with irritation and what looked like disapproval. Catherine smiled and cleared her throat. "I'm Catherine. Catherine Howard." She walked into the hall and extended her hand. The curious figure turned and waddled to the foot of the stairs and began to climb without a word or backward glance. She watched the woman's wheezy ascent. The back of what she thought was a gown was actually a high-waisted skirt that dropped to a pair of thick ankles. An undecorated blouse, crisscrossed with apron strings, was separated from the skirt by a thick leather belt. Both the skirt and blouse were tailored from an unappealing grey material, as coarse as sailcloth, and the cuffs of the puffy sleeves were stained. The clothes resembled those worn by 19th century factory workers, which made Catherine wonder if an eccentricity, long cultivated in rural isolation, because the Red House was as remote as any house could be on the Welsh border, had now become something less charming. She'd seen plenty of decline before, but never like this. Trailing from the mute housekeeper came the acrid scent she noticed in the reception. Halfway to the first floor, the housekeeper paused, turned her pale face to Catherine, and watched her in silence, waiting for her to follow, which Catherine hesitatingly did, climbing into the vaulted wooden interior as though she was inside a strange church tower, its walls ancient and oaken. There were 2 stories above her, and she could see balusters around their edges. A great skylight of stained glass angrily watched over the stairwell. "Maud?" she asked. The woman said nothing and continued up, into the Red House. They arrived at the bottom corner of an L-shaped corridor on the first floor, also poorly lit. All of the interior doors were closed, which kept the light out, and the house upstairs remained silent and rigid with a tension that registered as a pressure against Catherine's thoughts. Amidst the fragrance of polished wood and the inescapable staleness of old furnishings, a blend of jasmine, rose and lavender endured as a trace of the house's owner, who Catherine must have just seen wheeled along this passage. Perhaps returned to one of these rooms by the child she had seen from outside, looking through the window. Catherine thought of the doll sat in her lap at the Flintshire guest house. Same perfume. The first floor walls were wooden, like the hall below, which increased the dimness, and all of the doors she could see were 6-panelled, the top 2 fitted with red-stained glass. Maud moved to a door at the heel of the L section and listened for a moment before she knocked. "Enter," said a distant voice. With an expression of morose disapproval on her crumpled face, the servant held the door open for Catherine. Around the housekeeper's bulky shape, she caught glimpses of a room better lit than the communal areas. A room intense with distractions about its walls, and one she didn't make it far inside, before coming to a shocked standstill. Catherine thought she'd entered into another world. An enchanted but nightmarish glade of an artificial Victorian forest. One in which scores of small bright eyes watched her from every surface they had clambered upon. 7. Speechless, Catherine turned about and saw red squirrels in frock coats paused in the eating of nuts upon the piano. She looked away, and a fox grinned at her from the low table it stalked across. A company of rats in khaki uniforms all stood on their hind legs on parade on the mantel. She turned again and came face to face with a crowd of pretty kittens in colourful dresses, jostling to get a look at her from inside a tall cabinet. Some of them were taking tea, others curtsied. Animals cluttered the room, all silent and still, with what felt like caution at her intrusion. Or perhaps they were poised in anticipation of their next moves. Not a square foot of any surface was free of them. Beside a vast ornamental fireplace of marble, Edith Mason sat alone within the confines of a black antique wheelchair and seemed pleased with her guest's reaction. Beside the chair, a long red setter had stretched itself around one wheel. A dog that watched Catherine with a single wet brown eye under a raised brow. In the sunlight that fell through the arched windows, the dog's ruby fur shimmered. The dog, at least, must be real. Even now, my uncle's marvels can still affect me, and I see them every day. But for you, I think the cat will have your tongue a while yet. The woman smiled, and her thin teeth looked yellow within the small mouth. Please take a seat. Maud will bring tea. Edith spoke without acknowledging the presence of the housekeeper, whose removal from the room was announced by the angry thud of the door pulled shut. But even a perfectly conserved Victorian drawing room, filled with the preserved animals, could not upstage the visage of Edith Mason in the flesh. So much powder clung to the woman's ancient face that the skin, papered to the bony features, looked bleached, and her tiny eyes were made ghastly by their red rims. The lips about the teeth were non-existent, and the nose was a blade. The light seemed to pass through the side, as if it were pure cartilage. It was a difficult face to look at, and Catherine struggled to do so. Her scrutiny moved to the elaborate hair, styled about the shrunken head, in a cottage-loaf fashion. A mass of silver hairpieces threaded the woman's own grey wisps. There must have been a kilo of padding inside the arrangement. Catherine had only seen this style in costume dramas or photos of women in the early 1900s. She was tempted to believe the outfit was for her benefit, some bizarre display of fancy dress prepared and laid on for the valuation. She didn't know how to react, what to say or do. She just stared. I'm 93, my dear, and I have not once been tempted to paint that hideous rouge upon my mouth. Edith Mason stared hard at Catherine's lips. Once upon a time, it was considered offensive. The mark of a whore. Whore came across the room with sufficient force to make Catherine blink. The word was delivered with spite, a riposte to her horrified leering at the elderly woman's head. She should leave. Despite the evident riches, a single room promised her bewildered eyes. Her most trusted instincts warned that if she were to stay, she would be made to suffer. In her professional experience, the greatest treasures were most often guarded by the slyest and cruelest dragons. But what do you girls know? You are slaves to so much, and we girls have never had much say in the way of things. The old woman smiled, but this time with her eyes too. Catherine was compelled to return the smile, though her body felt ready to shatter like the porcelains at the end of the mantle that two stoats in convict uniforms were entwined about. Please. Edith Mason wafted one bony hand in the air. So pallid were the fingers before the black silk of the woman's high-necked dress, Catherine's eyes followed the hand's trajectory as if mesmerised. She was glad to see the hand was in fact gloved. Take a look. I know you must be dying to mooch among our things. I bet you can't wait to get your hands on them, to put prices on them. There's no hurry. Don't be coy with me. I have no patience with all that. So let's be clear about one thing. We did not invite just anyone here to dismember our estate. Things that no soul in this world has the skill to craft now, let alone appreciate their true value and meaning. We want someone who will understand what was once created here. We may have dealt with your firm in a satisfactory manner before, but only when we have found a person with the necessary insight and sensitivity will we allow an auction. So consider this an interview. The word auction seemed to cause the old woman great pain, and she grimaced. If Catherine were not mistaken, her eyes also shone with tears before she looked away to the windows. Your home. Catherine didn't know what to say, but felt she had to say something. Is incredible. The woman's expression changed swiftly, and Catherine struggled not to recoil in distaste. Edith Mason's smile had broadened to reveal more of her teeth and what gums were left to hold them in place. If only you knew how unique. But perhaps you will come to. The smile turned into a glare. If we decide to employ your firm. We're so excited about this opportunity. To be invited here and to... Yes, all right, dear. I was starting to like you. From the moment I saw you in that lane, I knew you had humility, that it was genuine. And we like good manners here, Miss Howard. We like silence. We like to be left alone with our endeavours. But we don't like... Her train of thought drifted, and she stared out across the room again, as if listening to an earpiece. A trickle of soot struck the grate inside the fireplace. They both flinched. Edith looked to that side of her chair, warily, then returned her terrible stare to Catherine. What do you know of my uncle? Catherine glanced at the floor to evade a scrutiny she found awful, and saw hand-woven carpets with oriental rugs arranged over them. She tried to organise her thoughts that reared and fell over themselves. The medieval geometric design of burgundy and green in the carpet weave bombarded her mind. Small, lifelike eyes watched her from every angle, gleeful at her awkwardness. Only the dog appeared to feel sorry for her. She doubted she would be given much space here to talk in, and that nothing she said would be of interest to the elderly woman. If she did speak, she assumed what she said would only serve as ammunition, that she would be rebuffed and contradicted. An attitude she'd never become accustomed to, even after a lifetime of practice. She forced herself to concentrate. We know, not we, you. I am, of course, aware of his skill as a taxidermist. She thought of the catalogue copy she'd mentally drafted the previous week. From what little of his work has ever been shown, perhaps he was the greatest of them all. And my colleague tells me your uncle was also a legendary puppeteer. Edith was not to be flattered. They are not for sale. They were like children to him, and they are not for strangers. Of course. But just in this room, from what I can see, we'd have enough for an exhibition. The old woman glanced about herself. These are mine. He made them for me when I was a child, and they will accompany me to the grave, my dear. So you'd do well to keep your hands off them. Then why am I here? She wanted to ask. They keep me company in my room here. They help me pass the time. And there has been much time spent here. More than you can imagine. She sounded sad now. Don't you, darling? Edith Mason reached one spidery hand down to touch the dog's head. But the red setter seemed more interested in their guest and continued to stare at Catherine with what looked like sympathy for her predicament. She offered the dog a weak smile in acknowledgement. Edith issued a sudden unpleasant laugh that rang off the china and glass. Still fooling people, brave Horatio. He was my uncle's favourite hound, his champion rat-catcher. But poor Horatio caught his last rat in 1928. My uncle left him to me to look after, and she's still waiting for his master to return, day and night. Aren't we all, my brave darling? Catherine stared at the dog. It wasn't possible the animal was preserved. The expression and the posture, the glossy lustre of its fur, a wet nose, moist eyes. How? She stood up and approached the squirrels who watched her from the piano. Looked at them quickly, but with an expert's eye, and wouldn't have been surprised if one of their noses twitched, or if one of their red-coated bodies leapt up the curtains to hang from the pelmet. These weren't the tatty and patched horrors of junk shops, nor what sat in the darkness of attics, only to be brought back to light in house clearances. And Mason had crafted at least 50 gifts for his little niece in one drawing room. As a child, Edith must have slept in a room full of dead kittens wearing party dresses made of taffeta, chiffon and delaine. No wonder she was mad. But what else pounced, sat up, stalked and pranced out there in the many rooms of this vast building, perfectly preserved by a Grand Master? It was a big house, and the last original Mason diorama sold for £80,000 at Bonham's in 2007. An individual piece, of the quality displayed about her, could fetch up to 10 today. Mason had been the best of them all, and the market had been starved of new pieces since the 1970s, when there were few takers for taxidermy. She knew only too well that less than 5% of Victorian taxidermy had survived until the next century. The rest had fallen apart or been destroyed. But not here. Not inside the Red House. What was she even doing here? If this room was an indication of the treasures within the building, one of the big London firms should have been notified. This was a job for Sotheby's. Not small fry like Catherine Howard of Leonard Osborne, valuer and auctioneer. She fought to conceal her excitement. Revealing it might be a mistake. The American museums paid a lot for birds too. The ones the Victorians had stuffed into extinction after enclosing their habitats. No birds? Edith's head trembled in a brief palsy of rage. Birds? My uncle was no plumassier. He had no time for feathers. These... She wafted a thin white hand in the air. Are trifles. He mostly composed with rats. Animals like us. He had his Damascene moment during the war, at the front. I recall him once telling my mother, his dear sister, that we were all just vermin under the stars and nothing more. I see. Catherine gazed around herself again. He did so much. I never knew. My uncle only considered commissions when the house required it of him. Some of those pieces you may have seen in your grubby trade. It was all that ever got out. He had no interest in fame, competing or exhibiting like the others. When the demand for his work dried up, he sold land so the Red House would survive. We have been prudent, but we need to be maintained, dear. He did all this for its own sake. Edith smiled. I think you begin to understand a little. He only began his great works when interest in his craft had gone. It was out of vogue, dear, for most of his working life. My uncle was no scientist and no worshipper of nature. He was an artist, a magician. And now we get letters coming to the house. People want to know if there are any more animals. Are they valuable, dear? Catherine suppressed a smile. Could be. To collectors. That is what I'd like to find out. The door clicked open, and Maud shuffled in, burdened with a tray laden with what looked like 1 grand's worth of original Weems ware. And you might, Miss Howard. In good time. I've decided I like you enough to show you a little more. You have respect for his work. I can see it in your lovely eyes. But we must take tea first. The cakes are homemade. Will you pour? My hands are not so good. Of course. Suddenly glad she never fled, Catherine smiled at the dog, and thinking nothing of it, she said, I must say, old Horatio is very well trained. He never even sniffed at the cakes. What little warmth existed in Edith's face slipped away, and her bloodless features stiffened into a grimace. If you are trying to make a joke, please don't. You are not to make fun of my uncle's things. Not ever. Am I understood? 8. Go in. Go on. Go inside. But in. In. Edith's insistence carried the threat of anger. Lights? We keep them in the dark. We don't want them damaged. Then how do you see them? Oh, will you get inside, you silly girl? Catherine stood inside the doorway and stared into total darkness. Behind her, in the narrow passage where she had been instructed to wheel and position Edith Mason, the footplates of the wheelchair touched her heels, as if the elderly woman had managed to roll her chair forward a few inches by herself to add emphasis to her demand. The ceiling light has not been replaced in years. You'll have to open the curtains. Would you have me draw the curtains with these hands? Are you afraid, dear? Afraid of the dark? Edith tittered. Catherine took a step inside, as though the floor was ice, her hands outstretched, her eyes so wide they stung in their sockets. The air was close, humid, thick with the scent of polished wood and the chemical taint, which was stronger, more pungent the further she moved through the darkness. Stay on the left! The left! Edith warned, though a stern tone did not disguise her mirth, if not glee, at Catherine's discomfort. The low heels of Catherine's sandals clattered and scraped across the floorboards. The sound rang hollow in what she sensed was a large room. There was nothing soft inside the space to cushion the noise or to protect her. Catherine looked back at the grotesque but featureless silhouette of Edith Mason, framed by the faint, ruddy light of the ground-floor passage. The figure was motionless, propped upright, the outline of the head ungainly and vast upon wizened shoulders. Groping through oblivion in the unfamiliar room of a sinister house suddenly felt like a test combined with a childish dare and a horrible prank designed by a cruel mind. She was doing this for the contract, and she loathed herself for it. Her actions were suddenly unacceptable to her. She was allowing herself to be goaded, to be manipulated, to be bullied for some illusory promise of advancement. Was that not part of the reason she left London? She'd not even been here an hour, and she was frightened in the dark, and Edith Mason was inside her head. She grimaced at the elderly woman's silhouette and despised it. Don't pout, dear. Catherine flinched. How could she see? You wanted to see them. That's why you came here. You must work for your supper. Part of her also wanted to shriek with laughter at the absurdity of the situation. How was this possible? She had not long been in her car, driving through a recognisable world. No one would believe her about this. It was surreal. It was mad. But there was nothing entertaining about the experience. Not in the smelly darkness. And what was that? You lied. Catherine turned and looked into the nothingness opposite the door she had just crept through. She'd heard it once, to her right, on what she guessed was the far side of the room. A shifting of fabric across wood, against the floor. Or had someone just slid off a chair? The child. What did you say? Edith said from the doorway, the outrage in her tone barely contained. There is somebody in here. You tricked me. I don't find this funny. You are alone in there. Now her voice seemed cruelly playful. Nothing else is living, though it may appear so. If this was intended as reassurance, it had no effect. If the old woman closed and locked the door, she would be trapped. Quickly, Catherine decided to go for the window she had been promised. But why had she stayed? What had she been thinking? The face at the window, the dog arranged to startle her, the horrid outfits, Maud's unpleasant silence, and she had been called a whore. There was definitely an inference. She was the victim of an elaborate joke, played on a commoner who had come here to finger the family silver. She raked her hands through the void, fingers scrabbling for purchase, while anger got her to the curtains, of which there were many layers. Her fingernails scraped down what felt like heavy velvet, but it would not part, so she edged sideways, breathless with anxiety. "That's it. You're nearly there. I can hear your progress." Catherine glanced again at the doorway and realised Edith's silhouette was no longer looking in her direction, but to the side of the unlit room opposite the door, from which direction there now issued a scraping. Sharp metal against masonry, but faint, and then a flap of cloth. She would have screamed if her air wasn't sealed inside her petrified lungs. She turned back to claw at the curtains until her hands found where they parted in the middle. When she tugged the drapes apart, there was no light. She was still sealed in darkness. Her fingers found more fabric. It was thinner. She tugged at it. "Be careful with my curtains!" Slowing herself with the last shred of her composure, Catherine found her hands and wrists to be tangled in what felt like lace, swathes of it. Beyond that layer of fabric, her fingernails scraped at wood, and for a horrible second in which she felt true paralysis, she realised it really was a trap. She had been sent to a false window. The door to the room would now slam shut. A key would turn in the large brass mortice lock that she had admired like a fool. It was as if she was stuck fast inside the dream that began when she left her car. She blinked her sightless eyes and wanted to dig her nails into her wrists until they bled. Opening her mouth wide, she swallowed the darkness, then clenched her teeth shut. "The shutters are retractable," Edith called from the doorway, her voice now flat and merely imparting instructions. "There is a latch in the middle. Unlock it. But be careful, those shutters have protected that window since 1863. Push them back to the sides. Oh, do hurry, you're wasting time, dear." Catherine found the little lock and unlatched the wooden shutters. Creaking like an old sailing boat, they moved to the sides with little resistance. And she stood, dazed and empty, with her face seared by a white light that came directly from salvation, from heaven. She turned to face the harmless old woman in the wheelchair. Tension softened from her shoulders, and her pulse eased. Until she saw what was kept inside the dark room under lock and key. 9. Under an overhead light, suspended from a black chain that dropped from a plaster ceiling rose, the great display case was raised from the ground to the height of an average table. It must have been 6 meters long, 4 wide, and 1 deep. About the tableau, the walls were papered with the medieval design she had seen elsewhere on the unpanelled walls of the Red House, in a rich burgundy colour that sucked at the natural light. There was a high wooden skirting board, and a long cornice around the room's edges, a simple iron fireplace, and one plain wooden stool at the head of the case, but nothing else. No other furniture or decoration was allowed to impede or distract the viewer's horrified fascination of what M.H. Mason had created and displayed in his home. Catherine remained speechless long enough for Edith to visibly enjoy her mute gawping. Perhaps that was why Maud never spoke, and why Edith spent her life surrounded by a silent and captive audience of rodents and woodland animals. Other personalities just interfered. It often took my uncle years to finish a tableau. This one took 10, and 1 year of planning before he skinned the first rat. Catherine was still unable to respond. There are 623 individual figures inside the case. The dogs caught them all. Dogs taught not to mutilate their prey. And there haven't been rats at the Red House in decades. Perhaps they still remember. Edith grinned at her own jest. My uncle became so proficient he could set up a rat in 16 hours. But he planned the pose of each one to the minutest detail before he made the first incision. The legs of rats are terribly thin, and they were the most difficult parts of the animals to position, but he became expert, and they were all individually measured for their uniforms by my mother. Catherine wheeled Edith before her, along one side of the great wooden case. After a series of darting glances that made her dizzy, she still failed to comprehend the complexity of the diorama. The viewing pane offered a window into hell. I don't understand. Why has no one seen this? The wheels of the chair squeaked, the floor groaned. The sound felt as unwelcome as her voice inside the space, as if the room had been asleep. Edith smiled. Oh, they did. Once. But you are privileged, Miss Howard. You are the first person outside of this family to see glory in 70 years. Though many wish to, once they'd heard of its existence from the few that actually did see it. That was before my uncle realized the futility of the piece as a warning. It was once displayed in Worcester before the Second World War, but only briefly. He hoped it might act as a deterrent to another grand slaughter. But he wasn't happy with the reactions to his work. The papers called him unpatriotic and cruel. Someone wrote that he was deranged, dear. Schoolboys loved it for the wrong reasons, so my uncle brought it home. It divides into 10 cases. I declined every request to see it once it came into my care, on my uncle's instructions, until people forgot about it. Now, I have little choice. But my uncle understands. But Catherine soon lost her train of thought, and also failed to ask Edith what might have caused the disturbance in the room she had just floundered through in the dark. It had been paramount in her mind after she'd opened the blinds. But before glory, one could think of nothing else. You must understand, my uncle came home from the front a changed man. His experiences in the Great War devastated him. He may have enlisted as a non-combatant, but he went to the front line to be with his men. and to give them what little comfort was available in horrors we cannot imagine. He saw such sights, things. He lost his faith, not just in God, but in men, in society, in humanity. His loss of faith was colossal. You could say it was total. A terrible burden to endure for a chaplain. Chaplain? He was a man of God, yes. The village was once his parish. He became a chaplain in the 38th Welsh Division. A private project. There were lots of them at the time. But he volunteered in 1915, not long after his two younger brothers. They were beloved to him, and he hoped to take care of them. Edith sighed, and raised eyebrows neatly drawn upon her alabaster forehead. Harold, the youngest, fell at Mametz Wood in 1916, not long after they arrived. It was one of the battles of the Somme. Their division was then engaged in the Third Battle of Ypres, and Lewis fell at Pilkem 1 year after Harold. Poor Lewis was gassed. And all of the rats in the mud were Mason's recovery, or a meticulous continuation of the nightmare. Catherine gazed again at what she had, at first, thought were little men, because so lifelike were their postures upon their hind legs. So animate and human were their expressions of terror and pain and despair and shock, and so convincing were their little uniforms and weapons, as was their suffering in the soil, that for a few seconds she was sure she had been looking at a crowd of tiny men mired in one of hell's inner circles. The black landscape itself was so convincing, wet and churned and colourless, she imagined she could smell it through the glass. The sides of the case were painted with photographic precision to continue the vision of trenches, torn wire, shell blasts, mine craters, thick smoke and splintered trees, as if to infinity in every direction. It was the most animate she had seen Edith, too. The spiky and hostile persona she'd endured under the threshold of this room appeared to have retreated at this chance to hold forth about her uncle, a man cherished in her long memory. After Lewis was killed, my uncle was invalided out with enteric fever and dysentery. He'd been suffering from both for some time. My mother said it wasn't the fever, but heartbreak that brought him home that first time. And he could have sat out the war, but he returned to his company and to action as soon as he was well enough to continue his duty. My mother told me, when I was old enough to understand, that he was determined to die at the front, so that he could be with his brothers. But he was chosen to live, my dear. He came home again in 1918, wounded this time, at the Battle of Cambrai. When his division captured Villers-Outreau, my uncle suffered a terrible head wound from shrapnel. It disfigured him, but may have saved his life. I didn't know. Catherine swallowed the emotion that had come into her throat. She didn't know what to say. It's a terrible and sad story. And it was odd, because in the Red House, it felt like she had just heard recent news. I'm so sorry. Should such things be forgotten? My uncle didn't think so. He wouldn't allow himself to. After the war, He lived here in seclusion with his sister, my mother, Violet. She brought him back to the world, because they had work to do. They did everything together. I suppose you will have to itemize them all? Yes. It cannot be dismantled. That is our only stipulation. It must remain intact. Of course. Who would even think of it? But many would, as well she knew. If there was not a sole buyer at the right price, each of the 10 sections, or worse, would need to be sold off piecemeal. The diorama was magnificent, but it was also dreadful, and she struggled to imagine anyone who would want to look at it for long. A museum might be interested, though their best hope would be an art gallery. Because that's what it was. It was art. Edith was right. M.H. Mason had been an artist, and a very great one to have affected her so profoundly. She thought she could have stood in the room for one entire day and still not have seen half the detail inside the case. Time for one more, and that will be sufficient for one afternoon. There's another. There are 4. 10. You can't sell them, she wanted to shout. They must be exhibited in a place where everyone can see them. Otherwise, the auction catalogue would be the only record of M.H. Mason's intact collection, and his work could be scattered throughout the world to never come back together after over half a century undisturbed inside the Red House. I just can't believe it. The next room featured a gas attack, and it seemed all of the creator's wrath, grief and anguish at young Lewis's death had been invested into the 100 rats dressed in muddied khaki that rolled and choked and kicked and bled in the communication trench, while all around their position the air sparked with shell bursts and was strewn with fetid vapours. The landscape replicated the last one, a thing murky and dreary and endless, stirred and roiled by great spraying impacts, still and marshy in dismal pockets, but appearing agitated in others, as mud fell in waves from the black heavens. And as the dying rats sank, were engulfed and submerged in the mire, their eyes ran red. Catherine had to look away from the 2 blind and wretched creatures that clawed at each other and wrenched their matted throats, upwards as if to snatch at clean air amongst a copse of devastated, skeletal trees. Their expressions were impossibly, but entirely, human. Difficult to believe that it is not a portion of the Western Front, brought home in a box. Though in one way it was, inside my uncle's mind. But my mother made the stage sets. The filth and the dirt of the land are plaster and burlap. It's built over a wire frame and painted to create an illusion. They've been here. All this time. In the darkness, she wanted to add. Nothing in this house has changed since my uncle passed. Even his shaving brush, his comb and glasses are still in the very same place and position they were in on his last day. Catherine turned her horrified face to Edith, who nodded with satisfaction. Even his razor still lies where it fell. But you followed his instructions? To the letter, my dear. It surprises you. I doubt you've encountered the same sense of duty and loyalty out there. Edith raised one hand as if to dismiss the remainder of the entire world. But in the Red House, such qualities are cherished. I am his curator, dear. It was the last task he set me. Attending to his genius for all of my life has been a great privilege. But I doubt you could understand, though I can't blame you for that. And the tableaux were to remain in the everyday rooms of the ground floor upon his instructions. Besides the service rooms, each of the rooms down here contains his earliest works. There is so much to see, to itemize. I hope you have the time, Miss Howard. Earliest works. He moved on to other things, dear. He came to look upon these as trifles. I believe only my mother's powers of persuasion prevented him from destroying them all when England declared war on Germany in 1939. Catherine stared up at the ceiling, and again imagined the volumes of fragrant, preserved air, the near-priceless treasures within each and every room. Unchanged, she murmured. The whole house has not changed. Why would we change it? And anyway, it is forbidden. Forbidden? Edith never answered her. Please take me back to the lift. I need to rest. Maud will show you out. Of course. Can I come back? I don't know. Then, as a teasing afterthought, she said, Maybe someone will contact you. Right. I'll wait to hear. And thank you, for showing me. She could hardly organise her thoughts. They came in flashes, then derailed or vanished, and she was again looking down at a rat's face in the mud, its jaws pulled apart in a scream. But if Edith was telling the truth, the entire building was a perfectly preserved Gothic revival house from the middle of Queen Victoria's reign, with all fittings intact. Perhaps the best example of such in all of England, and one filled with immaculate antiques and £1 million worth of Mason's own work. She couldn't imagine Glory selling for less than £200,000 at auction. Gas Attack would fetch half of that. And there were another 2 Great War dioramas locked away on the ground floor of the house. There were the dolls, too. His notorious puppets weren't for sale, but she should at least see them and persuade Edith to exhibit if her uncle's skill in their creation was anything like his preservation of rats. Again, she wondered why she was here. As if there had been a mistake and she had someone else's identity, and she should confess her status as imposter before it was all too late. She was giddy and weightless from excitement or shock, but wasn't sure which. Her clothes clung thin and cheap. Everything about herself was inappropriate here. She was out of her depth. She wasn't a quick girl. She didn't pounce on opportunities. She bit her lip, stopped herself. Miss Mason, she suddenly thought to ask as she pushed the wheelchair through the dark passage to the reddish hue of the distant hall. Who is the child? Edith stayed quiet for a while, as if she hadn't heard. Child? Yes, at the window. I saw someone before I came inside. What? Beneath her in the heavy chair, the great powdered head turned to one side. There is no child, she added, as if Catherine had said something idiotic to someone elderly and irritable, which she surmised she may have done. Particularly if it had been Edith at the window. But it couldn't have been. Climbing, I think. Climbing? What do you mean? There is only me here. and Maud. And as you can see—" She opened the palms of her frail, gloved hands, as if to indicate the existence of the wheelchair. "And in the room—" "What are you talking about? What room?" They reached the hall. "The room with Glory. There was a noise, a sound. I thought, the bird? There are birds in all of our chimneys. We cannot get them out." Edith raised her little bell and began to shake it feebly. Catherine reached down to help her. "Leave it!" From deep inside the red house, a door opened, and Catherine recognised the shuffle of Maud's old, tired feet. After Edith and her chair had been fitted into the stairlift by Maud, amidst protestations and much supervision that Catherine thought unnecessary, and once Edith and her chair had begun a steady, though noisy, climb upwards, the ancient woman regarded Catherine one final time with her small, red-rimmed eyes. "I will remind you not to mention what you have seen inside this house. It is private. There still are things. We do not want callers." Catherine couldn't wait to get home and tell Mike. "Of course. The visit is confidential." Edith continued to stare at her with an unpleasant intensity. Catherine dropped her eyes to Maud, who looked through Catherine. The housekeeper's gaze was directed at the vestibule before the front door. "Goodbye," Catherine called out to the diminutive figure of Edith Mason, trembling on its rattling ascent. There was no answer. "And thank you again." In silence, Maud showed Catherine to the front of the house. She'd wanted to flee for most of the time she had been inside the building, but now identified a frustrated desire to stay and see more. She had been spoiled, but also teased. At the threshold of the red house, the housekeeper looked over her shoulder quickly, back towards the hall and the strained sounds of the stairlift. And without looking at Catherine, Maud clutched one of her hands and pressed her mannish fingers into Catherine's palm, to leave a piece of paper behind. "Oh no, you don't have to," Catherine said to a closing, and then shut door, thinking the housekeeper had tipped her like a tradesman. It wouldn't have surprised her if these two isolated and out-of-touch figures still observed such a custom. But when she bent over to chase the paper that had fluttered from her hand and come to rest on the tiles of the porch, she could see that it wasn't money. It was a crumpled piece of brown paper. Beyond the thick door came the muted yet frantic peal of the handbell. Catherine picked the paper up and straightened it out. It was spattered with what looked like grease. She turned it over. Written in pencil, in stubby black capitals, were 4 words. "Don't never come back." 11. Twice her wheels bumped across Kat's eyes, as if she had fallen asleep at the wheel. Late afternoon, but her journey home resembled a familiar route retraced in darkness. The fugue of the great house's interior remained thick inside her mind. Her place in the world felt odd too, as though she was returning to an old neighbourhood where she was no longer remembered. Beyond the meadows of the red house, the world suggested only the bland and temporary to her imagination. The city she returned to seemed predictable and disappointing. The British Museum had a similar effect upon her heart, during all of those Sunday afternoons she spent there to escape the dismal rooms she'd rented in London. Adjusting to the sight of dual carriageways and their service stations, and garden centres near Worcester, required a conscious effort that seemed more about regaining familiarity with the terrain than her experience of the Red House should warrant. The impact of the house's strangeness and the incongruity of her place inside it combined uncomfortably with her memories of alienation as a child in Elil Fields. Feelings she didn't want stirred tugged at her heart again. Near Hereford, she even entertained the idea of never returning to Magbar Wood and the neighbouring Red House. She tried to think of excuses she could make to Leonard. In a spurt of sickly panic that surged from a defensive instinct she'd been trained in therapy to repel, she briefly considered running somewhere new and not coming back. But where was left? Parked outside her flat in Worcester, getting out of the car was like waking from a deep sleep, only to leave part of herself inside a dream. A physical reassembly of herself seemed necessary before she could climb out of the car. Inside her flat, finding affection for her furniture and belongings was a struggle. She had been uncomfortable and struck dumb, in either shock or wonderment, for the entire duration of her visit to the Mason house, but had left eager to return and see more. Until Maud gave her the note. The note was the trigger. She left the note inside her bag. She didn't want to see the handwriting again. It was bully writing. Blunt, direct, designed to upset, unnerve, and linger long after the perpetrators had fled the scene. She'd show it to Edith. Or should she not? The note could be nothing more than territorial spite directed at an imposter. Maybe she had been a glaring and awful reminder of out there, a thing creeping inside to cheat an old lady. Or was the note a warning? But of what? A 93-year-old woman? You don't have time for this now. Catherine identified the cognitive route of where the imagined persecution bled. Some days, everything was a tripwire to set off paranoia. She derailed the irrational train of thought before it left the platform to shriek through her mind at intercity speed. An auction fraught with pressure, expectation, and a high profile she might be unequal to awaited, as well as her having to manage a difficult character. There was no escaping that. The note from Maud didn't help matters, and visiting the Red House was hardly a common experience. So it was natural to feel strange, disorientated. That's all it is. Relax. See things as they actually are. Mike didn't like her in this mood either. He found her exhausting. The last therapist's exercises worked if she made an effort. But only the excitement involved in getting ready to meet Mike succeeded in finally acclimatizing her to the world she'd stepped entirely away from, on the lane before the great house of M.H. Mason. Joan Baez on the stereo, a glass of chilled Chardonnay on the dressing table. The pencil skirt and satin blouse from Karen Millen, new stockings with seams from Agent Provocateur that Mike had given her for her birthday, all made her feel a bit vintage. And she realised that through her outfit, she might even be trying to catch a tendril of what had curled out of the Red House behind her. The place wasn't even remotely sexy, though it possessed mystery and elegance in abundance. But the professional opportunity the auction offered was sexy. Very sexy. If she could keep that at the forefront of her mind, she'd get through this job. And she gleefully imagined the outraged faces of her ex-colleagues, the bitches back at Handle with Care in Soho. If Edith hired her, the auction would make a few Sunday broadsheets, lifestyle magazines, and the national broadcast news channels. handle with care, would crawl to her on their knees to produce a documentary about Mason's treasures. Catherine Howard, the misfit, the quick girls hounded out of her job and the city, would smile at them from a wreath of glossy pages, and as a talking head from local television studios. Lost Treasures of M.H. Mason, war hero, taxidermist extraordinaire, puppeteer. Represented by valuer and auctioneer Catherine Howard of Osborne's. The Red House. The treasures of... She'd have the rooms of the Red House lit properly for the catalogue. Best to capture them in that setting. Mike could do the photos. God knew he needed the work, as well as cheering up. She also had catalogue copy to consider. The press release was even more of a priority. She'd get up early on Saturday and make a start. No, she'd start on a draft of a contract first. If she could pull this off, there would be a new car in her future. And she could buy her own flat in the development for young professionals, overlooking the river, or maybe take a house in Hallow. Don't get ahead of yourself. She checked her outfit in the full-length mirror at the end of her bed. She looked good. Was the beauty spot too much? Edith would be aghast at the sight of her scarlet Kiss Me lipstick, and Maud would probably grimace at the intensity of the colour against the pale skin of her face. Jam tarts. That's what girls were called who wore makeup at her secondary school in Worcester. At least the lipstick was red. She let her hair flop down and was reminded of a doll. 12. You wouldn't believe it. If she'll give us permission to photograph it room by room, you could have an exhibition. It could be the book you've always wanted to do. And the kittens. Did I tell you about the kittens? Is he even listening? Mike's face was pale, and he hadn't made an effort with his hair, but she told herself she wouldn't mention that. He didn't like being criticised, even in good humour. Maybe he was thinking about what they'd lost. Maybe it was his turn to be sullen and withdrawn. Totally flat, so not a flicker of enthusiasm could be coaxed into life about anything. Now that she had come back to life, maybe it was his turn to retreat. You okay, babe? His eyes found her, then flicked away, back to the surface of his pint, which looked inelegant on the table opposite her outfit, which he'd noticed with a sudden intensity when she arrived. But he had withdrawn his attention just as quickly. Mike had been waiting for her, uncharacteristically early, and smelling of beer. Had started drinking without her. Tired, he said, his voice almost a whisper. He breathed out, and his fingers writhed and knotted until he tucked them beneath the table. He'd been tired for at least a month now. She interrogated his face with her eyes. He wouldn't look at her. Something was up. This was the first time she'd seen him in a week, too. He'd been busy, but with what? He didn't work. She'd only noticed his expression now she'd finished her breathless monologue about the Red House, a narration only interrupted by her frantic mouthfuls of wine. She was getting giddy and needed to slow down. His expression was also unfamiliar. Furtive. He kept biting at his bottom lip, and it looked red. His eyelids seemed half-closed, as if to protect her from an unstable intensity behind them. A realization that she'd not seen Mike like this for a while gave her a little shock. He might have been smoking cannabis all day in his dismal room again, but hadn't he promised her he'd stopped to make himself more fertile? A waitress brought the main courses. Mike didn't look at his. Catherine was ravenous, but held back. What? What is it? She reached over the table to touch his hand that reappeared to hold his pint glass. He'd been fingering his mobile phone in his lap. He had been sending a text when she arrived, too. To who? Not easy, he said, then swallowed. What? Nothing. Black pepper? The waitress asked, through an uncomfortable half-smile, inspired by her suspicion of a lover's tiff at the table she served. But there was no trouble between her and Mike. They were stronger than ever, even after what happened last winter. And they had found each other again after 17 years apart, as if their reunion had been destiny. They'd once been a couple of hesitant sixth formers who'd only managed to speak to each other 3 months before school ended, and who then loved each other with a consuming and volatile passion for the following 2 years as geographic undesirables at their respective universities. Until, way back then, he'd broken up with her and broken her. But they had been reunited through Facebook 2 summers back, because a connection like theirs, not even time could dim. I often think about you. He'd left her a message after finding her, after he came looking for her. They'd exchanged 53 messages during that first evening of reconnecting. She'd fallen in love with him all over again after reading the first message. It was the often that did it. Mike had quickly become another reason to leave London, the clincher. Catherine shook her head at the offer of the pepper grinder. The smile on her face was tight enough to ache. The waitress withdrew silently on black ballet pumps. There's something wrong. Is it? He looked at her, shook his head. No, not that. Not everything is about that. The Mike looked about himself as if he saw the pub's restaurant for the first time and was puzzled as to how he had come to be sitting inside it. She smarted at his defensive response. They'd both been upset about the miscarriage, though she suspected he'd never been able to articulate his own disappointment so as not to hurt her feelings. But it had to come out eventually, because things like that just do. She was 38, and he wanted to be a dad. Her irritation must have shown on her face. Sorry. That was unkind. His tone didn't convince her the apology was genuine. Look, this is not a good idea. Let's take off. But, sorry. He shook his head. I can't eat this now. No appetite. She wondered whether she would be able to eat ever again, once he said what he has to, and banished the thought as soon as it flared red inside her head. Once you refuse to deal with an inquiry, it becomes a habit. It's easy, really. Then... But she couldn't say any more. Her throat had constricted. She suddenly felt sick. I haven't slept all night. He smiled without any warmth. I've even been bloody crying. I didn't want... Look, can we go? To my place so we can be alone. She was following every word out of his mouth, as if she could see them in the air. The blood stopped moving inside her body. But this wasn't what she thought it was. They would go back to his place, and he would smoke a joint, and then they would end up in bed. He'd go mad for her in the hold-ups and heels. In the morning, he'd be as excited as she was about the red house.
This isn't the right place.
For what? The question was out of her mouth before she could snatch it back. Her declaration was spring-loaded with provocation. That will just make it easy for him. And it did.
I've been thinking about this. Us. Fuck, this is hard.
He started to smile as if he needed encouragement and sympathy from her to do what he was about to do.
You look gorgeous tonight, but I have to go through with this. Sorry. I'm so sorry. The last thing I wanted to do was upset you after, but I can't keep it up anymore. I'm just so fucking miserable. I can't do it. Us. I'm sorry.
And then he stood up and quickly walked across the dining room with his head lowered. Briefly, he paused to let someone enter the pub, and then almost fell out of the door in his haste to get away from her. 13. While Mike spoke, Catherine was sure the room had fallen silent. But now cutlery chimed, and the PA system played something she once recognised, but couldn't identify now. In the distance, someone said, "A new till roll," but their voice seemed too loud around her head. Catherine sucked in her breath and tried not to be sick into her lap. "You'll be lucky," someone else said, but their face was fuzzy and indistinct. The room lurched like a ship in a gale, then righted, was solid and stable again. But it looked different. It was really bright now, clinically lit. She couldn't lift her hands. She was paralysed. And momentarily, she thought she was sitting really close to the opposite wall and staring into its white painted surface. Then her vision seemed to retract across the room to her chair. She could not swallow. Her jaw was so heavy. Her mouth was open. There was nothing but panic, recognisable in the maelstrom inside her. Faint, but coming fast from the distance towards her conscious mind. Thin white hands were slapping around the walls of her skull. She heard herself make the sound of a sob and thought she was sliding off her chair. She held onto the table, and into her mind came a memory of inability to breathe when Mike called her after so many years of silence. And she recalled the ever-expanding light and joy from her heart that smothered and concealed everything else, because the rest of the world no longer mattered when he came down to London to meet her. She saw snapshots of their weekend in Barcelona, being drunk on the beach in Minehead, dressing up as a pony girl and jockey for a New Year's Eve party, sex in a borrowed tent in the Lake District, a latitude festival, the pregnancy test, them sitting side by side on top of the Worcester Beacon and deciding to go for it. All of this flashed through her. Life with him as it ended. And she knew that she was more in love with him at the very instant he left her than she had ever been before. The critical point. He'd walked out at the very peak of her intensity. The damage he had just done could not have been more severe if they had been together for another 10 years before this scene occurred. Permanent damage. The waitress was whispering to the youth behind the bar. They were looking at her. Everybody was. She fumbled with fingers made from wood. Tears came off her chin and splashed against the back of her hands. Never coming here again. Idiot thoughts came and went. She still couldn't swallow. She was stoppered and stuck inside. Nothing was moving. There was a cold pain inside her stomach too now, like a cramp. Incongruously, self-pity filled her with what felt like helium and a brief euphoria. She ruffled 2 20s onto the table. Thank fuck you've got cash. The thought of a card transaction nearly made her scream with horrible laughter. You'd have me operate a machine with these hands. She knew she wouldn't get across the room and to the door on her heels. Her humiliation at the table wasn't sufficient. The universe wanted her to get down on her hands and knees, sobbing as strangers grinned. Why? Because he's found someone else. You are too intense. You are exhausting. You are pessimistic. You are depressing. You are strange. No one actually wants you around once they get to know you. He's met someone else. He's been withdrawn for weeks. Should have trusted your instincts. You suppressed them as an unhealthy paranoia, just like you've been shown how to. He's met someone else to have children with. Because you miscarried. She walked home, pressed into the cold brick walls of the town that seemed to be 1,000 miles long, and she looked at a blurred and watery world, but didn't see much of it at all. 14. Catherine got to her bedroom with a bottle of lemon vodka and yanked the curtains closed. Outside, a group of laughing men walked under her window. She freed herself from the skirt that had been a hobble the moment she put it on. A fool's tapered manacle. She tugged both stockings down her legs and fell upon the bed, rolled onto her side, and choked as much as cried. A sudden thought made her snatch at her BlackBerry, and she scrolled through menus to delete the folder that contained all of his messages. Get them out now so there would be no time spent trawling through them and imagining clues in the coming months or even years. But her hands were shaking too much to operate the ridiculous keypad. She let it drop to the floor. How could he? Why? Is there someone else? Who? It's not possible. Because of... Started until her head hurt, and she ran out of conspiracies and clues. She stayed on the bed until it was dark, sipped the vodka. When her phone chimed the arrival of a text message, she scrambled undignified amongst the detritus of her outfit, shoes and underwear on the floor. It was a message from a company asking her to claim compensation for being missold insurance. She sent the word cunts back to them, then felt the urge to send messages to Mike. Tell him you're pregnant again. Silence and indifference are the greatest weapons. She deleted the 3 lines of text she'd composed. Even in her grief, their churlish and pathetic sentiment shocked her into the first assault of self-loathing. And that's when it really went wrong. She felt her own gears changing, and the engine of her heart revving to reach despair as quickly as possible. 0 to 60 in 3 seconds. Put me in a case with the kittens, so I can be safe from the pain. I can wear a pretty dress and have big open eyes and never have to go out again. Because there's not enough of me left to take any more pain. I'm done. She stood up and tried to run for the kitchen and the scissors with the orange plastic handles, but weaved. Her legs felt useless. That bitch, she said at herself. She'd been brought back down to size, so it was time to cut herself down to an appropriate stature. At least he'd know why she did it. And in no time at all, she found herself standing on the kitchen lino in bare feet, and holding the scissors that had almost leapt out of the rattling utensils drawer beside the sink. She held the points of the scissors before her belly, stared at them with horror. She knew she wouldn't do it again. But at the same time, a reckless, hateful desire to punish herself made the closed blades twitch. Each hand around the handles fought with the other. She imagined the metal going in, deep, and then she would turn it around inside and sever all the relevant tubes, and she would put an end to her useless body. The desire to do this was getting hot and urgent. But the other hand went white-knuckled to keep the scissors out of her flesh. Some curious instinct for survival had made an unexpected appearance, and she was almost impressed with herself. Some of you is normal. She threw the scissors, and they struck the microwave and bounced back within reach. That evil force you always knew was there once you cut. Patsy Cline. Get Patsy on the stereo. Top yourself to Patsy. No one's getting topped, you melodramatic twat. You can't go yet. The suffering isn't over, and you have to take it and keep on taking it, because that's what life is, bitch. She laughed horribly, then sank to the lino and sobbed so hard she couldn't breathe. The clock on the DVD player said 6:49. Saturday morning. She moved from the floor to the sofa and stayed there until Sunday night. Eventually, slowly, the shock retreated like a briny tide and left mudflats behind. Above them was a grey horizon. The activity in her mind was no longer frenzied. It was dispassionate. It was as slow and dreary and monotone as sleep-deprived acceptance usually is. It was acknowledgement through exhaustion. And in acknowledgement, there was some relief. It got you to the bottom faster. On the bottom, you suddenly saw everything clearly, and as it was. On Sunday morning, she opened the filing cabinet inside herself and got out every folder for a thorough scrutiny. By Monday morning, she'd reached the last file. It took that long to re-examine the evidence. With a remarkable clarity and in forensic detail, her memories were all waiting in Technicolor with an audio track. She drew the inevitable conclusions from them and unravelled the 6 months of psychotherapy her parents had recently paid for. First, she revisited the London years and the swivel chair in the ticket office of the Children's Museum, and the boredom that became a physical pain before she made assistant curator. The flat in Walthamstow appeared next, with the determinedly upbeat girls who were prancing at 5:30 in the morning with their blonde ponytails swinging, shoulder-length blonde highlights at the weekend, to do Pilates and body pump, but with whom she never made it past small talk. She watched herself undermined by a bitch in the specialist antique publishing company who stole her ideas for 2 books. She saw again the bulbous features of the fat male colleague who made 2 rebuffed passes before she left that job for a junior position at an auction house, while renting a room for £500 a month in Kilburn and trying to live on the remaining £300 of her salary. Then there was an auction house for 2 miserable years, and a bad breakup from a long relationship with an older man she could not love, who tried to throttle her when she finished with him. 2 years at an independent television production company followed, handle with care, and a year full of exclusion and spite from a consensual coven of quick girls with wannabe Kate Moss wardrobes who she still wanted dead. When her recall arrived at the incident with one of them, their leader in effect, She put her memories on fast forward through the resulting crisis that made her parents come and fetch her, although they were on holiday in Portugal, before she began 6 months on antidepressants in her teenage bedroom at her parents' house, right here in dear old Worcester. You couldn't cut it, so you had to be brought home by your parents at the age of 36. But there was Mike. Mike had been there for her when she came home to Worcester. He limited her slide and shortened the downward spiral. She meandered ahead to the job as an estate agent, before a chance meeting with Leonard, a specialist in toys, which led her to her dream job as a valuer in Little Malvern. 37 by then, and things were looking up. She found her own flat and was strong enough to inhabit it. She'd never been happier. Not ever. Miscarriage. Fast forward, for God's sake. She clutched her hands to her face and began a slow, rhythmic moaning. Wretched in a toweling robe with 2-day-old makeup blackening her cheeks. Single again. Childless. A moan of anguish came out of the pit of her stomach. The sound terrified her, so she cut it short and stared at the wall instead, until the fabric of the cushions started to burn her legs and bum. She moved back to her bedroom and stayed there until Wednesday morning. Sometimes she slept, but always hated waking up. At noon she had wanted to die again, but only briefly. Leonard had left 8 messages since she'd called in sick. The sound of his kind voice only made her cry more. An old man in a wheelchair with a bad wig was the closest thing she had to comfort. On Wednesday afternoon, she suffered an episode of the kind she had not experienced since her first year at university. A trance. One of her old episodes that began the day Alice Galloway went missing. When she broke from the trance, she lay on her sofa in the same position she remembered herself to be in when conscious. Her mouth and chin were sticky with blood. The television screen and V&A poster of Renaissance marionettes came into focus on the wall on the other side of the living room. The sun was no longer pouring through the net curtains. Outside, dusk had fallen and turned her unlit flat blue-grey. A car reversed, and a distant chime of an ice cream van faded to silence. Against the sofa fabric, her skin was hot. Her jogging bottoms were damp and creased under her buttocks and thighs. Catherine stayed still for a while, until the swoops of nausea subsided. If she tried to walk, she would fall. Black sky over a meadow. Plastic boy outside the sweet shop. Row of children standing on a hill, clouds moving over them swiftly. Boy with a painted wooden face. Bright red roses and shimmering golden air. Some of the images faded when she chased the final fragments of the trance. Other parts stayed, as if the past was yesterday, pieces that had returned from a far distance inside her. The part of herself where what she thought were memories were dreams, and what she thought were dreams were memories. The last time she'd suffered an episode was on a Sunday afternoon in her parents' conservatory. That day, she came out of a trance and back to the world, with her head hanging between her shoulders, and a chin wet with blood and saliva. It had been the summer holiday before her second year at university. She must have been 19. So this was the first trance in 19 years. Sat in shock. The idea that she had not just drifted away in a daydream, but had been engulfed, was paralysing. It had come back, all over again. 15. Wire covered in dark green plastic, municipal green, too high to climb over. Wire formed into diamond shapes she slipped her fingers through. She could squeeze her entire hand into a gap, even if it felt like she would dislocate a thumb. She'd got her hand stuck once, and tugged and twisted her wrist, and made her thumb go all red where it was squashed between the wires. Once the panic subsided and she was as exhausted as a fish caught on a line, her ringing hand was released by the fence. She'd never seen the children move into view. They would just be up there in the derelict school above the den, when the back of her neck prickled, and she knew she was being watched. And she would look to the place between two of the buildings, where the grass and weeds were as high as her knees. Some of the children were smaller and younger than her. Others were 8 or 9. Older children. All stood in a group, with the raggedy boy out front and the girl in the old hat beside him. A bonnet. Her Nan had called the same kind of hat on one of her dolls, Jemima. It had been like a tunnel around Jemima's cloth face. The air would go a bit wavy around the children of the special school, and above the grassy slope, like it did when it was so hot in the summer she'd sit in the shade all day. She didn't know what most of the children looked like, only remembered bits of the boy with messy hair, in the ragged suit and calipers on his legs, and the girl in the dress and bonnet. The special school children would stare at her, and she would stare back at their dark and uneven silhouettes, each wary of the other. Had they been children from the filed grove, even with the fence protecting her, she would have run for home before the stones whipped past her head. But the other children never threw stones. Only the raggedy boy came near the fence, to the section where the green wire sagged, and where the wire had been unravelled beside one concrete post. Where she had unwoven the wire with her small hands, one link at a time, from the frayed bottom upwards. Alice had sat and watched her unthread the wire. "Better not, Kath. We'll get in trouble. We's not allowed to." But Alice had also asked when the children of the special school were going to reappear. As soon as Alice was told about the children of the special school, she believed Catherine's stories. Alice hadn't needed proof because she yearned for the same thing: escape. In El Fields, there was only so much comfort 2 little misfits could give each other. Once Catherine started picking at the wire, she could not stop until the unthreading created a space large enough for a child to fit through. She only went to the den once more after Alice went missing. At the very end of the summer holidays, before her family moved. Their sanctuary had been wrecked and the fence by the river repaired. And that was the day she ran home in tears and said she'd seen Alice and made her mum cry and had her legs slapped. I did, Mum. Alice was up on the hill and she said, 'You's coming up the big house, Kath, with us, Kath, they's calling.'" She never knew what upset her mum so much. The story about Alice, or because she'd been back to the den. The police and Alice's mum came round, and Catherine recounted her story again, which upset Alice's mum even more than her own mother. The kitchen was full of crying women who couldn't even stand up. She never saw the children leave the plastic bag either. The bag of coins was just there when she went to her den alone, one afternoon right before Alice went missing. When she was buoyant with relief the school day was over, but also pale and weakened by the day's torments. She'd kept the 50 pences and the 10 pences, but the other coins were either very old or from other countries. These her father took when he found them in his shed where she'd stored them. She'd lied about them when questioned. But the coins she'd found were real, because her dad had seen them too.
"Not seen one of these since I was your age."
Her dad had inspected the coins she knew she couldn't spend at the paper shop. In her trance, she'd even smelled the shed scents of cut grass, oily metal, fresh timber, and creosote, while he talked to her all over again like she was really back there. 1981. And then she'd left biscuits on the plastic serving tray of her tea set, for the children of the special school on their side of the fence. They took the tray and the biscuits, but left the metal spoons that looked older than the ones that her nan kept in the sideboard with the sherry decanter. Catherine buried the old spoons in a handkerchief. "Smelly Cathy Howard, smelly Cathy Howard, dopted, dopted, dopted." She heard that again in her trance too. And also seen the 3 girls from the year above her in junior school, waiting outside the school gates for her every afternoon for 3 weeks, until her mother went up to the school to speak to her teacher about the chunk of hair that had been ripped from her scalp. The raggedy boy only came closer to the fence the day after her mother and father had a talk that she'd overheard about moving her to a new school, because of the bullying. She'd watched her adopted parents' blurry shapes through the dimpled glass of the hall door. Her mum had been crying. The next day, she sat in the den for an entire Sunday afternoon, and was so cold she stopped feeling it. And she shivered and stared through the fence at the empty brick bungalows and prayed for the children to come back. She was alone that day because Alice was recovering from an operation on her leg. She gave up on the children and took to staring between her shoes, wondering how to avoid ever going to any school. She only looked up when she suspected she was no longer alone. There was no sound of their approach through the long, wet grass on the other side of the fence, nor did she catch a flicker of movement from the corner of her eye. But she looked up to see the raggedy boy stood in the grass, closer to the fence than to the buildings of the special school. In the distance, the other children had formed an uneven line and watched. She'd never seen one of the children so close before. The raggedy boy's face was round and was either painted or he wore a mask. His small, thin body was covered in a dark and grubby suit, like the ones she had seen in her nursery rhyme book. His face was one big grin, and he waved a small white hand that poked from a tight sleeve too small for his arm. White hand, white teeth. White hand, white teeth. White eyes. She'd felt dizzy with him so close. His hair was a thick black mop, a wig made for a girl. She stood up. In the distance, the girl in the strange hat put both of her thin arms into the wavy air. Then Catherine was pretending to pour tea from her greenish plastic teapot into the paint tins, while a crowd of children who smelled funny stood around her inside the den. The memories had come back for her and swept through her. She'd even been able to smell the rivery, stagnant dell. How was that possible? In the first half of her life, she had been told she always came back to the world from a trance with her mouth open. When, out of it, her expression was reported to be vague and her eyes distant. Her parents told doctors all of this while she sat in silence on plastic chairs in surgeries and hospitals and offices. These were the first times she'd heard her episodes described. Teachers at the new school added to her awareness of what she looked like when she was entirely withdrawn from the world. Children at the new school crept up to form circles around her beneath the tree at the bottom of the school field to wait for her to wake up. She would come to, covered in leaves, twigs, and litter they had placed on her head and body. Once, she woke with a dead snail in one hand. Flatmates and friends in shared accommodation at university had not been so cruel. They thought she was epileptic and resisted the urge to tease her, a temptation she read behind their half-smiles. She burned with shame when they told her how she looked during her time away. She would pass through school assemblies, entire films and train journeys in the same state, with no recollection of the time elapsed while she was away with the fairies. Sometimes her nose bled, and people tried to shake her awake. Once, an ambulance was called, and she woke up beside a bus on a stretcher, wrapped in a red blanket. Her secondary school teachers kept sending her home. Doctors had tried to medicalize her condition. The doctors, to whom she had been taken as a girl, claimed it was all kinds of things, as did the two specialists the doctors referred her to. At one time she was a narcoleptic, a catatonic, and suffered from hypnotic states. She was scanned, and doctors with soapy hands and coffee breath kept looking into her eyes from close range. No one ever asked what she saw when she was out of it. What she looked like seemed to be the most important thing to other people. She could not slip away on command, though as a girl had wanted to. After a bad day at school, if she'd had a choice, she would have eagerly returned to wherever she went in a trance. In trances, she experienced a joy so intense it made her nose bleed and left her body drained. The trances occurred when she was tired, and it was like going to sleep with her eyes open. Sometimes it occurred when in deep thought, but only when relaxed. It was the most at peace she'd ever felt, being transported deep inside herself and far away from the world. By her late teens, the episodes almost never occurred. Then she was caught up in the ways of the world, and there was little sanctuary there. Anxiety, tension, despair aplenty, but little calm. She was partly relieved the trances had either gone into remission or that she had grown out of them. It was difficult enough to fit in wherever she found herself without passing out and dribbling through a gaping mouth. But part of her had come to secretly miss the condition too. It was the last thing that connected her to Alice. In the perpetual white noise of London anxiety, the episodes never came to save her. Only being drunk enough to stop caring about anything had helped her there. But now they had come back. Catherine wiped the blood off her top lip with the back of her hand. The nausea soon vanished with the dizziness. Memory had briefly dulled the jabs of pain in her stomach that Mike had left behind. Mike must have caused the relapse, so close to the place where it all began. On a Thursday, someone delivered a letter to her flat by hand. They had gone by the time she scraped the latch off the front door and peered into the street she had not walked upon since the previous Friday night. It was addressed to her, care of the Osborne office. Leonard must have sent it on to her. The heavy linen envelope was sealed with red wax like a court summons from the 19th century. Feeling leaden and sore, as if she'd pulled every muscle in her abdomen while crying intermittently for a week, she opened the envelope on the breakfast bar. The letter was from Edith Mason, written untidily by hand on antique stationery. It was more of a curt request than an invitation to begin the valuation of the contents of the Red House the following day, Friday. She'd only been away from the Red House for 1 week, and her life had fallen apart. But she doubted even M.H. Mason and his rats could stitch it back together again. 16. Leonard sat beside her and held her hands. His touch was light, the palms of his hands dry. She didn't know hands could be so dry. Maybe it was age. When she finally stopped crying and looked up, she noticed her boss's small grey eyes were moist. This scoundrel. This bastard. I'd like to give him a piece of my mind, and more. The notion of the thin old man in the wheelchair enacting some kind of chivalrous revenge on her behalf was ludicrous. Sniffing, she began to giggle, but laughing made her feel as if she were also being unkind. Look at me. What a mess. And bothering you with this. I'm sorry, Len. Outside the office, it was going dark. She'd only gone to work in the late afternoon to explain to Leonard the real reason why she had been missing for a week. Nonsense. Nothing to apologise for. I'm flattered and very glad that you have confided in me. Though I don't understand it. Is he blind? A congenital idiot? I mean, to let you go? He's a first-rate fool, and I'd like to see him get his comeuppance. It would give me a great deal of pleasure to have a hand in it. Where does he live? Worcester, you say? Please, Leonard, don't even think it. I can't tell you how much it means to me that you're even willing to listen. I'm being pathetic, but please don't get involved. You are not pathetic, and we cannot account for the idiocy of others. My God, he's looking a gift horse in the mouth. The way he has gone about this, it's appalling. And not a word since to ask after you. As she recounted the whole sorry tale from the previous week, Leonard had not said a word, just winced and sucked in his breath. But she could tell he was genuinely upset, as if his own daughter had been jilted in a horrible fashion. He doesn't know what he wants. Thinks he does. Or did. He's so directionless, listless, but then so angry, like he's still a teenager. But I couldn't help being in love with him. Then you're better off out of it. And it sounds to me like you can count on his downfall, if it'll make you feel any better. And so will she, I'm sure, whoever this hussy is. Rest assured, my dear, justice has a peculiar way of making unexpected appearances. Any ideas who it might be? No idea. Best not to know. It won't do you any good. And she'll never be your equal. He'll realise it too late. This is on him, not you. Catherine nodded. I seem to bring it out in people. She stopped. Hearing her own paranoia out loud made her feel pitiful, even ashamed. I don't know why I am ever surprised. Now stop that. You are a beautiful and gifted young woman. Special. Unique. I don't deal in anything else, my girl. I wouldn't with a partner in this firm. Not everyone can see how exceptional you are, but there are plenty who can. Catherine looked at Leonard. His eyes had clouded, and he looked past her, into the distance. We've both seen enough of it. Exclusion, mockery, hurtful things, I know.
I know.
Leonard cleared his throat. Now Catherine felt selfish and foolish, and even more childish, if that were possible. Here was a man in a wheelchair, disabled for all of a life he'd turned into a success. But nothing would have been easy for him. Perhaps that is why he still traded on the fringes, amongst the misfits and outcasts, where he'd also been manoeuvred. And had he ever known love? The only defence, he no more than whispered, is finding others, like minds, and belonging. He turned to her and smiled. Like us, kitten. Like it or not, you're stuck with me. We're cut from the same cloth. A pair of nutters. That's one word for it. Now, let's get that dinner I owe you. You don't. My treat. It's the least I can do for putting you through this. Nonsense! And maybe we should postpone your trip to the Red House. I'm not sure Edith is a fitting antidote to what you've just been put through. No. I want this. For us. For the business. It's too good. I won't let him wreck it. 17. You look pale, dear, and long in the face. Anything the matter? Edith said, as Catherine wheeled her through the utility corridor. For today's visit, Edith wore a tweed skirt and jacket, trimmed with leather, that looked to have been designed for outdoors, as well as having the canny ability to pass as contemporary and of quality. But so wizened was the elderly woman, the clothes might have been handed out by a charity in the Blitz. Her skeletal hands were concealed again, this time inside a fur muff. No, I'd rather not, because you left here quite elated with what you discovered under our roof. You wished to return, and I granted your wish. We have enough of our own troubles here without you bringing more to us. What could she say to that? What could be said to anyone so determined and self-involved? She'd never felt more insubstantial in her life. She was merely to be picked up and dropped, invited and then insulted. She was bobbing flotsam, and it was dangerous to consider herself anything else. Merely crossing the threshold of her flat that morning had required a mighty exertion, and she now wondered if she had come here as an attempt to start rebuilding herself and to show Mike what he had lost, or whether she had nowhere else to go, and she could do nothing but follow instructions and mimic her former self. Why not just sit upon a mantel in peaceful repose like a preserved rat? Catherine stopped her thoughts, because they were giving her that expression, in a white face already aching with misery. She intuited that it would not be beneficial to let Edith see her face like that. At least she'd remembered not to wear makeup. Stop here! Edith turned inside the wheelchair and looked up at the wall of the hall. That was taken in the garden. Squinting in the faint rouged light, reaching up and onto her toes, Catherine followed Edith's gaze to a dim brownish photograph of a woman in a long dress. Family, Miss Howard. Family are everything. Why go into the world and try and prove otherwise? I bet you wish you hadn't. Pardon? My mother, Violet Mason, a genius in her own right. You know why? I will tell you. She had the foresight to sublimate her own talent to assist her brother's vision. She was the background and foreground painter of his tableau, dear. She was also his seamstress, costumer, and set builder, for the entire duration of his vocation.
There is no shame in serving something greater than you ever will be yourself.
Even in the dimness, and against the dark panels of the wall, Violet Mason was an unappealing sight. A thin, severe face that looked to have never smiled glared from behind a patterned veil and from underneath the wide brim of a Watteau hat. The full crown was piled high with black roses, and the hat's size and the cottage loaf hairstyle both dwarfed and accentuated the narrow face grimacing below. The thin mouth and small eyes suggested a suppressed rage that was unnerving to look at, even in the thinnest light. A high-necked blouse, reinforced by bone, functioned like a pedestal to mount the horrible head to support it. In the background of the picture, dark foliage blurred into sepia and shadow, as if the very world was fading and disintegrating around the formidable woman.
I can see the family resemblance, Miss Mason. And here, you can see her with my uncle.
Catherine pushed the wheelchair forward. The misted effect used in the picture's development, and the dour tones of what was a staged, formal portrait, did not detract from the catastrophic head injury the man must have suffered at the front. The silhouette of the side of Mason's face, partially turned away from the camera, was uneven. A fraction of the forehead was missing. No wonder he'd shunned the world. The other half of his face was perfect, proud, handsome, generously moustached, but sad. Beside the vast wooden chair he sat upon, that looked to have been carved decoratively on the high back and along one visible arm, his sister stood beside him. From behind a spotted net, that was triangular from the wide brim of the elaborate hat to her pointed chin, her black eyes were stern with either disapproval or malice. Catherine was tempted to believe the veil was a form of protection for the viewer, and she had never seen such a tiny waist, probably pinched by an S-bend corset. Folds of white satin formed the corsage of her blouse, ending at her belted waist. A long skirt, and the lower embroidered corsage, fell to a tiny foot inside a pointed boot. Curiously, the Masons both wore white kidskin gloves. The painted background behind the two figures broiled like storm clouds and suggested a seething absence of solid matter. She'd never seen anything like that in a photograph from the same period, which must have been the 1920s or even 1930s, though here were the stylings of the late Victorian era. Typically, the family portraits she had seen from that time were set before painted depictions of English gardens or Italian vistas. But this background had been chosen for a reason she didn't understand, and one she found herself unwilling to dwell upon. But she did notice that the backdrop also featured what looked like tiny bright stars, or maybe they were blemishes, in the photographic paper. Before passing into the unlit passageway of the ground floor that led to the rooms displaying Mason's dioramas, they passed a selection of other photographs that Edith did not draw Catherine's attention to. But she looked up at them as they passed by, and she caught glimpses of two tall figures dressed in black against lighter backgrounds, but surrounded by a group of what she thought were children.
"Stop here!"
Edith commanded from her chair in the barely lit passage.
"This one, I think. This is the right one, yes, I'm quite sure. Now, if you would be so kind. The door is unlocked."
18. The thin teacup rattled against the saucer Catherine had perched upon her lap. From her chair in the drawing room, Edith watched Catherine's nervous fingers with either pride or pleasure. What is the point of art, Miss Howard, if it does not move us? Edith said with a sly smile. As before, Horatio the dog stared at Catherine with a wet, sympathetic eye. The other animals of the silent, stuffed menagerie waited patiently upon their perches for her response to what she had just seen. It's extraordinary. Edith nodded her head slowly. The very word. And it certainly was a word for accurately describing what she had just seen in two of the ground floor rooms set aside to display M. H. Mason's early works. Catherine believed she'd just seen at least 1,000 dead rats, imbued with human characteristics and apparel, down to the minute detail of their uniforms and facial expressions and postures. One diorama depicted nothing as living. No man's land, strewn with shell craters, demolished trenches, blackened tree stumps, and rats. Dead rats. Rats that had looked so similar to small, lifeless men in filthy khaki. She had been forced to lean over the glass display case to make sure they were, in fact, rats. They had no tails. Some of them were only bones inside hairless grey skin. The second piece had affected her so much she even thought for a moment that she could hear the crackle of rifle retorts, the far-off thunder of artillery, and the muffled thumps of exploding ordnance in wet mud. That case had featured a long, weary line of men. No, they were rats, walking abreast of each other from a trench and into a pitted horizon, wreathed in white smoke. It was called 10 Men Standing at Reveille. Edith commented only once, to say her uncle had watched 300 men reduced to 10 left standing, in less than 6 minutes, at the Battle of Bapaume. Catherine lapped at her tea and wondered if she could endure hours alone in those dim rooms, cataloguing the entire contents of every square inch of each case without going mad. No wonder they hid them in the dark. That morning, the doors to the relevant ground floor rooms were unlocked and the windows unshuttered in advance of her visit. Maud must have been busy. And Maud had not done more than glance at her since she arrived, and within the solitary glance, there was not even a flicker of dismay or surprise at seeing the unwanted guest return. Despite the note, the housekeeper had remained as indifferent and unfriendly as ever. Because she is mad. Edith is mad. Mason and his horrid sister were mad. They are all mad. They live with thousands of dead rats. Maud was unconcerned by the injury her foot or ankle had sustained since Catherine's previous visit. She only wore one boot, and her hobble was more pronounced as the other foot was entirely encased in a bandage. She should have been resting. Asking Maud about the injury seemed like a useless gesture, and Catherine's pity would make a weak show of appearing for anyone but herself. Edith seemed entirely unaware that Maud had even suffered an injury and issued orders as if the housekeeper were a slave. You must understand, dear, that my mother and uncle were Victorians. They believed animals had souls, that they were good and evil. The Victorians were fascinated by an animal's true nature, so they depicted it. Edith looked to the red squirrels prancing upon the pianoforte and smiled. And rats are most like us. Pests, vermin, scurrying, frenzied, determined to survive in any landscape and in any conditions. "I think you understand, Miss Howard. Understand perfectly." Edith smiled, as if acknowledging Catherine's thoughts, that she had heard as loud as the handbell the old woman began to ring. "I'm afraid I must rest now. It's time for you to go. But before you leave your home on Monday, do not pack too much. We don't like our home cluttered with things that don't belong here. Just prepare your toilet. We have everything else you will need." "Sorry?" "While you work to prepare the world for our treasures, you shall live upstairs with me." Catherine nearly choked as she smothered the gasp of horror that tried to slip out, then felt paralysed by a sense of social awkwardness she imagined growing to unbearable proportions if she ever spent one night beneath the roof of the Red House. "No, I really couldn't impose Nonsense!" Catherine flinched. Her watery, perfumed tea slopped over the saucer's edge and onto her skirt. "Time is wasted with all this toing and froing in your motor car. The matter has been decided. Maud has prepared your room." Catherine coughed to clear her throat. "She has. But you must be patient with us. We are unaccustomed to guests." From shock at the very prospect of staying at the Red House, her head felt empty, her mind a void. No thoughts echoed inside her. She felt like a doll, something to be positioned by the insistent and capricious will of a nasty little girl. 19. Catherine had been waiting in her dad's car for 3 hours when she saw them together. Mike opened the little iron gate at the front of the short path that led to the terraced house he shared with 2 trainee teachers in Worcester, and he paused to look out at the street. Surreptitiously, so the woman beside him wouldn't notice he had done so. So she, the woman he had left her for, would be untroubled by the gesture. It was like Mike expected Catherine to be there, watching. Because she had form. She was a nutcase. Catherine had parked tight to the curb, positioned some distance from the house, so Mike wouldn't see her when he left or entered the building. He always walked up the street and away from the shops in St. John's Wood. She'd never known him approach the house from any other direction, so was sure he would not see her position when he came home. If he came home. To make herself harder to identify while she conducted surveillance, she'd even borrowed her father's car. Her red Mini would have revealed her pitiful behaviour, even in Mike's peripheral vision. She was there, because what had given her no peace since he dumped her at the dinner table in public was the fact that he still had not attempted contact, in any medium. Not even an apologetic text message, or a letter including reasons, explanations, an insincere desire to remain friends, or any other insulting platitude designed to make her feel better. Nothing. Catherine could think too easily of reasons why he'd rejected her. He'd probably known her at her best, each time they had been together. So even at her best, she'd been made to remember she was intolerable. But before she went away for a few days to work in residence at the Red House, she urgently needed to know the exact reason why he had broken her heart. And now she did. Mike had offered no opportunity for discourse, because communication would have forced his hand. Explanations would have been required. Disclosure of motive for what he had done, who he had met and replaced her with. Mike's flight from her had been frantic, trousers in hand. She understood this now. because he had been desirous of immediate availability to see her, this other. Such was his need for her. Her. For Mike, Catherine had thought such cruelty was not possible, until proven otherwise. When Catherine thought of the incident at Handle with Care, she realised the incident was one of the few things that had given her real satisfaction in her professional life, though what she had done was contrary to her nature, because she always directed harm inwards and not at external targets. But everyone has a limit. The events and feelings and thoughts that led to the incident she had discussed endlessly in therapy for 6 months, following the first act of violence she had inflicted upon another human being. And she admitted that, directly after the incident, she experienced a profound calm. The endless loop of anxiety, fear and loathing had stopped for a few hours, because she'd no longer cared about anything. The future, the past, repercussions, how she looked to everyone else was irrelevant. And the only emotion that she could identify in the period of tranquility following an occurrence in which she'd drawn blood was relief. She was thankful there was no going back. She had done something so definitive and shocking. The entire period of her life in London, and even the city itself, was closed to her forever. She'd freed herself. She never wanted to repeat what she did to her. It wasn't a case of having learned a new strategy to deal with her tormentors. Nothing like that. But as someone who had been brought up to believe that fairness should be a universally observed value, she did feel that justice had been done, albeit briefly. As well as feeling relief, she'd also felt satisfaction. The only person she ever admitted this to was her last therapist, whom she had asked, "How often do any of us feel satisfied in a lasting way in this life?" She still had no regrets and felt no guilt about the incident. The only thing that still alarmed Catherine was that she often wished she had gone all the way and killed her. And that, surely, was wrong. Her. She had a name. A name Catherine had avoided speaking out loud, though often screamed the name through her imagination. So she and her therapist had settled for pronouns in therapy. But her and she was actually a woman called Tara Woodward. And Catherine had gravely underestimated Tara. Catherine had always believed that Tara never pressed charges because she did not want to be associated with the tawdry process of police statements and court appearances, and of victimhood, because it was bad PR for her status, self-image, and her professional and social reputation. It was counterproductive to the entire idea of Tara. If Tara had dragged her through a criminal court, then in Catherine's defence of her actions as a last resort against a bully, Tara's behaviour at work would have been recounted under oath, in greater detail than Tara would have wished, before Tara's employers, her family, and the press. And the incident would have made headlines. A female subordinate with no history of misconduct resorting to violence against an office bully, an executive producer, no less. Had it gone to court, and had Catherine been found guilty, which she almost certainly would have been, as well as being regarded as unstable, Tara's card would still have been marked indelibly. There would always have been doubts about her thereafter. Suspicions that would have followed Tara up the tiers of corporate television. Rumours would have been whispered in offices and stairwells and media pubs every time she did something unethical. And Tara excelled at the unscrupulous behaviour that people like Tara needed to repeat, everywhere they worked. Tara probably didn't have any choice. Urges to undermine and destroy others defined Tara as much as the skinny-fit jeans with high heels, the asymmetrical cut of her designer wardrobe, the Marlborough Light, and Charlie huskiness of her upper-class voice, and the long fringe through which her small eyes peered out. And those cold blue eyes were forever searching for weaknesses and diffidence and hesitation and victims. These urges had been in place long before Catherine met Tara. They may have been forged in private school or before. Tara would always need a perfect victim, and she had found one in Catherine. Within minutes of the incident, Catherine had been sacked and removed physically from the premises of Handle with Care. And Tara had taken stewardship of Catherine's production and her contacts and ideas. Those, that is, not already in Tara's possession. So Tara's strategy did ultimately pay the intended dividends, but never in the way the woman envisaged. After the confrontation in the ladies' toilet, Tara had also deployed damage limitation more quickly than most major cities drowned by floods. Tara had calmly pulled her wet fringe out of her eyes and wiped the blood off her forehead, to only briefly inspect it on her manicured fingertips. And Catherine should have guessed, in those tremulous, bright moments of sparkling adrenaline and heavy breaths, that Tara's reptilian mind had probably made a decision about how to react, or rather how to manage the incident. Sitting on the floor of the toilet stall, with only a solitary Jimmy Choo remaining on one of her long feet, Tara had called their boss on her iPhone. A man who sat no more than 20 feet from the office toilets. And when Tara said with a familiarity that verged on intimacy that, "Jeremy, you need to come to the toilets. Now. There has been an incident." Catherine should have known she had not heard the last of Tara. Even after the woman who functioned as human resources in the company promptly cleared Catherine's desk into a plastic bag and shoved it into her bruised hand on the Mews Street outside the Handle with Care offices, the lack of police interest and an arrest should have been adequate forewarning that she had merely taken things with Tara to a whole new level. One that was being actioned now. Because Tara had come back into her life. Tara had waited nearly 2 years for an opportunity. Such patience was monumental. Now Catherine was back in the antiques business. Tara must have tracked her down. But how did she know about Mike? How? Facebook. Catherine is in a relationship with Mike Turner. Tara must have befriended her under an alias, or befriended Mike, or Facebook had changed privacy settings like they always do, and Tara had then discovered Mike. Or Tara knew people down here and had put her feelers out. However she had done it, Tara had devised a way of meeting Mike and seducing him. The tall, confident posho from West London had gone straight for the heart. Mike would have been a pushover. Catherine went cold all over, but was also in awe. You thought you were mad, but you have nothing on this bitch. And Tara wasn't afraid of Catherine. She strode up that tiny path and virtually sprang into Mike's hallway. She was prepared to slum it to the provinces with a no-hoper, a wannabe photographer, for a considerable payoff. A couple of weekends in Worcester and Putney Bridge, and then Mike would never hear from Tara again. Or Catherine, because of the nature of his deception. Mike wasn't important. No more than a pawn that gets knocked off the board by a marauding queen. It was Catherine's turn to sit on the floor of a toilet cubicle with blood on her face, at least metaphorically. With his arms full of takeaway, wine and a DVD, Mike followed her into the house, like a rat smelling carrion. A night in. 20. Smelly Cathy Howard. Smelly Cathy Howard. Dopted. Dopted. The children at the new school could read her mind. That's how they knew the chant from her previous school. That day in the upper playground, the hot pressure of humiliation had blurred her vision. She tried to hide her face from the crowd, but the children would keep appearing wherever her vision settled. The eyes of the children were wild and red. All of their mouths were open. She'd never seen them so excited. Until something else caught her eye in the distance. A raggedy boy stood behind the painted metal fence that bordered the top playground. When she noticed him, he raised one small hand into the wavy air above his head. A skipping rope lashed the back of Catherine's thighs, and the burning sting brought her close to fainting. The rope wound between her legs and bit the back of one knee. She cried out and fell down to the gritty tarmac. The forced laughter of the children in the playground seemed to thin the air so she couldn't breathe. Through hot, watery eyes, she saw the blurred shapes of the girls attacking her. One of their arms was raised as if to crack a whip upon a horse. She suddenly feared the wooden handle of the skipping rope and clamped her hands across her skull and shut her eyes tight, expelling a stream of salty tears down her cheeks and into her mouth as she did so. But the rope never fell. Instead, silence came to the playground. Not a voice or slap of foot upon the tarmac could be heard outside of her personal darkness. Even the birds stopped their incessant twittering in the tree line behind the concrete domes she had once been forced inside to nearly suffocate from panic. When she opened her eyes, she found herself looking at the backs of the children closest to her, and saw creased blue cardigans and checked pinafores. Beyond them, the others in the playground faced forward. All stood still, as if the headmistress had just walked into assembly. And she saw that all of their noses were bleeding in two bright rivulets that reached their chins. In the distance, close to the staff room windows, Miss Kwan was the only thing moving in a scene of perfect stillness. And in such a strange way, Catherine wondered why none of the children were looking at the teacher as she jerked her white face up and down and gulped at the air like a fish, while raking her hair out at the sides of her head, tugging it loose from the hair clips with her bony fingers. The iron bell that called an end to dinner time rolled back and forth close to her feet. Around the scuffed shoes of the children, leaves began to blow in dusty circles, caught in the current made by the sound of the ice cream van playing Greensleeves, but like it was playing the music too quickly through a big metal trumpet. None of the children were looking at the playground fence beside the main gates either, where the van played the discordant summons. And when Catherine looked up there, she saw no van, nor the raggedy boy looking through the fence. That was because the boy wasn't up there anymore. He was now stood between the faded white lines that formed the old hopscotch grid on the top playground. It was the raggedy boy that all of the children were staring at, because they could also see him now, as he showed them the tiny rounded teeth of ivory in his black mouth, and his wide white eyes in what looked like a painted wooden face. And in the sudden stampede of white socks and grey shorts and blue cardigans and pleated skirts and school shoes that followed the arrival of the boy, and in the terrible screams that forced Catherine to clamp her dirty hands against her ears, the raggedy boy, with a lopsided black wig upon his round head, vanished. As the rout of hysterical children formed a din in the air filled with leaves and stinging grit. The chaos stopped as soon as it started. Stopped when Catherine stood up. And when she was standing, she realised her pants were wet through, and her bottom was going cold. The back of her thighs still burned from the lash of the skipping rope. But of more interest was the flock of children in the distance that ran towards the lower playground, even though the ice cream van had stopped playing its tune, and even though the raggedy boy had gone. The children sounded like a flock of hungry seagulls, little screeching voices bouncing off brick and concrete. Perhaps he was amongst the fleeing children, pumping his thin legs in the woolen trousers, up and down, trousers that were too short with frayed hems on legs supported by black iron calipers that were screwed into his lace-up boots. Maybe he was down there with them, still showing those white eyes that looked excited, but in the wrong way, in the stampede of dishevelled shirts and pullovers, and wild faces and wet red mouths that the other children had collectively become in their haste to escape him. A group of teachers came out of the staff room with their cigarettes and coffee mugs. 2 women knelt beside Miss Kwan, who lay on her side. The other teachers stared across the playground at Catherine, until one of them picked up the handbell and began ringing it hard and fast while she strode towards her. Catherine awoke from the trance on the floor of her living room beside a bottle of lemon vodka. What was left of it had run out of the bottle and soaked the rug. Blood from her nose had stuck her face to the laminate floor. She thought she might be sick, but didn't move because she knew she would be if she tried to get to the bathroom. Her eyes were swollen, dry and sore, like she'd been swimming in the sea. Saliva was drying on her cheeks, and her mouth and throat were hot. Her underwear was sopping and had gone cold. On her hands and knees, she waited for her vision to settle. She remembered seeing Mike with Tara during the afternoon before she'd been consumed by the trance. She also thought of her impending residency at the Red House, and she felt more miserable than she could ever remember feeling. It was dark outside, and the curtains were open. There was no traffic. Somewhere, a metal roller door on a truck was pulled down. A dog's claws skittered past her street-facing window, accompanied by the clink of the chain the dog was attached to. A far-off ice cream van's tune passed out of her hearing. 21. It had been 20 minutes since Maud closed the bedroom door. Catherine was still unable to do anything but stare around herself in astonishment. Nothing inside the room had changed since the early 20th century. Upon the single brass-framed bed, the lace bedspread and scatter cushions were handmade, and probably crafted 100 years ago. In an alcove beside the window and the dressing table stood a vast ornamental washstand. One equipped with a patterned bowl, soap dish, and water jug. She'd only seen them in the line drawings of ironwork catalogues stored in museum archives. There was a single wardrobe, mahogany with decorative mother-of-pearl wings either side of a long, vertical mirror. An elegant table and chair for writing letters was positioned to the right side of the dressing table. The grate in the fireplace was clean, and the room appeared free of dust or any noticeable wear. Varnished to resemble a hardwood, the floor was pine, and mostly concealed by hand-woven rugs of red and green. Under the hem of the eider-down was a chamber pot, which made her wonder if a bathroom had ever been added to the property. She wanted to laugh. The red house was a gold mine. She took pictures on her phone and desperately wanted to send them to her boss, but there was still no signal, and hadn't been since she reached Magbar Wood, which would mean no Wi-Fi either. The continuing absence of phone reception contributed to the unease she had failed to quell since her return. This was a time in her life when she needed to speak to the people who cared about her. She felt as if she had gone out over deep water inside a flimsy craft without a life jacket. Her room was on the second floor, at the rear of the property. Following the pattern of what she knew of well-to-do Victorian households, it appeared that family and guests slept on the second floor at the Red House, while the first floor was for entertaining, and the ground floor functioned as a utility area. Such a tradition being maintained wasn't charming either. It suggested a system was in place with strict rules she might not be able to second-guess. An extensive and complex network of codes of conduct might be strung across every doorway and point of contact with her hosts like a vast web. Transgressions and humiliating oversights awaited like traps. Failure to observe the merest nuances of what was expected of a guest could cause outbursts or silences. And somewhere out there, on the same floor as her bedroom, in the long, dark corridors of panelled walls, burgundy drapes, and closed hardwood doors, was Edith Mason's room. The idea of her being so close already felt like a permanent scrutiny. Now Catherine was inside the room. She didn't want to leave it. To keep her mind preoccupied, she unpacked her travel case and set up her digital camera and laptop on the table, on which to record the inventory and write the catalogue copy while saturated by the building's ambience. At some point, she would need to call a professional photographer to do the house justice. People would marvel at what they saw inside the auction brochure. Rooms untouched since M.H. Mason's death, their furnishings and furniture, the exquisite period details, the exhibits. It would look like a programme for a great international exhibition. The house didn't need a valuer, it required a curator. How was this house possible? And there were M.H. Mason's marionettes Edith wanted to show her that afternoon, or, as she had described it, to introduce you to. If Mason had been able to fool her with a preserved dog, she could only imagine the masterly craftsmanship of his marionettes. Edith had said they were the final part of his vision, cultivated behind closed doors, and, it seemed, also starved of public scrutiny. More dolls awaited her too, of which she had only seen a portion. Edith was broke. That's why Catherine was here. Perhaps Maud hadn't been paid in a while, and the presence of a valuer was an unpleasant reminder of their parlous fiscal state. It would explain why they were being difficult, so she must take into account the discomfort the situation was inflicting upon her hosts. Allowances needed to be made. Nerve had to be held. With her unpacking complete, Catherine examined the intricate woodcuts on the walls of her room. 5 framed originals placed about the dark red paper. She didn't recognise the artist's signature, but they looked mid-18th century. Even with the overhead bulb on, the light was thin and whiny, so she had to get close. The 2 pictures above the head of the bed featured a scene from vintage village life. Perhaps a satire, as the faces of the characters in the parade were grotesque, their features exaggerated into great noses and protruding chins, their expressions cynical, if not cruel. They milled around what looked like a cart with a platform or stage mounted upon it. A 3rd picture featured a stage again, with curtained wings and a backdrop, upon which a motley assortment of small, tatty figures pranced. Their dress was Tudor period, but she could not tell whether the figures were travelling players wearing masks or marionettes. The indistinct faces of the actors only defined themselves with sharp white eyes and unappealing grins. The audience was depicted crudely as uncouth, ribald, even feral, with great open mouths and wild eyes. The other 2 scenes featured a market square filled with children. Ragged children. Urchins. Skeletal creatures with huge eyes. Some supported themselves on crutches. One was pulled along the rutted earth in a wooden cart by an older girl in a tatty dress. The theatre the children were drawn to was in the background, and, at a distance, the action upon the stage indistinct. Catherine moved to open the window to allow more light into the room, and to see the rear garden. The window was another Gothic tripartite, hinged inside the casement. Against the outside of the leaded panes of glass, a number of flies bumped and nudged with their plump bodies. She had encountered the flies again on her way into the house that morning. It was nearly winter. The summer had been late, but the number of flies was as unseasonal as the warm weather. They had the building surrounded. At the window, she studied the flies' antics more closely, until a flash of white motion from below distracted her. She leant against the casement and peered out. In the distance, at the far end of the overgrown garden, between a row of untended apple trees, she located the movement. A figure in white moving back and forth across a short area, as if busy with some task. She wondered if it was Maud, but then realised the figure was too thin and tall. Maybe a gardener. No, because the grounds had seen no attention in years. The wooden arbour was mostly collapsed, and the garden walls were concealed by brambles and ivy. Mounds of vegetation covered several objects she assumed were lawn ornaments or furniture. The edge of a stone sundial, or perhaps a bird table, could be glimpsed through a motionless torrent of tree branches. The figure that paced back and forth wore brilliant white clothes. It disappeared for moments, and then partially reappeared amongst the dark greenery engulfing the garden, until it seemed to be trapped and tugging at something to free itself. Adjusting her position and screwing up her eyes, she became more sure that the person was male, a tall man. Momentarily, he appeared at a break in the choking foliage and turned in the direction of the house. He'd spotted her at the window. But Catherine could not see the raised face or even a head, because it was covered. Once she understood the mask to be the gauzy protective headgear of a beekeeper, she relaxed. Slowly, the figure raised both arms into the air. The large hands concealed by protective gloves wavered, or possibly even beckoned to her. To come down. No, because the man then pointed at the meadow and repeated the gesture vigorously, as if indicating that she should go. Leave. As if caught spying, she withdrew from the window and returned to the gloom. Then felt a sign of recognition should be returned, a friendly wave. Somewhere below in the house, a door slammed shut. And when she looked out again, the figure in white had gone, along with the flies. 10 minutes later, an abrupt knock at the door gave Catherine a start. She turned, touched her hair, and patted her skirt down. It must be Maud, sent to collect her. But she really didn't want to be alone with the housekeeper, who had yet to speak to her or explain the note. The warning. Yes? Her voice was frail. She cleared her throat. Come in. A second quick knock, followed by silence. Maud wasn't coming inside, but she had been summoned. Outside her room, the only light in the passageway dwindled the further it seeped from the pointed arch of the dark, stained glass window at the far end. Further down the corridor, the squat and cumbersome silhouette of Maud was some way from her door, but Catherine could not tell which way Maud was facing, or whether the housekeeper was looking at her. When she established that Maud was in retreat from her door, Catherine followed the woman, accompanied by the clack of her shoes against the bare wooden floorboards, a commotion that rebounded noisily from the panels of the walls. Her sounds were unwanted and intrusive. The rest of the Red House remained silent, as if commemorating the passing of some great personage, while she disturbed the morning like a feckless and unwelcome guest. Maud's movements issued nothing but a distinctive shuffle. Catherine reminded herself to wear shoes with softer soles. Below, from the landing that circled the hallway, Edith's bell pealed. 22. As with her second visit, Edith's tweed outfit was practical and less of a period costume, so perhaps the black silk dress had been worn for effect that first day. One of the games Leonard had warned her about. But Edith's hairstyle was again concocted from hairpieces and fashioned into a cottage loaf that appeared too heavy for the tiny head the arrangement engulfed. The face under the vast wig was more haggard than ever, if that were possible. The pointy tension of her glare had slipped as if the woman were medicated. Her eyes were unclear and her mouth open, making her look dopey. And if those were false teeth, they were in a poor state of repair. Edith recovered and summoned a glare to cut short her scrutiny. I trust your room is satisfactory. Yes, very nice. A museum piece. Good. It was once popular with guests when the grounds were at their best. But that was some time gone. I wonder who used it last. She gazed at Catherine with rheumy eyes, as if expecting her guest to supply the answer. Edith turned to Maud. Is it time, dear? The housekeeper looked ahead, through Catherine, as if she weren't of any consequence or even present, and pushed Edith's chair into the adjoining passage on the second floor. Catherine assumed the puppet theatre would be on the ground floor with the exhibits. You were going to show me your uncle's marionettes? No one answered her. Between the two second-story corridors, there must have been a dozen rooms. All were closed and locked away in darkness, doors barely lit by the red skylight above the hall and the one arched window at the far end of each communal passage. Catherine resisted the urge to ask for the lights to be turned on, while marvelling how their old eyes could even see in such poor light. Maud halted the wheelchair outside the second door in the dim corridor, the one beside Edith's room. Without waiting to be dismissed, Maud shambled off and never once looked at the door she'd parked Edith in front of. Her departure seemed born of anger. "Are all your rooms furnished?" Catherine asked, unable to stop herself estimating the value of the Red House's contents. "Of course. Everything still has its place. I think you might be surprised at the value of your things, the furniture and the ornaments. Is it not enough that we must part with my uncle's masterpieces? Yet you want to sell every stick of furniture out from under us?" "No, I was trying to say—" "Well, don't! The more time I spend in your company, the more I am certain you have very little to say that will be of any use here." At first, Catherine stiffened with shock at the outburst, then warmed with anger and squeezed her hands together. Why must it be like this? There was never a good time to speak, to venture an opinion, and being in the house had already begun to feel horribly prescribed, like a script was being followed, and she didn't know her lines. She wondered how much she would be able to stand, knew she wasn't up to the visit after the breakup with Mike, and the return of the trances. The quick reminder of Mike and her episodes made her feel weak and sick. The distractions she'd hoped to find here were almost certainly unreachable. "I'm sorry. Look, I don't think I—" "Quiet! The door! There, girl!" Catherine reached for the brass handle set within an escutcheon of metal in an oval shape. "Don't touch it! How will they make sense to you if I don't guide you?" "I don't understand what you want." "They are no longer accustomed to audiences, to strangers. One must be careful, respectful, always. My uncle taught me their nature." Who or what Edith was referring to was lost on Catherine. She was stuck inside a nonsensical dream. The world within the building never settled into familiarity. It perpetually became unreal, even surreal. Edith lowered her voice to a reverential whisper. "They are shy and gentle creatures. Once they performed freely, but they have not done so in a long time. They are fragile like people, as innocent as children, and can be as cruel. They are blameless, and they may seem impassive while they dream. But they are not inert. They wait, like they waited for my uncle. But like all children, dear, they grow up, and they go their own way." Catherine closed her eyes and wished she could also close her ears to the nonsense coming out of Edith's ghastly mouth. The visit wasn't going to work out. No genuine inventory could be recorded. No auction would take place. Because Edith Mason was insane. Nothing would be possible here beside her bafflement and torment before what age and isolation had done to these pitiful old creatures. The conspiratorial look in Edith's eyes intensified. "They enchanted us once, but they are not toys. They are too powerful to be played with. As my uncle used to say, to truly know them is to know suffering and dread, for they are a tragic people. One does well to tread carefully, fearfully, and respectfully among them." The mad utterance was said as a rebuke, or even a warning. Catherine's response was silence. After such an introduction, she was not sure she wanted to even see them. Nor was she keen to regard what she assumed were marionettes as living beings. to maintain a pretense which seemed mandatory in Edith's company around the preserved animals, and most probably the dolls too. But the charade would need to be maintained throughout her dealings with the estate. Others at the auction would also be expected to adopt such a ludicrous attitude towards stuffed squirrels and antique German dolls. The situation was absurd. Perhaps all of this was an elaborate joke being played upon her by the elderly woman. A prank the mute servant may have tried to warn her about. Edith looked at the door with a respect born of wonder and fear, and nodded her head sagely, as if satisfied she had been understood. Now, if you feel able to treat them as you would wish to be treated, we may go inside, she said, as if hearing a response from the other side of the door to an entreaty neither of them had made. Catherine opened the door upon darkness. Within, she heard the faintest creak issue from an item of furniture. Then came silence. "The light! There! On the wall! There!" Edith whispered with an urgency that panicked Catherine. She found the light switch and clunked it down. A thin yellow glow spread from a dim bulb in a heavy glass shade suspended from the ceiling on a chain. It was a large room, and unlike the other rooms of the Red House, the walls were painted white and decorated by hand under the picture rail. Frescoes of animals dressed as people encircled the long rectangular space. But before Catherine could properly assess the decor, her attention was stolen by the array of small white beds with metal frames. Children's beds in a room for children. It was a nursery. She wanted to throw her head back and shriek with laughter, and also scream, though she didn't know why. "Come, we may go further inside," Edith said. And they did. But as they entered, Catherine became aware that within each of the 10 little beds, a small head lay at rest upon each small pillow. She was glad that the heads she could see were turned away from the door. "Stop! Here is far enough," Edith said, and raised one gloved hand when they had moved no more than one full rotation of the chair's wheels inside the room. But Catherine needed little encouragement to stop. She didn't like puppets and never had done. As a child, she was always nervous when a puppet first moved. That lazy, uncoordinated wobble when a marionette rose from being seated to standing, or the sway before a puppet leapt about a stage. The thin legs had always made her afraid they might step off a set and venture beyond the illusion of reality they commanded on television or a stage. That a step of the small wooden foot through a proscenium arch and into the audience was possible. A ventriloquist's dummy on television once made her duck behind the sofa of her nun's house. The waver of an animal's thin, furred legs in a children's television program that she vaguely remembered as an infant, even though the long-eared creature's strings were visible, had endured in her imagination as a thing of a most sinister nature. And even on occasion in her professional life, she could still feel uneasy when left alone with a lifelike antique doll in a shop. It often struck her as odd that her aversion had become part of her profession. This was not the first time she'd wondered if some terrible and intangible internal magnetism had pulled her towards what she'd feared as a child. Her unease at the threshold of the nursery room also grew to a suspicion that she wasn't at the Red House to perform evaluation at all. that her presence was an unwitting invitation to mix in the old woman's delusions, cruel fantasies, and dementia. To participate. She was a novelty, and her purpose was still being defined. She was being taken advantage of by an elderly woman who might turn on her, banish her, and end the opportunity of her lifetime. Because there would never, in all of the world, be another like this one. Edith touched the back of one of Catherine's hands. The fingertips were hard, as if she wore thimbles inside the white satin gloves. Do not touch them. They do not wish it. Catherine was happy to comply, and relieved she could see no more than their heads in the thin light. Judging by the pointy lumps of the small bodies under the neat bedclothes, they appeared to be about as large as 10-year-old children, but with some exaggeration to the size of the partially visible heads. Their dimensions were unappealing. She'd hoped for fragile figures hung on a plethora of tiny threads and crafted exquisitely down to the minute details of their costumes by Edith's talented mother. But not this. The fact that most of the heads were covered or near covered with a sheet and turned to face the shuttered windows at the head of the room gave her the unwelcome impression of the figures mimicking naughty children who feigned sleep and stoppered their giggles by stuffing bedclothes into their little mouths. The nursery also resembled a room crowded with small dead people, whose winding sheets improperly covered their faces. Protruding from the bedclothes on the bed closest to her, from what little she could see, the puppet was a depiction of an animal more than a recreation of a human character. The tatty brown head of the hare had its black mouth open too, which was heavily whiskered and jagged with ivory teeth. What may have once been a fox or a badger, wearing a bonnet, lay in the bed beside the hare, and she realised with distaste that the puppets were probably an extension of Mason's taxidermy, constructed or adapted from preserved animal remains. But the idea that Mason had built the small beds and dedicated a room to them was the most disturbing thing of all. Puppets have long been messengers. You do know that, dear? Edith whispered her madness from the chair, and Catherine wished she would stop speaking. My uncle told me they were first created as depictions of gods by ancient peoples, and spirits, maybe even angels, that possessed sacred knowledge. The puppeteer communicated their wishes to the world. He was a priest, a shaman, a wise man. His troupe is other. It is why there is a special tension whenever the lights come on in a theatre and they appear. We don't admit it. We tremble in secret. Nothing in all of the performing arts can match such drama. Don't you agree, dear? Edith turned her thin head, her eyes alight with an intensity and enthusiasm Catherine found unpleasant when so near the small beds. What accounts for that? That is the question you would ask if you saw my uncle's troupe perform. But who is the director? The master or the actors? In the end, my poor uncle and mother could never decide. I bet they couldn't. But neither can you. You may ridicule what I tell you, but your doubts are the doubts of a blind and unfeeling world. One that has lost touch, that is unseeing, sightless before enchantment and mystery. Much of this died before my uncle's time, but he sought it out in a world determined to destroy its innocence and magic, and he kept it alive. He made the unknown known and the unseen seen. There is no greater skill. And you must relearn the fidelity and openness of a child, or all of this will be lost on you forever. Catherine's eyes darted from what looked like the rear of a crudely carven wooden head, mercifully concealed by the pillow that the weight of its head indented, to what appeared to be a shock of unruly black wig that splayed across the white pillowcase like a long-haired animal. She glanced from this to what looked like the muzzle of a preserved dog's head on the far side of the room, and felt her gut tighten at the sight of a pale blue sunbonnet that was water-stained but spilled luxurious chestnut curls, suggesting the presence of a real girl asleep beneath the patchwork quilt. That figure also seemed uncomfortably familiar. And what little she saw of the troupe had nothing to do with innocence and magic. It was a testament to a man deranged by war and loss and isolation. At the foot of each bed stood a pair of tiny boots or slippers. Beneath the closed scarlet curtains was a large leather trunk, studded with rivets at the joints and down each side. She was sure it was the very same case she had seen at the guest house in Green Willow. If the light had been better, and under a closer inspection, she was certain the initials MHM would be stenciled below the iron lock. "Let me tell you their names." "Please don't." "Why, here's Little Mad Mole. Beside her is John Swabber. There's Leatherhead, Rhymer Warble, Knavish Fiddle, and Riff Raff Tattle. Always the villains of my uncle's plays. Grizel Killigrew, Trusty Beta, and Fair Rosamond on the other side. And that's Nobody on the far end beneath the window. There were once 12, but poor Jack Pudding and Popelot Tumbler were lost a long time ago, and never recovered. Edith dropped her voice to a fainter whisper. It was a tragedy for such a group of close friends. I shouldn't even mention their names in here. The others won't like it. Now, we mustn't disturb their rest any longer. Catherine swallowed. Quite. The light? Quick! Catherine's hand was on the light switch before Edith finished speaking. Take me out. We have intruded for long enough. Glancing back to make certain no small head turned to watch her go, she couldn't pull the wheelchair out the room fast enough. But a curious sensation engulfed her as she hauled Edith away. One she had only experienced in moments of panic before an adversary in her professional life. But she now endured the notion that the occupants of the room were listening to her thoughts. That somehow her feelings were amplified within the space of the room. Even more alarming was the idea that she would be sleeping on the very same floor that housed the nursery. She tried to keep her anxiety out of her voice. The lock, I mean the door, key, shouldn't it be locked? Edith looked pleased. No, dear. This door is never locked. Would you lock a child in a room? 23. And here she was again, in a room she would not believe existed unless sat inside it. 10 small wooden chairs had been arranged in 2 neat rows. Children's chairs. white chairs with upright animals and human clothes hand-painted upon them. A familiar motif. Catherine sat on one of 2 upholstered seats made for adults, placed either side of a projector that belonged in a museum of cinema. And this is where Edith's mother and uncle must once have sat together, presumably with their inanimate cast gathered around them, to watch recorded performances of what Edith had called the cruelty plays. Maud had been waiting to start the show after Catherine was done in the nursery. A white sheet served as a screen, replacing the backcloth of Mason's intact puppet theatre, a large structure that filled the width of the room, created from detachable parts to allow transportation between the house and rear lawn. The visible larger framework, bridge and proscenium were constructed of wood and carefully painted in a regal gold and red. A rich purple drapery in the wings allowed for scene changes. In itself, the theatre was a work of art that deserved display, and was much bigger than the German and Italian marionette theatres Catherine had seen daily while working at the Museum of Childhood in Bethnal Green. Edith wasn't going to last forever, which made her wonder if any provision had been made for the care of this side of M.H. Mason's work. Heirs had not been mentioned, and the theatre troupe was not for sale. So what would become of this final evolution of her uncle's weird vision? Before leaving her alone in the theatre, Edith told her of the BBC's visit to the Red House after the war, which produced a great deal of excitement for her uncle, followed by an equal share of disappointment. According to Edith, during M.H. Mason's visits to a cinema in Hereford during the Second World War, he identified a new medium for communicating his obscure work to a wider audience. The Rat's gruesome pleas for world peace had backfired, but he'd subsequently moved on to bigger things. Or so he'd thought at the time. A message his niece and curator didn't appear wholly cognizant of either. But the film crew from the BBC, who were invited to film his marionette dramas, never returned after the first visit, or broadcast whatever footage they left the Red House with. Edith may not have pitched it to her on those terms, but Catherine's interpretation of the facts suggested one visit to the Red House had been enough for the BBC. And she now sympathised with the film crew's decision, as an unpleasant tension mounted inside her while sat before the screen, an apprehension of impending discomfort. When Edith was wheeled out of the room by Maud, in cynical preparation for what she called a masterpiece, she'd added, "This is the only copy we have. It was deemed too upsetting for children." A reminder of which inspired rage in the invalid. "My uncle never said it was for children. They assumed, as all fools do, that his theatre was a simple entertainment for infants. They were as imbecilic as the audience they believed it intended for." The outburst left Catherine wondering if the master version of the film still existed in the BBC archive. But one copy had survived here, and such was the excitement created by the reel's arrival in 1950-something. A projector had been purchased by Mason when funds were more plentiful. A projector that still worked. This was to be a private performance that Edith and the projectionist did not wish to see. Their departure from the room had been swift. Maybe they were bored of it. The film appeared to be one of few entertainments in the Red House, so the household may already have watched it to death. But as Catherine wondered whether Edith had ever known television or radio or music in her life, her attention was seized by the activity on the screen. If the opening shot was a statement of intent, Catherine would have been happy to miss all of what followed the first image, filling the length and breadth of the screen. A smiling face of painted plaster in black and white. Dropout, flickers, and degeneration of the film suggested it had been made much earlier than the 50s, as did the absence of sound. The eyes in the face on screen must once have been intended to convey delight or a cheeky joy, but their expression had faded. Rounded babyish features, including rouged cheeks, were networked with black cracks. The nose was gone. In its place was an ugly hole. The dim, immobile grin suggested a cruel delight at the viewer's shock. The hair resembled a clumsy toupee, a modern clownish addition, lacquered or greased either side of a central parting. It was an old head, and probably manufactured before Mason's time, but Catherine had dreamed of something similar before. In her memory, it jerked awake a sense of something from her trances about the children of the special school. And had this marionette been concealed beneath bedclothes in the nursery that morning too? When she recalled the mop of curly black hair upon a pillow, she winced. The comparisons made her flutter with panic, then frown with incredulity, before considering the absurd possibility of a connection between the film and her hallucinations and trances. A connection she quickly dismissed. At one time, ventriloquist dummies and male puppets all had that kind of head, nor was their hairstyle uncommon. She'd seen a bonnet in the nursery too, but female dolls from the 1880s also wore bonnets. Though what had first put such figures and images into her imagination as a child still baffled her. The camera withdrew, and the remainder of the figure was revealed. Catherine shifted upon her seat. The neck ruffle and tatty velvet jacket signified Tudor stylings, but the legs were pure M.H. Mason. The hind legs of a large dog supported the upper body of the figure, which began to soundlessly clap its chipped wooden hands as it withdrew to the side of the stage. Unsteady, tottering, but with a rotation of the hips that was uncomfortable to watch, the movements of the figure were reminiscent of a circus dog trained to walk upon its hind legs. Catherine thought she saw strings, but then the bright flickers may also have been flashes of dropout on damaged film stock. A curtain was drawn back to the wings of what she realised was the very same stage at the head of the room she faced. But in the film, the stage backcloth depicted a dungeon in great detail, replete with wet stones and a solitary barred window. Pieces of wooden scenery had rolled down from above. Hung in chains, a bedraggled, limp figure struggled to raise its wooden head and look at the camera. The face was stained with a dark fluid, and the features were partially obscured. But what she could see of the carven face was neatly bearded, like an Elizabethan man. The figure's countenance was sad but noble, if not regal, and made her think of both Christ and King Charles I. About the sombre, refined face, dark and luxuriant curls fell across a soiled linen blouse. A pair of tattered leggings completed the outfit. The carven feet were large, exaggerated, hoary. The head tilted and moved as if it spoke. If there had been sound on the film, perhaps the prisoner would have been imparting its woes. Though Catherine found herself relieved, the audio track was absent. The curtains closed, then reopened. In the second scene, The imprisoned figure appeared even more wretched and mournful in appearance as it stood in the wooden dock of a court or aged public building. There was a second character on stage for this scene. A monstrous hare which gesticulated aggressively with its thin forelegs. Large and entirely white eyes dominated the hare's head. Remnants of whiskers bristled around an open black mouth that boasted small teeth. She must have just seen its foul head in a nursery bed too. Its sagging body stretched out of a small wooden box that doubled as a pulpit. The fur of the chest was patchy and worn, and revealed 2 lines of pale teats. The hare wore a black cloth or silken headdress, and must have been presiding in judgment over the man who remained the only distinctly human figure in the scenes that followed. Once the curtains reopened after the trial scene, the action of the play had moved to a murky, refuse-strewn street scene, with churned mud and slouching wooden houses artfully suggested upon the backcloth. The prisoner was now mounted upon a cartwheel, over the rim of which his tired but proud wooden face hung. The scenery may have changed, and though well painted, the new backcloth added the only reassuringly artificial aspect to the jerky but unnervingly lifelike motion of the marionettes on stage. So authentic was their propulsion about the space, Catherine became convinced the film had been created with still-frame animation, not puppetry. After all, Edith's memory could hardly be counted upon. A motley crowd of figures dressed in rags paraded onto the stage from the wings and circled the cartwheel menacingly. Catherine caught glimpses of sackcloth and ceramic faces, wooden teeth and animal ears. Several of the crowd had canine legs. Others moved on wooden limbs, their feet shod in pointed leather shoes. Small white hands and the occasional bristled paw were thrown into the air to shake clubs. The crowd was stoked into an animal frenzy by the hare, which pranced and frolicked at one side of the stage. It was presiding over a second scene and appeared gleeful to do so. With their scruffy backs to the audience, the rabble crowded about and obscured the man upon the cartwheel. Their thin arms rose and fell repeatedly as they assaulted the prisoner. Catherine covered her eyes and only peered back intermittently through her fingers until the slaughter had concluded. The exhausted crowd of ruffians staggered away after an awful minute of eager violence. The thin wooden limbs of the victim had been smashed. Splinters protruded through its scant garments and were dark and moist. Catherine assumed that it was at this point in the performance of Mason's cruelty play that the BBC director must have finally, perhaps reluctantly, realised the drama was not only unsuitable for children, but for anyone. Despite the wear on the print, which now lightened and darkened as if the film was about to catch fire on the projector, Catherine struggled to watch as the broken figure was raised into the air by the mob. An evil crowd that struggled under the weight of the cumbersome pole upon which the wheel had been fixed. The curtains fell, but didn't remain drawn for long. The lifeless, misshapen and wet figure reappeared, still strapped to the cartwheel upon the upright stave. But high up, on centre stage, the pole was set against a backcloth that was either entirely black or craftily designed to reflect a cold nothingness. And she wondered again if that forlorn wooden face now issued a soliloquy to camera on the missing audio track. Because although his body was terribly broken, the glass eyes of the long face were open. Catherine longed for the end. but worse was in store. In the next scene, against a return of the town's backcloth, the anthropomorphic horde in rags returned to attend to the remains of their victim, who it seemed had been left to reflect overnight beneath the featureless sky on its tortured state. But this time, the crowd approached the cartwheel in a representation of awe and reverence. They began to prod and study the broken man. The first figure to distinguish itself from the shabby peasants was hooded and reached out a long pair of furred arms to seize and snatch away the head of the executed prisoner. The thief then crept to the front of the stage and caressed the long tresses of the stolen head with its black hands. But what was more appalling than the careful stroking of the leathery fingers through the feminine curls was the dark, ape-like face that leered out of its hood to bare teeth at the audience. At some point, it appeared Mason had come into possession of a primate. Behind the monkey beggar, clutching the disembodied head, the rest of the cast began pulling at, shaking, and tugging the remains of the executed man until he came apart in their mostly wooden hands. At one point, the plucking of his parts became a frenzy. Once a substantial item had been secured, and often from the ground it had fallen to, the piece would be snatched up and coveted against the chest of a peasant and carried off by the scuttling, hunched-over figure, seemingly in rapture with its booty. One by one, the marionettes departed the stage until nothing remained on the cartwheel or the horrible ground below. The master of revels, who opened the performance, returned for the final scene and took quick steps on its hind legs to centre stage. Once in place, it directed the audience's attention to the collection of ornaments and cases mounted upon little Doric pedestals across the rear of the stage. The receptacles had been painted and designed to resemble ornate jewellery boxes or elaborate urns. One object resembled a book, opened to reveal a tiny skeletal hand where there should have been pages. A gilded box fitted with a glass screen contained a foot. A small trunk lined with a silken material stored a jawbone. She understood this to be a reliquary of the condemned man's constituent parts. Catherine's curiosity about the identity of the condemned, executed, dismembered, and now martyred man was overshadowed by her deep concern for the damaged mind behind this portrayal of the character's hideous end in the filthy street. Mason may have changed his medium from rats to marionettes, but the themes appeared to be the same. The film flickered to an end, and Catherine groped her way to the light switch. Behind her, the loose end of the film slapped in a still-turning reel. The screen glared white. 24. For a while, Catherine was left alone. While she waited, she studied the little white chairs and wondered if Mason and his sister arranged screenings for their hideous creations, or whether children had once been here to watch the actual cruelty plays. Neither option made her feel any better, and an urge to flee the house nearly overwhelmed her into actual flight. Rats, she understood. The war tableau expressed a sensitive man's trauma at the loss of his young brothers and at what he had experienced in war. But this slide into the grotesque and primitivism suggested a bloody and inhuman version of justice from the medieval era within a Tudor and Stuart aesthetic. A regression into even darker times. But quite how he arrived there from the Great War mystified her. The narrative of the play had been simple and sensational. A lurid tale for the unsophisticated, with a crude and ugly cast. Grubby, animalistic presentations of the semi-human, the mob as animal. Mason's insanity must have been full-blown by the 50s. But the film had been affecting. That she could not deny. Even from a bad print without sound projected onto a white cloth. There was none of the rapid jerking of early films, or any sense of a miniaturized world. On stage, the figures had not glided like rod puppets, or bobbed in the telltale style of string puppetry, as she could not be certain she had seen any silvery threads against the background, even when it was black. The stage was large enough to host child actors, but the figures could not have been children in costume because of the animal legs of some of the characters. All had moved according to what they had been constructed from. Animal limbs moved naturally. Articulated wooden limbs moved as one would have expected them to. So the play must have either been filmed slowly, with cameras, frame by frame, or Edith's uncle had employed several masterly puppeteers. And the cast must have been comprised of the marionettes she had seen in the nursery. The heads were too similar to be anything else. Mason had indeed taken his bizarre and unpleasant art to a whole new level of artistry. And she'd been the first person to see it in decades. The cinema screen was made from a rough weave of plain cloth. Multiple layers of fabric backdrops were tucked away in the wings, ready to be drawn by a flyman, when the stage was used for drama. The back of the theatre was pressed against the wall, but looking up from the front of the stage, Catherine could see no portable bridge, or platform behind the proscenium arches, on which Mason or his sister would have knelt and concealed themselves from the audience without making a sound. If they were the puppeteers, they would have needed to crouch behind the stage, or stand behind the backcloth. On closer inspection, she found the joinery of the theatre to be masterful. A series of detachable wooden pegs allowed dismantling prior to transit and reassembly piecemeal. And the curtains were handmade by a highly skilled seamstress, Edith's mother, Violet. The ground floor room must have become the theatre's final resting place, once public performance had been exhausted or found unfit for purpose, and perhaps once Mason was too old to continue the shows. But who was their intended audience? Or what was the purpose of any of this? Outside the room, the sound of Edith's wheelchair prompted Catherine to step away from the stage. Being caught conducting an uninvited inspection would not go over well, or at least she had a feeling that it would not. By the time the door to the room had clicked open, Catherine had resumed her seat beside the antique projector. "Won't you stop it?" "Sorry, what?" "It overheats." "I don't know how. I didn't want to touch it." Maud bustled behind her chair and brought the whipping tail of the film to a clanking halt. To escape the glare from Edith's red-rimmed eyes, Catherine went to the window, drew back the layered curtains, and retracted the shutters quickly, as if she was desperate for clean air. "Well?" "It was—" "What? Speak, girl." Very clever, for its time. The movement of the pieces. Was it still frame? "What are you talking about?" "The animation. It must have taken hours." "Nonsense. They were artists. They rehearsed. The performance was second nature. Shows in my uncle's day were performed in one take. Once my uncle was satisfied with rehearsals, he was never required to interfere with a performance. Catherine's thoughts stumbled in an attempt to follow the conversation. She felt she was being given misleading information before a crowd of strangers who all stared at her. Your uncle didn't work alone. He trusted no one but my mother, who was wardrobe and set designer. The self-serious tone Edith adopted about her uncle's work suddenly made Catherine want to laugh madly again. Did the woman believe that what she had just watched was real? Edith was not going to be much help in understanding her uncle's marionettes. One can only admire how such small actors could issue such power, don't you think? Quite. It is the greatest testament to my uncle's art that he can still captivate an audience, even with this poor facsimile of the original, more colourful work. Perhaps it was time to play along with the woman's enthusiasm and delusions. This was no place for logic. Maybe her visit could only be survived by collusion with fantasy. This is the only film we have left. It was the first of the cruelty plays that my uncle learned. A very old play. I often think it fitting this tribute survived. The other films are damaged and will no longer play. The Face at the Window and The Dead Witness were the last to go. Learned? Yes. Do you know nothing of our great dramatic history? Barnaby Pettigrew and Wesley Spettle toured this play for years. At Stourbridge Fair, Worcester Theatre, Coventry, even Covent Garden and Bartholomew Fair. It was always a sensation. It was their duty that Henry Strader was not forgotten. Who? You know, my uncle even believed the Master of Revels' head was carved by the great Billy Purvis, head carver and puppet maker. And the Master of Revels was ready when my dear uncle reminded him of his calling. Sorry, who was Henry Strader? Edith sucked in her breath as if scandalised. The greatest of them all. The first known martyr. Did you learn nothing at school? Were you even now paying attention? You have just watched the account of his terrible end. The very title of this play is "'Tis Pity Henry Strader was broken upon the wheel." Murdered for his art in Smithfield. The smooth field, my dear. In London, in 16-something, I forget. Executed for sedition, for witchcraft. He was then torn apart in the street by a mob. It was the first history lesson my mother taught me in this very room. Afraid I'm unaware of him. What an appalling education you must have received. Are you telling me you know nothing of Strader's great march on London? Sorry. The lame flocked to Strader, dear, and followed his troop from Stourbridge Fair to London. Some even called it the Second Children's Crusade, but it was so perceived to be a rebellion. Strader's following became so great, so unruly, he was murdered for his vision by the authorities. His killers made his troop watch. Can you imagine it? He was the first of the known martyrs of rod and string, a local hero no less, born near here. Parts of his remains were said to be holy, and were even returned to this part of the world after his execution. I was schooled in this black history right here. Again, Catherine was confused and mystified by what Edith was referring to, or the timescale involved in what she appeared to be suggesting was a theatrical legacy continued by her uncle. and not one she had ever heard of. Edith was wasting her time, and Catherine felt another flare of annoyance. The puppets were unsellable. They were an unpleasant curiosity that she could dine out on for years, if she could bear to remember them. But they were nothing else. Edith's history lesson was almost certainly pure fantasy. This and the nursery had nothing to do with her valuation, and the first day of her visit was nearly over. "My uncle saved an entire English tradition, my dear. Outlawed for being in league with one devil or another by fools. Ha! Did you know that Tiberius suppressed them, and that Claudius banished them too? This troop have known dangerous times. Their entire history has been one of persecution. I mean..." She lowered her voice as if in fear. "You saw what happened to poor Henry Strader at the Smooth Field for resurrecting the tradition, for daring to contradict the church and government. He was the first martyr my uncle could even find a name for, my dear. But there were others. After him for certain, and before him too, you can be sure of that, though he never traced them." Edith sat back in her chair, smiled, and showed her yellow teeth, as if delighted at the opportunity to correct her guest's woeful ignorance. "You know, in the summer when I was a girl, we had theatre on the lawn. My uncle staged those plays of Henry Strader that were remembered. The martyr wrote nothing down. It was too dangerous. And much was lost. But in his own time, he was more popular than Shakespeare. I saw The Magician's Fate and The Beauteous Sacrifice before I was 10. Now, how many little girls do you know who can say that?" 25. Unhindered by a voice from behind her back, or the peal of Edith's little bell, Catherine passed through the garden gate. She tried to walk casually, though an attempt to move soundlessly made her movements furtive. She experienced a deep discomfort at leaving the building without asking, but then was aghast at herself for assuming that she needed permission to leave to make a phone call. After the screening of the film, Edith had been wheeled to her room to sleep before dinner, and Maud had retreated to her fiefdom on the ground floor to prepare the evening meal. Both rooms were situated at the rear of the property, and she realised this was her best chance to leave the building unobserved. Her request to begin work on the inventory had been treated to an embarrassing silence before Maud escorted her to her bedroom without a word. Was she then to wait there all afternoon until dinner? She needed a phone signal and urgently wanted to share her experiences with Leonard and get his advice on what to make of it all and what to do. But now she worried that as soon as she got behind the wheel of her car, leaving the Red House even for half an hour would make a return to the building difficult. Unbearable would be an exaggeration, but not a great one. As she walked away, she desperately tried not to look back at the house. If someone was watching from a window, her glance might be an admission of wrongdoing, of not keeping her hosts abreast of her movements. The nape of her neck cooled as if a cloud had passed across the sun, or the shadow of the house had lengthened to keep pace with her scurrying down the lane. The house's scrutiny began to feel like a tangible pressure, as if there was now a disapproving face at every window behind her. She was struck with an instinct to cringe, and could not prevent a surreptitious peek at the house just to make sure that no one was, in fact, observing her. But the peek became a double take in which she was forced to stop and face the building. In a solitary glance, she had been shocked by a mistaken impression of a sudden change in the Red House's character. For a moment, in her moving vision, the overgrown garden had climbed even higher up the dark walls of the house's front. The bricks of the building had appeared unkempt, blackened with age or even dereliction. The illusion was caused by the way the nearby trees cast their shadows over the first story, abetted by her sight briefly dimming under the canopy of a small fir tree crowding the garden wall. The house was now restored to its former hideous magnificence. Catherine reached her car and got inside quickly, turned the engine over and put the car into first gear. As she drove away as slowly and as stealthily as she could manage, she hoped the occupants of the Red House wouldn't hear the sound of the engine. She slipped her car through the tunnel of hawthorn, but struggled to see the lane as shadows rolled over the bonnet and across the windscreen in a strobe effect. Emerging from the natural tunnel, strong sunlight blinded her and she was forced to brake. She fumbled with sunglasses and the sun visor. In the rear-view mirror, the black claws of the roof finials were skeletal against the sky. Once she was moving again, the idea of escaping Edith's unpredictable moods, at least for a while, allowed the tension of the day to seep from her shoulders and neck. There would be no friendship or even familiarity between them. Hoping for such was tiring and destined for repeat disappointments. Just an evening meal to get through, and then she could sleep. If she could photograph every item for sale the following day, she wondered if she might even complete the valuation off-site, at home. But finishing the valuation begged the question, what next? In the months ahead, the catalogue would need approval, contracts would require signatures, and arrangements would have to be made for an auction. Her visits to the Red House would be endless, her exposure to this madness limitless. She also suffered a persistent anxiety that Edith wouldn't let her go, that her firm's contract would be dependent on her staying at the Red House for weeks, even months. Her role had already fallen into being led to curious rooms, introduced to their interiors and inhabitants, before being whisked away. Boundaries upon her freedom to roam and work independently had been set in stone that morning. The idea of enduring even one more day of the obsessive supervision and tormenting felt like it would break what little spirit she'd summoned to get herself out of here in the first place. But the prospect of the Red House experience continuing was also unhealthily intriguing. She couldn't fully suppress her fascination. Part of her was recklessly and guiltily eager to stretch and reach for the enigmatic here, for all that was undisclosed about this weird family. She wanted to throw open doors and see everything at once, while being desperate to flee every other minute of the day. Catherine swapped her hands on the steering wheel and bit her nails until the fingertips on each hand were sore. Inside her mouth, the chips of polish tasted like pear drops. 2 miles beyond Magbar Wood, her phone revealed 2 blue bars of a reception signal. There was nowhere to pull over on the narrow road, so she stopped the car in the middle of the lane to call Leonard. She tried his desk phone. She'd never known him leave the office before 8. "Hello, Leonard Osborne. Hello? Hello?" Such was her relief to hear Leonard's voice. She had to clear her throat of emotion before she could speak. "Leonard, it's me. Kitten, how lovely to hear from you. You okay? How was your first day?" "Insane." "How is the charming Edith?" "Well, Like most sticklers for good manners, she's as rude as they come. But it's not just Edith. It's... Go on. I just need a second pair of ears, boss. Because, well, today has been... They're crazy, boss. Mad as snakes. We know that. It won't make it any easier to start with, I understand. And you've gone out there after a truly ghastly experience. To be frank, I'm glad you called, because I've been worried sick. I would have called earlier, but there's no signal at the house. Well, I'm all ears now, kitten. So, what's on your mind? Or is it your heart? How could she even begin to explain her day? Or more precisely, how it made her feel? I'm genuinely not sure about this, Leonard. Oh? Edith and Maud. I really do not know what to make of them. It's like they're only interested in trying to conjure all of this mystery and reverence around Mason. Has anything been said about the contract? Nothing. I'd say any mention has been deliberately avoided. I've escaped for a bit, but it's only convinced me that other motives are at work out here. Disingenuous motives. I think she might just be playing with us. Edith will dance about like a spider and keep changing her mind. I know that much. And sometimes we must suffer in our trade. But unless she's thrown you out, she'll come round eventually. I'm sure of it. Even if we get to that stage, it's going to take a lot of stamina to endure her, Len. You really should come out. I could do with some backup. Of course, I plan to. Glad to hear it. There's a stair lift here too, so you can get round easily. Tomorrow's full. Maybe I'll come the day after. But what has upset you? Can you be specific? Something... it's just not right. Edith won't get to the point at all about what's available for auction, which is why I'm just not convinced there's ever going to be one. I haven't even started the inventory. Haven't seen a single bloody item. Instead, I've seen the most awful film and had this big history lesson about a puppet tradition that I've never even heard of. Henry Strader? Ring any bells? And Mason's old puppets. She talks about them like they are children. You know, living. They sleep in a room next to her. She just seems intent on disturbing me. She's such a bully. And this man, this Strader, who her uncle was obsessed with, they have this film of him being broken on the wheel. A cruelty play, that's what she called it. Edith claims the play is hundreds of years old. It's worse than a horror film. I'm supposed to be here for the tableau, the dolls. But it's like they're already out of the picture. Irrelevant. So I'm not even sure we'll ever get a contract, and if we do, it could be cancelled on a whim. But where does she think it will all go? I mean, is there a will? Any surviving family? Leonard was silent for a while, save for the little sucks on his pipe stem that she could hear through the phone. She could visualise his frown while he considered what she'd said. Perhaps she can't help herself. It's in her nature, after so much time alone out there. Maybe she can't resist you. Who can? And she's making the most of you, testing you with a load of nonsense. Though I have heard about Strader. He was supposed to have been executed for witchcraft, I think. Or maybe it was treason, or both. He was put to death while touring London. But the authorities let a mob do the dirty work. His plays were supposedly highly seditious and mystical. Apparently, a huge unwashed mob of peasants used to follow Strader around, if my memory serves. Orphans mainly, lepers, cripples. They thought he was a healer, a saint, the second coming or something, a saviour. That seemed to be the gist of it. And he was a local lad too, from out your way. So maybe that's why it took Mason's fancy once he'd killed everything on 4 legs and dressed it up. I'll look straighter up for you, but I also wouldn't be surprised if Edith has become attached to you, my dear. That's why she wants to share all of this with you. She won't show her hand yet, but I am sure it will come. Dependency on new company is a hard thing to acknowledge when you've prided yourself on isolation. I mean, kitten, you might just be the first guest they've had in that house in decades. You're like the sole friend who came over for a sleepover, and she wants to show you all of her toys. She wants a passive audience too, for all of her jumbled up stories. But she'll keep the upper hand by playing hard. I've seen it all before, my dear. Maybe in not such a colourful way, but it goes with the territory. Maybe. She did feel as if she was an unwitting player in a performance. One born from decades of routine, tradition, and the stifling hierarchy of a servant and mistress, now gone from the world beyond Edith's isolation within those red walls. But the more she considered the woman, now she was out of her grasp, the more the whole idea of Edith troubled her. No woman still dresses like that, Leonard. The hair, the bleached face. It's impossible. A costume? Is Edith playing a role? And Maud's total silence, is that a performance too? She still hasn't said a word, nothing. No explanation about the note. The 2 women function, but it's like they've gone completely mad. It's like some crazy prank. Her instincts suggested she was being prepared for a greater revelation. Now she was free of the building, the idea was hard to suppress. Or maybe, like Leonard claimed, they were merely apportioning out their helpless strangeness because they had nothing else to offer. She wanted to believe that. In these situations, kitten, I always extend my imagination into their perspective. Use your imagination, and it'll take the sting out of Edith's bite. Edith is very old, lonely, surrounded by relics of a world and of people she loved who are long gone. She's clearly always revered what her uncle left behind. It's what she's protected and curated on his bizarre instructions, I might add. That is clear from what you have told me. And we can safely assume that old Mason was pretty disturbed by the time he took his own life. She would have been in that house during the great patriarch's end. God knows what kind of shock and trauma his suicide inflicted upon her, but she stuck it out. No wonder she's half-crazed. Maybe even frozen in time from that period. Then she needs a doctor, help, a social worker, not a valuer. We both know none of those types would even make it through the gate. Then me being here feels wrong. Then look at it another way. From what you have told me, she's also endured a long imprisonment. Mason pretty much confined his niece to that house, and still does, even though he's dead. Imagine what Mason's treasures have deprived Edith of, the freedoms, liberties, opportunities we've taken for granted as our right. Edith won't have known any of it. But you can bet she spent most of her life thinking about the wider world, resenting it while desiring it. And it would be reasonable for Edith to now despise her uncle's work, even while she covets it. She's broke and needs to sell it all. So what has her life been for? I've seen this happen, kitten. At their end, some people experience a terrible revelation. But we must hold her hand while she goes through this. I think that is what she is asking you for. She wants to share all of this with you before she says goodbye to it forever. Catherine was no analyst, though she'd known a few. But now Leonard put it like this. She wondered if the Red House was smouldering with a resentment that had become something much worse. Futility was a powerful force, as well she knew. Maybe. This helps, boss, thanks. But I still have to go back and sleep over. It's like willingly going to bed to have an awful nightmare. If it's too much, just say the word and pull out. I won't think any less of you. We can try and persuade her to let me in, even if she has her heart set on you. Your well-being must come first. I'm a businessman, but I fear you might not be ready for this job, and I feel wretched for talking you into it. I got carried away when you told me about the mason pieces. It will be a glorious end to my career. I've been selfish. Don't feel bad. I can't. The last thing I want is for my dysfunctional private life to interfere with my work. You know that, boss. Yes, but we all have our limits. I'm not there yet. I had a wobble last week, a big one. But I also know this is too good to let go of. Let me try another day. See if I can at least photograph everything, and then I'll pull out. Maybe tomorrow night. You sure? I think so, boss. But the next time we go together. Okay. I better get back. There'll be hell to pay if I'm late for dinner. 26. Catherine's expectations about formal dining at the Red House were confirmed. Feeling awkward and as breakable as the crystal she sipped from, she sat tense and uncomfortable in her chair, determined to make this the last meal she ate in the oppressive dining room. Because this was a feast to be endured within a thick, uncomfortable silence that made looking at each other across the table unbearable. Neither of her hosts appeared to have the strength to endure the meal, and she wished they hadn't bothered with staging the performance. The wall lights were not turned on. 4 candles in holders, around which silver serpents were entwined, lit the table, but only partially illumined the surrounding room. Catherine wanted to be enchanted, but the mournful silence and wretched faces of her companions made her feel so self-conscious she began to feel irrational and worried she might say something foolish. From the little she could see, there was something masculine about the dining room, a touch of its former master, with ruby red and river green wallpaper, designed with a miniature version of the geometric design she had seen elsewhere in the house. Dado rails remained along all of the walls. Oil paintings hung high from horizontal rods of polished brass, each picture depicting an age-darkened still life of rustic breads, grapes, game, fish, and birds with limp necks, beside thin knives laid upon metal plates. A frieze around the top third of the walls featured a vine heavy with fruit. But at least she'd had the foresight to change into the only dress she had packed. A decision she congratulated herself on, as Edith had also dressed to eat. Her host's ivory gown of embroidered silk concealed her entire body, save her gloved hands and colourless face. Miss Mason, it's extraordinary to see such a fine gown still in existence, let alone being worn. This was the first time anyone had spoken since Catherine had been shown into the room, and her voice sounded phony and irritating within the grand space. It belonged to my mother. Edith just about smiled, and what little of a smile appeared on her lipless mouth was an effort to maintain before she quickly returned to a preoccupation with a matter unshared. Her eyes were cloudy and her arms limp. If she leant any closer to the table, she'd be face down in her soup. At least the food provided a temporary distraction from Edith. There was a delicious homemade vegetable soup, 2 small pheasants with new potatoes, a cheese soufflé, a plum pudding with fresh cream, a sweet white wine, and a burgundy. The meal must have been prepared for Catherine, because Edith did no more than blow on a spoonful of soup and push at her pheasant with a heavy silver fork. Though at one point, Catherine suspected she had seen Edith pressing the side of a piece of bread with her tongue. But she never took a bite. Edith's thin hands could barely support the weight of the cutlery, and it looked like she'd forgotten how to hold it. Perhaps Maud spooned food into her mouth when they were alone. After her pretense of eating, and then an exaggerated dabbing at her mouth with a napkin, Edith finally closed her eyes and seemed to just switch herself off. She slept soundlessly with her head bowed, while Catherine nervously slipped tiny pieces of the food into her own mouth, trying not to clink the plate. She swallowed some of the food unchewed. The coils of artificial hair on top of Edith's head spoiled Catherine's appetite before she reached the dessert. She suspected she could smell the piles of grey hair, a sickly floral perfume, and the camphor of aged fabric kept from moths. She also wondered if a window was open, because she detected an odour of damp in the room, like moist vegetation or cold, wet earth. Surreptitiously, she peered around her chair to trace the odour. The windows were all closed. But she discovered that the mantelpiece above the great black marble fireplace displayed the source of the loud iron ticking. And she knew at a glance the clock was early 18th century, a timepiece set between 4 marble statues with a Greco-Roman theme. There was a bust of a man with a mean, arrogant face, perhaps a Roman emperor. This was set beside a sculpture of a muscular man being throttled by a serpent. 2 willowy female figures, supine upon stone couches, faced each end of the room. Mason and his sister, Violet, had probably eaten every meal here, year after year, during their long occupancy of the Red House, sat at either end of the table, like her and Edith were now. But had they been so silent, perhaps running out of things to say to each other? Maud watched the charade in silence beside the serving trolley. Once she was satisfied Catherine had finished eating, she cleared the table. But not a word was exchanged. The permanent expression of suppressed rage on Maud's crumpled face was sufficient indication that any private discussion about the note from Catherine's first visit would be unwelcome. Could Edith's behaviour truly be an elaborate ploy for attention, as Leonard had suggested? Tonight, the woman seemed barely able to tolerate her presence. Or perhaps the compulsion to be judgmental and controlling was a role the woman barely had the strength for at this hour. Coming back had been a dreadful error. She should have kept on driving. She needed familiarity, warmth, support, and suffered a sudden fear that her last chance had been missed, and now it would be too late to leave. She had to say something. Speaking might force a resolution she was desperate for, because tomorrow and the day after were at risk of being whittled away, just like today. Miss Mason? It took a few seconds for Edith to look up. My uncle never tolerated chatter at the dinner table. She almost spat the word chatter at Catherine, and her dark gums and thin teeth were briefly exposed in a grimace. Sorry. But as you have begun, you may finish. What is it? Catherine cleared her throat. The dolls I viewed in Green Willow. Yes? Well, I don't think I have seen a finer private collection. Ever. Some warmth returned to Edith's little reddish eyes. Thank you. They were gifts from my mother and uncle. They spoiled me. You were loved, cherished. I can see that. The dolls were not for playing with. Edith added this refrain with such sadness that Catherine instantly forgave her for being unpleasant. In a heartbeat, she saw how lonely and afraid Edith was. She had been left behind. And how could she estimate the damage inflicted upon Edith as a child by a mad uncle and mother, as Leonard suspected? The force of her recrimination and shame for thinking badly of her host surprised her. You have a kind heart, Miss Howard. Catherine, please. I will address you as I see fit. But you are quite right to assume that I wait here alone. Had she spoken out loud? Or had her expression communicated more than she would wish to a woman unaccustomed to conversation? But not for much longer. Edith spoke to the table's surface. Catherine's courage to continue the conversation deserted her. You must make allowances for those who live so long, whose role is unexceptional. My time is almost done. My use was what it was, I fear, and no more. So take them. It won't matter much, I suspect, if I am no longer here for their safekeeping. They must now watch over other children as they sleep. Only innocence can give them life. Please make sure they are well looked after. Flushing with embarrassment before more evidence of the woman's decline, Catherine decided she'd be better off if she just gave up trying to understand anything Edith said to her. It was hopeless. The dolls. I think a private collector, or even a museum, would be... Edith waved her napkin with irritation. I have no interest in these other places. But if I may begin the inventory with them, they are a speciality of mine. Because to you, they also live. I knew it immediately. Your presence here is not ideal, but at least the vulgarity and coarseness we have encountered in others is mostly absent in you. She wanted to be flattered, but it was the mostly that spoiled the moment. So take it all. I don't know why I cling. The house seems to wish it all comes to you. All. The word boomed inside her. But before you begin, you must see where my uncle worked. I've decided to let you in there tomorrow. The smile disappeared from a face that looked dead in a moment of unwavering candlelight. I know you wish it. I am too old and have been here too long for you to hide things from me. Catherine tried to change the subject. If it is all right with you, ma'am, if you can tell me what it is you wanted to include in the inventory, I'll restrict my work to those areas of the house. I don't want to trouble you any more than I have already. Don't be impatient. Nothing infuriates me more than impetuousness. We won't be rushed, Miss Howard. All that is here, all who are here, are part of the Red House. This is a curious house that has known many times and lives, but nothing of it is indivisible. All must be understood in its proper and rightful context, and to begin with, in the places my uncle worked and brought such strange life to this house. Nothing has value unless it is considered properly, by degrees, and in the correct sequence. Don't you agree?" "Yes," Catherine said automatically, but had no idea what Edith had actually asked her. She glanced at Maud, but looked away just as quickly from the housekeeper's face because it stared with a barely contained malice at Edith. Catherine suspected the couple had been chastened by something she was not privy to. There was no warmth between them. They were as indifferent to each other as strangers. What bound them together and motivated Maud to continue with the fatiguing care required by an elderly invalid was mystifying. But if she was not permitted to begin the inventory the following morning and was manoeuvred into another digression involving M.H. Mason's grotesque hobbies, she would force the issue. She was prepared to leave empty-handed, save clutching a handful of stories no one would ever believe. And then Leonard could try his hand here. And she would prepare her excuses to avoid any more meals before tomorrow too. Regardless of Edith's decline, she knew her own mental state made it unhealthy for her to remain in this environment. "You have time, dear. And there is much to understand." Edith's voice had softened, was almost wheedling. She also grinned in what looked like triumph, as if the woman had won some war of wills Catherine would only understand later. "Now you are with us, there is less to distract you from this exceptional opportunity. There is more for you right here than you ever found out there. I sense you are a young woman accustomed to disappointment." Edith slowly moved her head in the direction of the window behind her chair. "Out there." Was Edith now, impossibly, referring to her breakup with Mike? Had Leonard said something to Edith before she arrived? No, he'd only written Edith one letter, and that was before she split with Mike. Besides Leonard, she'd only told her parents about the breakup. The news worried them, but also wearied them. Or was Edith even hinting something of her flight from London? The incident? Maybe her childhood? Everything. The idea stunned her, baffled her into silence. No, she was being paranoid. Edith could not possibly know about Mike or anything of her life out there. "Oh, really? Why do you say that?" "We keep to ourselves, but we are not blind, dear. Your eyes are full of a broken heart." "We?" Leonard must have said, "I never went in for all that. My mother did once. Must have done, though she never discussed it with me. I never knew my father. But I had my uncle. He introduced me to other things. More rewarding pursuits." Edith grinned her yellow grin. "There are other things one can love. A different kind of love, maybe, but love all the same. A more enduring love. One, perhaps, that is everlasting." "Today," Catherine said, to deflect Edith's uncomfortable taunts, or her investigation, or whatever it was. "This afternoon." Maud removed the serving platters as if the meeting was adjourned, and nothing Catherine could say would be of any consequence. "Thank you, Maud. The food was wonderful." Maud didn't look at her to acknowledge the compliment. Edith's eyes closed again. "Earlier, I saw someone in the garden." Maud dropped a steel serving spoon upon the trolley. The sound electrified the darkness. Edith raised her head. "Perhaps you were mistaken." Their attention felt like an exciting luxury. No. There was a man in white. He was definitely in the garden. What followed between the two women was quick, but not quick enough to evade her notice. Despite the void and coldness between them, Edith and Maud exchanged a glance. One of fearful acknowledgement rather than surprise. I think he was a beekeeper. He was trying to get my attention. Maud turned and continued to busy herself with the dishes, her back to her employer. And it was Edith's turn to stare at the back of Maud's head with loathing. A friend of Maud's who used to tend the honeybees, but who is forbidden to enter the garden. The housekeeper retreated across the dining room, the serving trolley rattling before her. Edith cramped her face into an expression of disgust. I don't feel at all well. Her soup never agrees with me. She put something in it. Will you take me to my room? I wish to retire. Maud will undress me. Of course. Catherine stood up, buoyant with guilty relief that she had diverted the hostility away from herself and onto Maud. If I may, I'd like to start early tomorrow, with the dolls, if that's okay. Edith ignored her and had already dipped her head to rest. Only once Edith was propped up amongst the pillows, still fully dressed, did Catherine relax her shoulders and straighten her spine. Moving the unresponsive figure up to the second floor and through the house had taken all of her concentration and strength. Once she had mastered the stair lift, she found the building so poorly lit, she felt she was in danger of wheeling the woman into crevices of darkness. And only as Catherine turned to leave, giving the wall of dolls at the foot of Edith's bed a look of longing, did Edith speak. She circled Catherine's wrist with her hard fingers, which felt terribly cold through the silk of her gloves. The sudden contact made Catherine start, and turn in time to glimpse the hand retreat like a crab to Edith's lap. I would offer you the library or the games room, but I am poor company this evening. It would be better to go to your room. Yes, of course. I have a good... and to stay there. Edith closed her old eyes, as if she had turned herself off again, and fell soundlessly asleep. 27. Night engulfed the red house. There was no light emitting from the shuttered house, no street lamps or light pollution from neighbouring buildings. The absence beyond the open window in her room was vast, total. Even with the overhead light switched off, the surrounding garden walls and trees and far-off meadows had disappeared, and there appeared to be too many stars in the sky, an incalculable scatter of iridescent debris. She'd thought her feelings of unfamiliarity and vulnerability could not get any worse, but they did. They now stretched into the kind of cosmic perspective she'd forgotten was possible. Looking up at the sky, a force stronger than gravity enclosed her in a claustrophobic acknowledgement that she stood as a speck upon a speck in a never-ending cold space she could not understand. A sudden terror, fused with awe, gripped her mind, until she could not tell fear apart from wonder. Where did fear end and wonder begin? If she had not been inside the house, she suspected she would be swept upwards or extinguished by a brief awareness that she was trapped on a planet that didn't matter to anything up there. Extinction seemed to be a better option than awareness. She felt like a child again, an inexplicable regression. Would other people feel the same way here? Would they cope and handle themselves and know what to do and say? Or would they wait, fretting and alone in a forgotten corner? Her first day had done nothing to distract her from the agitation and misery of Mike either, that kept rearing up in sudden waves of memory and pain. And she'd needed a great deal more than an unproductive day that had left her confused, anxious and unsettled to keep her mind occupied. She also found herself increasingly desperate for a respite from bearing witness to any more of M.H. Mason's grotesque dementia. She didn't think she could stand it a moment longer. The master of Revell's face, and the 10 white occupied beds of the nursery, had stubbornly superimposed themselves over any other recollection she had of the Red House's immaculate treasures. Catherine retreated from the window to the glow of the bedside lamp. Midnight. She had been sent to her room before 9. The last 3 hours without a phone signal, Wi-Fi, and her inability to concentrate her skittish thoughts on a book had felt like 3 times that length of time, trapped by the darkness. She was an exhibit in a museum no longer visited, because nothing existed outside of the museum. Her host's presence lingered around her as a kind of impending disapproval. The arrested time, the deranged artifacts, the expectant silence, and the tragic history had all insinuated themselves inside her. She could feel their presence as though a dull, brownish light had been introduced into her mind. Funereal scents of rosewater, lavender, wood polish and chemicals might be all she would ever smell again. All investing her with uncertainties and fears and a reticence she had not known since the emotional landscape of her childhood, as she did not welcome a return to that time. The dangerous turning of her mind against itself was almost tangible. Some instinct tried again to convince her that she was no longer here to work. Her hosts had already forgotten the true purpose of her visit. She was here because of an unfortunate set of circumstances that had compelled Edith to take her in, like an evacuee or unwanted child during the school holidays. And now her presence had left everybody clueless as to how to amuse her or tolerate her outbursts. She transmitted tension like static. She could go crazy. Go crazier. Catherine clutched her face and wished she had something to drink. Why hadn't she brought vodka with her? Because it's not allowed. She closed her eyes and engaged in the old breathing exercises, cleared her mind, focused on one point in the ready, flickering darkness behind her eyelids. Today was a write-off, but no more ghastly films or beds filled with bestial puppets tomorrow. Exactly what was intended for auction had to be established, catalogued, and photographed. She would have to be firm. The quick regrouping of her wits derailed at the sight of the camera on the writing table. Like an ex-smoker near a casually discarded packet of cigarettes, she was scared to be alone with it. There were pictures of Mike on there. A trip to Hay-on-Wye and the Worcester Beacon in Malvern taken within the last few weeks. Her throat thickened. Her jaw felt too heavy. She remembered so vividly his expression of delight when he opened his door to find her on the other side of it. And she began blinking back tears. How? How? How had this happened so quickly? And now she was here. But what makes sense when you have no control? Catherine reclined against the pillows on the bed and thumbed her way through the album on the memory card she had yet to transfer to her PC. Maybe she wanted to be in pain. when the little camera felt too heavy to hold, and when she needed both hands to cover her eyes, she dropped the camera onto the bedclothes. She checked the sheets, clean, slipped off her clothes and put on a cotton nightie. Against the dark rug, her pale feet and painted toenails looked incongruous. She was a plastic bangle amongst fine, heavy jewellery encrusted with precious stones. She was cheap, insubstantial, and unacceptable. In here, almost anything in the modern world would feel the same way. And how could she even lie upon a bed at the Red House? She missed her flat and her own things so much it hurt. With a bedside lamp doused, she could see nothing around herself, not even the bed. She squeezed her eyes shut and longed for sleep to take away her mind and deliver her straight into the morning. But across the screen of her mind played a montage of the day's sights and events to keep her just above sleep. A replay of the leering hare's threadbare face and the vile scrabble of tatty heads and quick limbs about Henry Strader upon the wheel pulled her eyes wide open, and she held her breath until the images subsided. The absence of light offered no comfort. She reached for the bedside lamp and decided to try and sleep with it switched on. Far beyond her room, inside the great house, a door opened, then closed. It must be Maud. The idea of other life in the building gave her a brief, childlike comfort. With her back to the dusty light of the lamp, she forced herself to run through what she hoped to achieve the following day. She seemed to run through the cycle of tasks for hours, and eventually fell asleep with a mind full of rats dying in the soil of Flanders. Only to awaken when the house came alive. 28. She struggled to remember where she was. For a moment, she believed herself to be underground because she could smell cold earth and wet timber. She continued to mumble to the white-eyed hare of her dream as it pranced back and forth within a dark space like a tunnel that she had been trying to escape from. The wild hare had swung its large head about with a fierce and nonsensical joy. Squirrels in red hunting coats had promised to show her a way out of the earthen tunnel, but that only led to a tea party of saucer-eyed kittens who spoke in tiny voices and said that she should stay inside because of what was up in the sky. She didn't remember anything else. Now she was awake, she lay rigid, too frightened to move. Her hair was damp upon the pillow. Distant bumps filled her ears, and then her head with desperate ideas about what caused them. Stupidly, she thought of Maud moving furniture in the middle of the night. Maybe it was morning, and the curtains were so thick they had shut out the light. She checked her phone. 3 a.m. Sounds of an old house and its shifting timbers. It could be nothing more. Unfamiliar sounds in unfamiliar places, and there was always a rational explanation for what caused them. But now came a rhythm, like a small, hard hand striking a door. Not her door, but one in the distance. And also a suggestion of movement in the corridor outside her room, somewhere between her room and the knocking. Further along the corridor, nearer the staircase, came a swish and bump, like a crowd of children jostling within a school corridor. Yes. And now there were feet going up and down distant stairs. Maud? The noises separated and coalesced into one, then distinguished themselves again in separate origins at different distances. There are no children here. Outside in the corridor came a sudden shuffle that moved across the face of her door, and then paused. Catherine said, "Maud?" but hardly heard herself. She noisily cleared her throat in warning and moved within the bed to make it creak. A faint scuffle across the floorboard. She received the impression that someone, or an animal, now waited beyond the door of her room to listen to her movements. Catherine sat up, wondered what she should do. She pushed the heavy covers off her lap and stared at the door. There was a key in the lock. She hadn't thought it her place to lock herself inside a room in someone else's house, a consideration she now regretted. She swung her legs out of the bedclothes and placed her feet on the floor as quietly as she could manage. She tiptoed to the door and placed her ear against the wooden panel to listen. In the distance, the bumps and jostle, and were their voices now low voices, passed beyond the range of her hearing, as if the sounds were descending the stairs. Outside her door, someone passed quickly again, but in the opposite direction, back towards the staircase. It sounded as if they were low to the floor, like a dog. Into her imagination came an impression of Edith Mason with her bleached face, red-rimmed eyes and yellow teeth, crawling down one side of the passageway on all fours, using the skirting board as a guide to find her way back to her room. Catherine went back to her bed for a while, until she believed her own promise to herself that there were only 3 people inside the building. When she'd mustered the courage to return to the bedroom door, she opened it more noisily than she would have wished, and stared into darkness. Poking her head further out, she peered to the right, down to where the passage opened onto the L-shaped landing and stairwell beneath. There was some light down there, the kind of luminance that glows from a distant open door, but one out of sight, as if a door in the next passage that contained Edith's bedroom were open. The elderly slept little at night. Maybe Edith had summoned Maud, who had knocked at her door. Yes, she had heard Maud on the stairs, and then Edith being carried downstairs, as opposed to being transported in the clanking lift. Not a pleasant thought, but it was all she had to go on. So what had been outside her door? A cat? A dog? A rat? An animal of some kind had come in through a window. Those meadows were uncultivated. The garden was overgrown. This was deep country. Anything could find a way in. Against the distant halo of light that defined the silhouette of the corridor's far mouth, and what must have been a vague banister rail beyond, came a sudden movement. But her eyes must have deceived her, because it looked as if a figure might have stood up and passed out of the corridor. An ill-defined shape, about the size of a large dog, rising and fleeing. It must have been an animal, because it was on all fours. Or was it? She couldn't tell. It had moved so quickly. The face at the window, on her first day. Could there be a child here? One concealed from her? Had it been on the floor outside her room, crawling? Neither idea reduced her confusion and unease. Ridiculous. An animal. It must have been an animal that had crawled inside the house. Catherine hastily swiped on the overhead light in her room to augment the weak offering from the bedside lamp. The new light was mostly stifled by the sombre wooden panels and dark red drapes, but some of it fell into the corridor outside, into which she ventured, shivering from the cold. In the passage, she had another idea. One worse than the first 2. Had she just witnessed, or at least half seen, Some kind of impromptu nocturnal marionette show operated by Maud, using something from the nursery. Don't never come back. Was the mannish drudge trying to frighten her away from the only home she knew, that Catherine had come to destroy? From the more frantic wings of her imagination, she saw Edith proclaiming, "My uncle and mother often took the troupe out at night to amuse me. How many 10-year-old girls have been so lucky?" In her state at this hour, she genuinely doubted the Red House would ever run out of traditions, rituals, and habits passed down from the deranged to the demented, just to horrify a guest. Leonard had warned her of tricks, and now anger began to warm and eclipse her fear. But she didn't want to jump. Anything moving suddenly in the dark would make her scream. She hated being surprised. Her youth had been plagued by wretched practical jokes, and she despised those that played pranks. Catherine walked to the stairwell and winced at the intermittent creaks of the floorboards. She passed closed doors she remembered, and fumbled for light switches she couldn't remember, and door handles she could not see. She found 2 handles, but the doors were locked. On the landing, she identified the source of the dim, whitish glow. As she suspected, the light originated from the passage that held Edith's bedroom. She leant over the banister and the lightless hole of the stairwell and felt she was listening with her entire body. Nothing but her indistinct feet was visible. If a voice was to rise out of the darkness beneath her toes, it would stop her heart. None came. But she did receive an unwelcome sense of movement below, and probably from the ground floor. Catherine thought she could hear the subtle shift of what sounded like limbs within clothing, but circling down there in the darkness, round and round, beyond her feeble vision. Maybe a ring of silent infants, looking upwards with plaster faces. She pulled her head back and repressed the careless byway of her imagination. Animals, rats, something that crept indoors and roamed at night inside old houses. She padded across the landing, but kept close to the inner wall, until she was able to peer into the adjacent passage. The doorway emitting the pale light was some way down the corridor. The door was only ajar. Edith's bedroom was near the stairwell, and the door was closed. The room next to Edith's was the nursery, and it was from here that the light issued. Catherine turned and fumbled away, stifling her frantic breath as best she could. As she bumped against the walls and swatted her hands through the darkness like a blind woman, she heard a scattering of motion in different directions. 2 floors down and out of sight. And it was then she remembered Edith's final words that evening. "It would be better to go to your room. And you stay there." 29. That smell. The odour she detected on her first visit, and had been aware of intermittently since, had been seeping out of this room, Mason's workshop. "I'm so used to it, I barely notice unless I come in here," Edith smiled. "Would you believe it brings me comfort?" The odour hit Catherine like heat outside an air-conditioned building, and the miasma stung her eyes. She cleared her throat. Chemicals. Perhaps it is the soap, shredded soap and chalk in white arsenic. It could be the formalin, or perhaps the residue of my uncle's formulas. The stench was more than a residue. To linger decades after the space was used suggested it was highly toxic. To this day, my uncle's pickling and tanning processes have remained highly guarded secrets. There were some who would have paid dearly to understand how he achieved such remarkable results. And this is where my uncle spent much of his life. We have left it as he left it. I so wanted to show you. The workshop was as perfectly preserved as the creatures he'd restored. Catherine once read how a taxidermist at the Museum of Natural History had been baffled by how the tension in the whiskers and mouth had been achieved in a surviving mason piece. May I? Catherine held up her camera. She hoped to fill the memory card in her camera today, too, to make the best use of her time during daylight hours, because she was not spending another night here, though she hadn't told Edith that yet. Her experience during the previous night was not one she was eager to repeat. During breakfast in the dining room, she'd tried to engage Edith's interest about what she'd heard and seen, or thought she'd seen. Edith had mocked her tentative queries, and made her feel like a foolish, jittery child. Maud, apparently, was a light sleeper, and often roamed. As was Edith. Catherine's insistence that she must have heard an animal was met with a snort of derision, and the conversation was over. Edith looked at her camera with distaste, but nodded. Catherine took pictures of the tiled floor and the iron drain gate in the middle of the room. Was this once a scullery? It was adapted. The mangle and range our old housekeeper used are still in the laundry, a much smaller room. The shallow Belfast sink dated from the 1800s, and the glazed ceramic was one of the few items in the house that showed signs of wear. The rest of the room was free of dust, so Maud must have cleaned it ahead of her visit. A hot water copper and cold water hand pump stood beside the sink. When she neared it, a small window above the copper looked and smelled to have been recently washed with vinegar. Branches from a bush pressed against the glass. This house went on forever, or so I thought as a child. To me, it never ended. Edith peered up at the iron drying racks that hung over the long workbench. My uncle needed the space in here for messy work, and he put it to good use, as you have seen. The woman's smile looked like an indication of delight at her guest's discomfort. Catherine forced a smile of her own until her mouth ached. She focused her camera on the long and bewildering rows of ceramic and glass jars shelved above the workbench. Photographs would provide good illustrative material for the auction catalogue, though final print copy would require the work of a professional. These pictures she took for Leonard. She doubted another example of an early 20th century taxidermist workshop existed. A great many historians would kill to see the room. Perhaps English Heritage would want to reassemble and display it. Be careful not to touch anything. Sodium arsenite is a poison, quite deadly. My uncle also used borax, but preferred arsenic. Catherine photographed acetic acid beside alizine, beside alum and asbestos. She zoomed in and shot pictures of beeswax, boric acid, carbolic, chloroform, and cornmeal. Mason had been meticulous with his labelling, with alphabetizing his ingredients. He killed some of the animals with chloroform. You can see it right in front of you. How? Where did they come from? The animals? Our neighbours. The farmer's dogs caught the rats, along with my uncle's rat catchers. And there was a time when only one kitten from a litter was kept. But all of our dear neighbours knew where to bring a litter so he could take his pick. The squirrels were trapped and shot. The foxes, badgers, weasels and stoats, too. Catherine turned her face away from Edith to conceal her distaste. The thought of small animals destroyed on an industrial scale, twinned with the appalling stench, made her lightheaded. Nausea wasn't far away, so she would have to be quick, but wanted more pictures. She photographed the jars of ether, formaldehyde, and glycerin, and unsuccessfully tried to ignore Edith's enthusiastic narration. When she focused on the sulfuric acid, Edith said, "He made his pickling solution from that. He often allowed me to watch him work, and always warned me about that jar. You must never touch this, Edie. It could burn you. Beside it, you will see the toe. He used toe on every single rat in his tableau, for winding, for their necks and tails. Their legs are very short, always the hardest part to get right. My uncle, I feel a bit funny. Sorry." If she wasn't mistaken, she could detect an underlying odour of micturition, of decay. Catherine wondered if she'd also inhaled something poisonous. Once again, Edith demonstrated her uncanny ability to follow her thoughts. "If you can only imagine how many skins were fleshed and degreased in here, Catherine. And some of the carcasses were not fresh when they were brought here as gifts. My uncle was no stranger to the smell of death. Nor was I." Catherine coughed to clear her throat. "His tools. You will not find a finer collection in the country. Or even the world. And they were probably made to order. Each handle was inlaid with rosewood. The metal components were oiled and glinted. She couldn't see a speck of rust upon a single item. As she raised her camera with weak arms and photographed what resembled implements of torture, she knew she had no stomach for learning their true function. "My uncle measured everything first and made plaster casts before the animals were skinned. The calipers were used to take the most minute measurements for the artificial bodies. The distance between the outside of the eyes was very important in order to create the desired expression." Catherine repressed a reaction from the smoked kipper she had felt obliged to swallow at the breakfast table. "Fascinating. Isn't it?" Edith had never been so excited. "Above you, look there. There, to the right. You will see the carving tools. Look up, dear. He first made the heads from balsa and plaster moulds, but found the natural skulls were far better. He would clean the flesh away, boil it off. You can see the brain spoons. Not there, dear, there. He refashioned the muscles of the head with tow and cotton. A master sculptor could not have bettered the facial expressions of my uncle's pieces." The room seemed to grow darker as the terrible smell overwhelmed Catherine's sinuses, and then the entire space of her skull. She looked at the window with longing, wanted to cast it open so she could gulp at the air. The flies were back. As heavy as ripe blackberries, they circled the window and occasionally propelled themselves against the panes of glass. There were at least a dozen. 2 landed and investigated the frame for access. She intuited a will, a desire to get inside. "I don't feel that knife was his favourite. It was always in his hand. The long blade disjointed the larger bones." Catherine held her breath for a while, but felt heavy and exhausted and almost began to pant. "The garden. May I? Which way? But you haven't seen the awls and currier's knives. His diagonal cutters were made for him specially in Birmingham. They were adapted for the smallest bones. How else do you think he managed so many rats?" Edith's thin, pale face was alive with an excitement that might also have been rage or even ecstasy. It was hard to tell in Catherine's swimming vision. her scalp chilled, and her vision speckled with tiny flashes. She tried to get around the wheelchair, but it filled and blocked the doorway. A shadow passed across the small window, as if someone had leant down to peer inside. Either that, or she was about to faint. The stench had poisoned her. Another time. Edith's voice seemed to come to her from a great distance, and then it reappeared inside her ears, as if through headphones. Look, the ear openers. They may look like a jeweller's pliers, but they open the other way. He used them on every set of rat ears. Can you imagine the patience that required, dear? You haven't even seen the needles. Don't you want pictures? 3-cornered for the hides. Surgeon's needles for the thicker pelts. Those are the curved ones. You are not looking, dear. I'm sick. Please. Catherine fell as much as stumbled to the large galvanized metal tub and seized the side with both hands to prevent herself from toppling over. Be careful! Don't lean on that! The blocked window, the cruel locks and chains looping like serpents from the drying racks, Edith's discoloured teeth inside the lipless mouth, the brain spoons, all floated through her liquid vision. She leant her head over the side of the tub. It's had gallons of ethanol inside it, dear. It's poisonous. It's where my uncle pickled... She didn't hear the rest. Only the noise of her own gullet emptying itself of Maud's oatmeal and kippers onto thin sheet metal. Outside of her blindness and choking, her panic and misery, Edith's handbell began a terrible racket close to her head. She wished and she wished that it would stop. 30. Blue-black, the heavens pressed at the earth with an angry weight, as though night was too close to a summer sky and breaking through. A storm, anticipated by the warm, motionless air. Occasional gaps in the funneling hedgerow allowed Catherine glimpses of the sky, the fields. Above the pink and yellow flowers and the golden waves of the meadow, the air shimmered in a thick heat. But the further she walked from the red house, the more her senses and her head, and so much more, began to clear. The bone-deep weariness and pallor that overwhelmed her in Mason's workshop dissipated. She tugged the fragrant air into her lungs, and after running from the house without looking for the kitchen, she longed for a bottle of water. Her red Minnie was like the sight of a familiar face after days amongst hostile strangers. Through the car windows, the sight of her AA map, sunglasses, chewing gum in the coin holder, even the steering lock, hit her with a sudden awareness of modernity. An impulse to clamber into the car, drive away, and return to a world that made sense was wrestled down with reluctance. She caught a whiff of the terrible chemical stink that hid traces of decay. It was in her hair, or on her skin, or caught within her clothing. Even outdoors she reeked of the red house and its artful mutilations. She panicked at the idea of being tainted. She desperately wanted a breeze to air her clothes of the stink. But the air did not move at all here. It never did during her visits. Was always still and heavy, weighted by expectation, or exhausted and snatching a reprieve after some mighty exertion that was soon to resume. The more she looked at the great indigo sky and the waist-high meadow grasses, the more she felt too visible, but also insignificant, alien even, and defenseless, tense. Being physically free of the house only made her think of being inside it, where she was manipulated, prepared, introduced to terrible things that weren't right, unnatural things that had no place or context beyond that huddle of spiny roofs, and between those murder-red walls. The horrid old women were trying to asphyxiate her with terror and nauseate her with disgust. She'd begun to hate them. Yes, they were horrifying her, deliberately. All of what she had experienced had been staged. She was sure of it. They were hamming it up. Even Edith was wearing costumes. Tricksters. How could they be bothered at their age? She'd thought as much while being sick into the horrid tin bath, with the plump bodies of flies crawling around the window. She was being tormented, unwound and rewound, back to times and feelings she'd long tried to forget. But why? It felt horribly personal and prescribed, if not inevitable. Either the world was unpleasant, or she evoked its harms. She was never sure. Or perhaps her hosts had lost the ability to behave in any other way, while her paranoia and anxiety had been kick-started by it. It was hard to tell. Here, the mad led the mad. Edith had not wanted her to go outside for a walk, had asked that she would remain inside and accompany her to the stifling drawing room, to sit amidst the clutter of dead animals and their antics amongst the busy ornaments. Edith wanted her sealed inside like another doll added to her collection. "But we must do the fitting, dear. There is no time for strolls." The fitting? What was that? She hadn't paused to ask. "And the pageant is nearly upon us. You must be correctly outfitted. It comes but once a year." In her haste to get into fresh air, she'd also lacked the presence of mind to ask about this pageant. The will of Edith and the will of the house were terrible, tangible, a constriction against her thoughts. She'd been rejected by the present, was confined by the past, totally enclosed. Her journey had taken a detour she had no control over. She felt as if she was being pulled back rapidly towards something she could not define, and wanted to see coming before she was lost. Stop it! Stop it! Stop it! Catherine stopped and held her head until her thoughts slowed down. She was too sensitive to such things. To everything. She was paranoid. She had to remember that. She needed to reactivate the ritual of cognitive behavioral therapy exercises, to identify the seeds that grew to these elaborate conspiracies that she wove around her mind until she couldn't move or function. Mike's betrayal had paralyzed her. He'd even brought her trances out of remission. That was the root of this. But for God's sake, don't let your job contribute too. If you lose that, you've got nothing. Her bag and laptop were still inside the house, and she'd left her camera in the workshop too. The exhibits, the furniture, the grand interior, the catalogue, press release, the unsigned contract, the news story, the immediate elevation of her firm's profile, Leonard, who had done so much for her, who had been so kind. All of these things twisted. They built into something like heartburn. It was not possible to leave yet. She'd run from the unpleasant for so long, she might never stop if she rang now. And where could she go if she left today? Back to her flat, and to work in house clearances containing a few silver items, incomplete dinner sets, the occasional oil painting of a racehorse? After being exposed to the treasures of the Red House, It'll be hard to get excited about a Napoleonic sword ever again. An old house with a strange history, and occupants who were unstable refugees from another time. Elegant rags on half-forgotten bones. Little could prepare a person for them. But she should have been prepared. She had seen the mouse-infested warrens of two separate shut-in millionaires, one in Ludlow and one in Monmouth, who had not just died, but become desiccated upon the beds on which they expired, in rooms with sealed windows, spaces so cluttered with rubbish they'd probably not been refreshed by natural light for decades. And she was familiar with the apocryphal tales of her trade, the turners, constables and bacons found in the attics of the deceased. Weirdness went with the territory. And this was her find, her moment, an opportunity. Not a trial she could run away from like London and university and school and her hometown and everyone that she ever encountered in any of those places. She needed to settle down. Survive today, maybe another day after that. But she would definitely drive home this evening, before they made another dreadful attempt at formal dining. She would go back and apologise for throwing up in M.H. Mason's ethanol bath, and then return tomorrow morning with Leonard at her side, and actually begin the inventory. What she was here for, not a fitting or a pageant, and Edith would be made to understand that. Leonard would have to be firm with her. And she would return for as many other mornings as it took to complete the inventory and evaluation, but only with her boss. In the village, she would buy water. There had to be a shop. She'd have a nice lunch with a glass of white wine in a pub to settle her nerves. A sit-down, respite from the tension. The creeping about in the awful silence, broken by what she could not see at night, and the stink of chemical formulas, and death. The village wasn't far along the lane, barely more than 2 miles. She'd walk in the fresh air. That would revive her. 31. There would be no lunch or wine. Not even a sip of water. The village was deserted. Under closer inspection, Magbar Wood was not much more than 2 streets, with tired, perhaps empty, terraced houses slouched on either side of the narrow footpaths. She'd driven through the main street at least 4 times, but never taken much notice of the place in her car. The solitary cul-de-sac that led to a small church had not even registered with her before today. Fixated on not getting lost while being aware of the expanse of rare meadowland, or watching her phone screen for a signal, was all she'd had the mental capacity for when driving through. Now, not a single sound issued from the buildings as she walked its length. Beyond the main street at either end were more uncultivated fields and meadows, defined by hedgerows and broken by distant hills, tufted with copses of black trees. She imagined she was trapped inside a painting of a dead grey town in an idyllic landscape. Enough. She turned around and walked back between the flat-fronted tenement cottages made from a muddy red brick. The slate roofs were weathered, the gutterings comprised of iron and rust. All of the street-facing windows were dark and begrimed with an accumulation of dust. Either that, or the shadowing sky thinned the light and overcast the colours. The first shopfront she looked at had once been a clothes shop. Yellow cellophane was still taped inside the window panes to protect the displays of high street fashion for men, women, boys and girls. The plastic made the shopfront look like the lenses of cheap sunglasses sold to children on holiday. She pressed her hand and face to the glass, but stepped away quickly. Beyond the crinkled protective screen stood a row of dressed figures. She waited for them to move, then sighed with relief and felt foolish. Mannequins. She returned to the window and peered inside. Old mannequins with nylon toupees and painted plastic faces. The man wore what looked like khaki shorts and a khaki shirt. Matching socks were pulled up to his knees. The female figure was naked. It was too dim inside to see what the boy and girl wore, and they had tilted or been leant against empty shelves inside the door. Their arrangement suggested the children were holding hands. Behind the dummies, the shop floor was concealed in darkness. Further along the main lane, she found a second store, a small convenience store, also closed. It didn't look to have been open or restocked for years. Fake plastic glass lined white trays in the window display. The trays had once stored meat. Half a dozen bluebottle flies crawling inside the foot of the window explored old habits. A faded decal on the main window promised fresh bread every day. There were stickers for local newspapers she'd never heard of, stuck to the inside of the door, as well as a sun-bleached Wall's ice cream poster she remembered as a child. A boy and girl sat back to back against a vanilla background. The room beyond the window was unlit, but she could see a carousel of postcards, a fridge cabinet, and one wall lined with tinned goods. As she turned away, she stopped and crouched down. Behind the lower half of the front door, as if peering through the stickers, was the solitary effigy of a small boy wearing shorts. Calipers were attached to each of his plastic legs. He held a money box with a slot in the top. The weather he was now protected against had worn most of his face away, as well as the name of the charity for whom he once collected. Beside one foot in a large brown boot, a rain-smoothed spaniel pup beseeched with two large eyes. She'd not seen one of these effigies since childhood. After not thinking of these little figures for years, she'd been made to consider them twice in as many weeks. The coincidence made her sad, but uneasy. The existence of the plastic charity boy and the derelict shops suggested there had been no life in the village since the early 80s, if not longer, which could not be right at all. The distant sound of a car would have provided immediate reassurance, which made her realise she was desperate for any sign of life. Outside one of the cottages, she leant over and looked through the solitary casement window set beside a grubby front door. The net curtains were yellowing like icing on an old Christmas cake. A tear in the nets above the window sill allowed her to press her nose against the glass and squint into the gloom. The room resembled a vintage photograph taken in poor light. There was evidence of the space being cramped with heavy furniture. The walls were bare, the ceiling light without a shade. When she failed to detect a door in the plain walls, she suffered an irrational fear that a person could become trapped inside the room. The feeling was even worse than the unwelcome idea that the room was not, as she had suspected, unoccupied, and that whoever was hidden in there, amongst the clutter, was now staring back at her. Catherine continued along the sloping footpath, the curb steep, as if the village was accustomed to heavy rains and gouts of floodwater. A flicker of motion drew her eyes across the road. She thought, but wasn't sure, that a yellowy net curtain had just moved behind a ground-floor window. She then looked up quickly, directly above herself, and had to clutch at the wall to keep her balance. She may have been mistaken again, but from the corner of her eye, she was sure she'd seen the dark outline of a head rear backwards, away from the window into what must have been the darkness of a bedroom. Afraid she had misjudged the village and had been nosing through the windows of occupied buildings, she briskly turned the corner and entered the cul-de-sac. And now it was as if her very presence had disturbed the place into some semblance of furtive activity. Because she was certain she had just seen another face, this time a pale smudge withdrawing from a downstairs window of the house no more than a few feet before her. She didn't suffer the impression the face had been watching her, but that the person inside the house had been waiting for her approach, which felt worse than being watched. Cocking her head to one side, she made the pretense of rummaging inside her handbag, outside of the building in which she had seen movement, number 3, while sneaking glances at the window. There were no nets here. The houses in the cul-de-sac were even shabbier and more neglected than those on the main lane. And yes, there was someone inside a front room that opened onto the street. A figure close to the window, but with their back turned away from the street. A small woman, she thought, wearing something long, maybe a dark dress. Their posture implied a wall was being studied, or perhaps the woman simply stared into the murky fireplace that Catherine could barely make out. The pale head was thickly haired, but looked tatty. It was hard to see much more. And if she lingered any longer, her scrutiny would become intrusive. But what did stand out in the light entering the dirty window was the hand upon the back of a chair placed against the windowsill. The hand was so pale, the person must have been wearing gloves. Catherine moved on quickly. Before she reached the street, concluding at the church grounds, she found one other storefront and crossed the road to look inside it. The store was empty. There was no security shutter or grille across the broad window front. What the shop once sold eluded her. The wooden awning had been painted over with a thick brown emulsion, the colour of creosote. Bizarrely,